This first story was created in 2020 by a user named Buzzerbees in the adoption subreddit. The post is titled, "Birth parents are married to each other, have full siblings. I was adopted at 3 months old. I had a dysfunctional family growing up, but I was cared for and loved. Both my adoptive parents passed away in separate car accidents. My dad when I was 17 and my mom 3 years ago when I was 24. I had a semi-open adoption, but my birth parents requested my adoptive parents stop sending them photos and updates about me when I was less than a year old. I had a vague idea of who my birth parents were. I grew up knowing their names and had several photos of them. I did a DNA test and was matched with 3 full siblings, which shocked me. I was always told they were young, barely knew each other, and wanted to further their education. About 3 months ago, I decided to Google their names and I found their social media. It turns out they are married to each other now with 7 more children they had together. I stalked them on Facebook a bit and it seems like they have a relatively happy life. I was shocked to find out I had 7 full siblings and that my sister, who is closest in age to me, is actually only 11 months younger. I was even more shocked to find I have an older, full brother who was not adopted out, who is only a year and a few months older than me. I ended up reaching out to my birth mother via Facebook, telling her that I would love to get to know her, that I've had a great life, and that I have no expectations. She took a month to respond, and when she did, she said she was surprised that I reached out and asked me to please not contact any of my siblings, as they aren't aware of my existence. I didn't respond for a few days, but I ended up just asking her why she chose to give me up and why she never told anyone about me. She responded and said that I was a NICU baby. She and my birth father were 17 when I was born, and they weren't prepared to raise a disabled child. She said that at the time, they were under the impression that I would never live independently and that they weren't in a place to have a special needs child. I was again shocked. I was definitely always in the lower percentiles for growth until puberty, but according to my grandmother, by the time I was 8 months old, I was hitting all the markers for regular mental development. I have an MS in mathematics from a tier 1 university. I was an athlete in high school and I never had any issues in school beyond being really horrible in art class. I'm married with a child. I'm a fully functioning adult with a successful career and a family of my own, and it hurts to know I was given up on because of the slight chance I wouldn't turn out perfect. Part of me feels like I missed out on a life with siblings. I was raised as an only child, and that I could still have a chance to know and love them, giving my daughter the opportunity to have cousins. My youngest siblings aren't even in elementary school yet, and I could have a normal sibling bond with them, or at least be part of their lives from a young age. I wish I had that chance. I'm not angry at my birth parents for giving me away. I don't hate them. I'm hurt, but I'm not angry. I am angry that they've requested I not reach out to my adult siblings, and I'm considering doing it anyway. A now deleted user said the following in their comment. As a birth mother, you have every right to reach out to your siblings if you decide that's the route you want to take. You are not obligated to keep other people's secrets. Please don't let her stop you. Any choice you make should be yours and yours alone, whether or not you decide to reach out to any adult siblings. To this, OP responded, I reached out to 4 of them this morning via various social media sites. I already got a response from my older biological brother asking for my phone number. Another user named YesMore26 said, she's now stuck in a very difficult place, but that's her problem, not yours. I say contact them if it will bring you peace of mind. Let her do all the explaining she has to do with her other kids and let things come to light. Regardless of her reasons why she put you up for adoption, no one deserves to live a lie, including your siblings. Then user CrunchRapQueen666 said, I can't speak for your siblings, of course, but if I were in their shoes and found out my mom did what your birth mother did, I'd be pissed. I'm very big on family to the point where my wife teases me because I consider my third cousins twice removed or whatever to just be my cousins. If you're family, you're family. My great-grandmother, mom's grandma, hid her half-siblings from her because she was ashamed that her son had children out of wedlock, I guess. My mom usually doesn't yell at her because she's pretty damn old, but she was pissed. She found out about her sister when I was still a child and then her brother a few years ago. Both times from letters my grandmother had hidden. My mom tried to contact them, but it didn't really pan out. I can tell it upsets her. You have a right to contact your siblings. You have a right to get to know your family. Proceed with caution because they might have a similar mindset as your birth mother, but I just don't think it's fair for her to completely shut you out. I don't get how people can do this, especially when she has several other children. Also, there's a huge chance they'll discover you on their own if they've used Ancestry.com or any of those sites. A user named VeggieCat on the Prowl said, "Similar situation here. I'm 3 of 6 children. My parents married before I was born. They were unable to care for us, and we all were removed and placed with relatives on the maternal side. I was raised without knowing them. They were living within a few miles of each other and interacted frequently. I had no clue I had younger siblings until I was 28. A stranger told me, a cemetery caretaker who knew the family. I tracked down all 5 siblings. We aren't upset about our removal from our birth home. We are upset that we were separated and never had a chance to bond until we were in our 30s. We are 55 to 70 now. I'm furious that the aunt who raised my 2 older siblings and then much later our youngest brother refused to accept me into that family and sent me to live 4 hours away. Her reason, I was an infant and too much work as I had suffered physical neglect. She was pregnant at the time with her daughter. I grew up fine physically, but am emotionally damaged from not having interactions with my siblings as I was raised completely away from them. They do not feel like family to me. My advice is to reach out to your siblings. Follow their leads. If they want a relationship, then attempt to form one, but be aware it may be too late to be more than friends with family in common." A little over a week later, OP provided us with an update. I've now met all of my siblings. What originally turned out to be 7 siblings turned into 8 when I learned I have a full sister who is also an adoptee. I have spent every day for the past 9 with one of my siblings. I have 3 adult brothers and 2 adult sisters. My sister, who is also an adoptee, reunited with them 2 years ago. You would never know she didn't grow up with them. The 5 of them mesh so seamlessly. I would be dishonest if I said they felt like strangers to me. I feel like I've known the 5 of them my entire life in some ways, despite only a bit more than a week having passed. They call themselves the first batch, and they refer to our younger siblings as the second litter. It sounds funnier and catchier in our language, haha. I am now a part of the first batch text thread and social media group. It is odd and insane. They're unfamiliar to me in almost every way, but it's more like seeing a best friend after being torn apart by war or tragedy. My oldest biological brother is 29. My younger biological sister and I are both 27, though I will be 28 in a few weeks. My younger sister, who was also adopted out, is 25. She will be 26 on the same day I turn 28. The twins, who are the youngest of my grown siblings, are 23. We all have winter birthdays. I cannot imagine what my birth parents went through. My birth mother had 6 children between the ages of 15 and 21. I understand why she adopted out 2 of her children. I cannot imagine the weight on her shoulders. 6 of us are adults, and then there is a considerable age gap. 3 of my siblings are minors, a brother who is 12 and 2 who are under the age of 6. My birth father arranged through my biological grandparents for me to meet the 3 of them 4 days ago. My youngest biological sister is 4 years old. She is the cutest little girl, aside from my own daughter, I've ever met. She came up to me, tugged me down to her level, and then touched my hair. She said, "Do you know you have curly hair?" I nodded, and she told me that now we were twins because we were the only sisters with curly hair. I cried and laughed. My youngest brother is younger than my own daughter. My 12-year-old biological brother hugged me and cried a lot. We are the only 2 of 9 who have brown hair. The rest have shades of blonde and strawberry. He and I are strikingly similar. I'll say this again. It is so odd to see your own face in the faces of others. It's never something I've had, and in the last week and a few days, I have been overwhelmed by the shock of sharing mannerisms and features with those around me. I met my birth father. He explained that he was young and thought he did the right thing, and he's happy to see I turned out well. He cried more than he spoke. Last night, I video chatted with the first batch siblings, and I met 3 of my first cousins via Zoom. They are a set of siblings, my biological aunt's children, a female cousin, and her younger brothers. They are all close in age to me. They were born and raised in North America with an American father, though one of my male cousins lives in our country. He married a girl from here, and they have a daughter the same age as mine. I will be meeting him and his wife on Monday. My female cousin and I look so alike that I cried when I saw her face on the screen. My siblings and I are all very similar in appearance. We are clearly related. However, my cousin and I have the same face and laughter. It was so odd to hear an American accent come from my own face. This set of cousins is very close with my siblings. My female cousin is a flight attendant / cabin crew member. This is the only other career I ever seriously considered besides my own. It is also the same job as my husband. These little coincidences and likenesses are the things I've been missing my entire life. She has a math degree and she and I have texted all day today. Apparently, it is a joke among our extended family that she and her brothers look like they belong to my biological parents instead of their own, and I understand why. All three of them are brown-haired, darker-eyed versions of my own biological siblings, and in this way, I look more like them. It is so strange to see my face in the faces of others. This very long post summarized, part of me is a bit bitter about the years lost, having siblings near my age to brave the strange world through the lens of childhood with. Summer holidays in the States with cousins, one who shares my face and dreams. I did have a wonderful mother and father, and I could never regret the life I've had. Grandparents, siblings, and cousins are all things I've never had until now. I have a reason to go to America after COVID. I'm going to meet my cousin in person next week, something I never thought I would say. My husband is excited too to have a big extended family. We are considered very young in our country to have kids, and now we know other young parents. A deleted user commented the following: "This is so amazing and interesting. I'm so happy for you. It's wonderful that your siblings and birth father are so welcoming. Do they think your birth mother will soften to the idea of a meeting?" OP replied with the following: "Multiple relatives have said she's ecstatic about how well things are going between my siblings and me, but she has no desire to ever have contact with me. My biological family has pretty much reintegrated my biological sister, who was also adopted out back into the family. They first reunited a few years ago. My biological sister is extremely close with all of them. She even lives with our other biological sister, who was not adopted out. She and my birth mother attend the same family gatherings, but they do not speak, and it works for them. They have perfunctory contact out of necessity and shared loved ones. They have no personal relationship, and my sister respects that our birth mother does not want to get to know her. I imagine if things unfold in a similar way for me as they have my biological sister, my birth mother, and I will have a similar relationship. I appreciate how hard all of this must be for her, and I want to respect her request for no contact as much as I can, fostering a relationship with the rest of our shared family. I was so angry initially, then I remembered what it was like to be 17, and I am just sad now." Another user named Solera314 said, "I'm so happy for you to have this mostly positive experience in finding your birth family. My birth parents also married 2 years after I was born and had 3 children, so I have 3 full siblings in addition to my adopted sister. It is hard for people to understand if they are not adopted how significant it is to find relatives who look like us. This is something most people take for granted, so they don't realize how profound it can be. It is natural to feel bitter about lost years and to feel resentful about ways in which your birth siblings may have been happier or had advantages you did not. For me, my adoptive parents were very difficult, and it took me a lot of years to get even 90% past the anger over having been sacrificed to an abusive family so my birth siblings could have a happier upbringing. I recommend that when you have these feelings, you accept them and allow them to pass through you. You don't have to grab hold of them, you don't have to live with resentment in the long term, but it helps a lot to accept that these feelings are understandable and that even good people whom you love may have made mistakes. The lost years cannot be recovered. There will always be this gap in your relationship with your birth family, but the experiences you have had are part of who you are. You cannot pull one thread without unraveling the whole tapestry of your life. Good luck as you move forward in love and acceptance." About 3 weeks later, we got yet another update from OP. My daughter had her 3rd play date with her auntie, uncle, 1st and 2nd cousins. Never in my life did I dream my child would have familial playmates in the same age group. I was always a bit of a loner. It was hard to make friends. I lost both my adoptive parents quite young and had no living adoptive relatives. My husband is an only child. I never dreamed of an extended family for myself or my daughter. She now has great-grandparents who lived in our neighborhood. I'm never going to discredit the love my adoptive parents had for me. They were amazing. However, my childhood was dysfunctional and heartbreakingly lonely. My life has been lonely. Now I feel like I really would have people there for me, for my child if anything crazy were to happen, a support system. Then another update was posted nearly 3 years later. Things are wonderful. I have siblings, and now at this point, I can't believe there was a life before them. I almost forget sometimes. I just went on holiday with my older brother and one of my cousins, birth family, who lives in America. Not even a first cousin, like a first cousin once removed. That is how far of an extended family I have now. It is like another life. In regards to my birth mother and I, we hardly speak, but we are around each other often, and she is always smiling and kind. And she is a wonderful grandmother to my 2 children. My sister, who was also adopted out, just got married. My life is bright and good, despite the harshness of the world. I have a family so big and loving that sometimes my heart is overwhelmed. I cry occasionally, randomly, from the weight of it and the lightness. It is good, and it is mine, and I am so grateful every day. This is one of the few stories that we cover that actually has a happy ending, although I was a bit disappointed to hear that the birth mother didn't really want anything to do with OP herself. I was pleased to learn that she actually really loves OP's children. During the initial post, OP was very skeptical if she should actually reach out, and I'm so glad that she did. As adults, you need to make a decision based on how you would feel, not necessarily how it would make someone else feel. Plus, it's not like this was a situation where disregarding her mother's feelings would have dire consequences or anything. This next post takes us over to the relationship advice subreddit. The post was made back in 2023 by a user named Throwaway Marzipan. It's titled I am 31F. My best friend, 32F, is telling me that my boyfriend, 34M, cheated with her, but he says that she's lying. How do I get to the truth and then salvage whichever one of these relationships is worth saving? I've been best friends with Becca since 2010. We were college roommates, and after we graduated, we still lived together until I moved in with my boyfriend, Nate, in 2019. One thing about Becca is that she's always had a drinking problem for as long as I've known her, and she's done things while drunk that have sometimes caused problems in our friendship. She does try to stay sober, but every few years, something will happen to make her start drinking again, which is what happened earlier this summer. So last Saturday, Becca called me because she was drunk somewhere and needed a ride home. I couldn't go pick her up because I had the flu and was on cold medicine, so Nate went to get her instead. A couple of days after that, I started noticing that Nate was being weird with his phone. Normally, he leaves it out on the coffee table if we're watching TV or whatever, but he started putting it face down, so I couldn't see what notifications he was getting. My first thought was that he was trying to plan a surprise, and because of the timing, I thought that maybe Becca was helping him. Yesterday, I saw Becca and told her that Nate was being sneaky all of a sudden. I asked her if he had said anything about maybe proposing soon. She asked me if I looked through his phone, and I said no. Becca started crying and told me that she and Nate hooked up in his car the night he came to pick her up. Her excuse was that she was really drunk and didn't fully know what she was doing. She said she'd been texting him since then, telling him that he needed to tell me what happened or else she was going to. I asked Becca to show me the texts, but they were all in the app Signal, which deletes messages after a day. So all I could see was that she and Nate had a chat thread, but nothing that they said. I told her to text Nate in front of me so I could see what he said, and she did. But we got no read receipt and no response at all, so it didn't prove anything. I asked Becca if she was sure she wasn't so drunk that she maybe imagined it or thought a dream was real, and she absolutely lost her shit on me. She said that she knows she's horrible when she drinks, but that she's not f***ing delusional and doesn't make things up. She said that I could believe her or not, and it was my choice, but she was telling me the truth. I said I needed to go home and talk to Nate. So when I got home, I confronted Nate with what Becca had said, and he acted shocked, denied that anything like that had happened at all, and said he didn't know why she'd think or say so. He claimed that he had just given Becca a ride home and that the only thing that happened was that they talked about how he and I had been together for a long time and how we should get married already. He admitted they were talking on Signal for the next couple of days, but he said that it was about exactly what I thought, that he was asking her about engagement rings and what kind of proposal I would want. Nate replied to Becca's earlier message asking her if she made up a story about them hooking up to avoid ruining the surprise of his proposal, and she texted him back that there was no proposal and to stop playing dumb. Then Nate called her, pretending like I wasn't in the room, and told her that she needed to stop whatever she was trying to do because we were on the verge of breaking up. He said he'd rather just have the surprise be ruined, but Becca just kept telling Nate to stop lying until he got angry and hung up on her. I really didn't know what to think, and I still don't. Right now, Nate is really upset and not talking to me much. He says that it's bad enough that Becca acted insane and ruined his plan to propose, but it's even worse that I believed her lies even a little and would think that he would ever cheat on me. Becca texted me saying she was sorry, but otherwise I haven't talked to her either. I don't want to think that Nate would cheat on me or that he'd take advantage of Becca if she was that drunk, but I feel like I can't be 100% sure because I've known Becca for 13 years and I also just can't believe that she'd lie to me about something this important. I know that she does have a drinking problem, so I can believe that she'd sleep with my boyfriend if she was drunk out of her mind. She's done some pretty awful things in the past when she's been drunk. I don't want to wrongly accuse Nate of something he didn't do, but I don't want to be an idiot. Thankfully, OP sounds very level-headed and calm. In such a situation, it's never good to jump to conclusions. I see two clear results from this situation. Either OP's boyfriend did cheat or the friend is lying. If the cheating is true, then OP will lose 2 relationships. If the girl is lying, then she'll lose just 1. From the outside looking in, I feel like I'm more so on the side of the boyfriend as of right now, but only slightly. OP informed us that her friend has a drinking problem, but even after sobering up, why is she lying about this, if she is in fact lying in the first place? One user asked, what is her reason for not liking him? To this, OP said, so at the time, she was in one of her longest stretches of being sober, and she said that I was abandoning her for some guy when she needed my support the most. And then, when I moved out, she tried to make it out like she wouldn't be able to stay sober without me living with her, and Nate basically had to step in and point out that she couldn't stay sober anyway so as to stop guilting me. Another user asked, what else has Becca done to you while drunk? Op said, so in the past when she's been drunk, Becca's blacked out and started fights with me or other people. She'll say really out of line insulting things. She's kicked people out of our apartment because she didn't remember inviting them in. She's accused me of stealing clothes from her because I was wearing an outfit that looked like something that she also owned, that kind of thing. She's never hooked up with anyone that I was dating, but she's definitely hooked up with guys that she knew I was interested in. Another comment asked, who has the greater motivation to lie here, Nate or Becca? OP said, Becca did have a big problem with Nate when we first got together, and she was really upset when I moved out of our apartment to move in with him. I could see her still being angry about it or still not liking him, but just not saying anything. From what Nate said, they weren't making the plans on Saturday, but Becca brought up that it's been 7 years and asked why we're not married yet, and then the day after, he asked her about rings. Just 2 days later, OP provided us with an update. So on Thursday night, after I got everyone's advice, I told Nate that I had found a way to recover deleted messages from Signal. He immediately took out his phone, opened the app, and asked me to show him how to do it. This made me think he was telling the truth because he didn't panic or hesitate at all. This was good because when I tried to download Signal on my old phone, it turned out that it was too old to support the current version of the app, so it wouldn't work. Nate then asked me if we were going to have to go out and buy a new phone for me to believe that he was telling me the truth, and he said he was willing to do it if that's what it would take. I told Nate it wasn't that I didn't believe him, I just wanted to have some proof because I couldn't understand why Becca would lie about it. Nate said she would lie about it because she's a crazy drunk, and there's no way for a non-crazy person to understand why she would do anything. He added that once the messages proved his innocence, he didn't ever want me talking to her again. Then he said to get up because if we were going to go to the Verizon store, we had to get there before it closed. By then, I completely believed Nate anyway, so I told him we didn't have to go anywhere or get a new phone. I said I believed him and knew he didn't cheat on me and that he would never do that. Nate said he hoped I knew that and didn't understand why I didn't take his word for it in the first place. I started trying to explain why I didn't want to immediately dismiss what Becca had said happened, but Nate said he really couldn't listen to that right now. I said that was fair and agreed to cut Becca off, but first I wanted to try to get her to admit that nothing happened. Nate said fine, but to call her with my phone on speaker because he thought he also deserved to hear her admit that she was lying. So I called Becca and told her the same thing I told Nate, that I figured out how to recover deleted messages on Signal. She asked me why I would need to do that, so that was when I knew for sure that she was definitely making it up and not just confused somehow. I said it was because I wanted to have proof of what she and Nate talked about. Becca asked me if I saw their messages, so I lied and said yes. After that, Becca just went silent until finally I asked her if she was going to say anything. Then she asked me if that meant we were engaged now, so then I really just lost it on her and screamed at her, asking her if she was serious and what was wrong with her and how that could possibly be all she had to say. Becca started screaming back, telling me to calm down, and that obviously I never believed her anyway because it's not like we broke up over it. I was crying by that point and couldn't really say anything else, so then Nate told Becca to go herself and to never contact either of us ever again and hung up on her. A minute later, Becca sent me a completely unhinged text that I'm quoting here verbatim, apart from changed names. Courtney, you are supposed to be my friend for life. You are supposed to be there for me. You are supposed to be my person. But then you meet Nate and now you only care about Nate. Everything is about Nate. Tell me why Nate comes to pick me up when I call you. I called you, not your precious Nate. I only want you to see how up this is, but do you? No. Of course you don't. Of course you choose Nate over me like you always do and like you always will. You pretend to care about me, but I can see you don't care. It is pathetic, Courtney. You are a pathetic woman who would choose a man over a friend. But since you can't say it yourself, I will. Since you have to have your sweet, perfect little baby Nate do it for you, I will. Goodbye, Courtney. Is that what you want? Goodbye forever. I hope you got what you want. There were 3 dots after that, showing she was still typing more, but I blocked her before she sent it. I don't care about anything else that she has to say. I'm sure it's all just going to be more bullshit about why this is my fault, or justifications for why what she did wasn't that bad and I should forgive her. I know Nate is probably right and there's no non-crazy logic behind why Becca would stoop to doing something like this, but obviously I've still been thinking about it. My best guess is that whoever said Becca still blames me and Nate, apparently mostly Nate, for her being a drunk mess who can't get her life together is right. It seems like she somehow thought that if she said she hooked up with Nate, I'd break up with him but still want to be friends with her, and then everything would magically be fixed. As for things with Nate, I asked him if he thought he could ever forgive me for doubting him, and he said that since I came to my senses and cut Becca off, he guesses we can try to put it behind us. I don't think he's going to propose anytime soon. After this, I probably wouldn't if I were him. From what Nate said, he didn't actually do any planning yet other than asking Becca about rings and if I'd think a public proposal was tacky or not. All he was doing so far was trying to get ideas without me knowing he was talking to her about it. Based on that, I think it's probably not going to happen for a while if it still does at all. Also, thanks to everyone for the advice and support. I know I didn't respond to many comments, but I really did appreciate everyone who cared enough to want to help. This is a classic example of someone outgrowing their friends. Of course, alcohol should also be mentioned here since it seems to be a major catalyst in Becca's meltdown. This friend is such a piece of shit. She would go as far as to ruin a relationship just to preserve her own, out of jealousy. As OP said, Becca is unhinged, so I don't think this will be the end. I just can't see someone like Becca just quietly moving on. A user named Dream Beyond the Dawn said, I honestly advise telling Nate about your Reddit post. In your posts and comments, you reiterate multiple times you never thought Nate would cheat on you and were desperate to believe him above anything. Your heart always chose Nate, but your logical mind had a hard time understanding why Becca would do something like this. As did the majority of people in this subreddit. It's understandable for him to be hurt, but it was also understandable for you to be confused because there was apparently no reason for her to make up something like that. Cutting her off was the right call. Nate, if you read this, I'm usually very black and white with cheating, and by the way your girlfriend spoke of you on here, I was inclined to believe you despite it seeming a lot more illogical. Wish you both all the peace and love moving forward from this. Then user just for the name said, damn what a roller coaster. I, for one, am happy the guy didn't turn out to be the asshole, but I am sorry about losing your friend. Breaking up any relationship, not just romantic ones, is hard, especially when the person you thought was your friend and should be happy for you finding a partner is a crazy psycho. As for Nate, he should understand that you followed logic and did what you could to find the wrong party in this situation. Trust but validate. Don't hold this against yourself. A deleted user said, wow, this is a perfect example of how drugs and alcohol affect behavior and logical thinking. GF thought admitting to sleeping with your serious BF would result in a positive win for her. I'm sorry this is going to delay your future with Nate, but hopefully with a bit of time behind you, everything will be back on course. Maybe invest in some security devices like cameras and a alarm in case Becca approaches. I'm guessing you haven't seen the last of her. OP responded with the following: I'm sure she won't just go away. I'm already expecting her to try to get our other friends to get in the middle of everything as soon as she figures out she's actually blocked, and I'm not just ignoring her. I hope she won't try to do anything else, but I guess at this point I really can't know with her. I'm hoping that things are okay with Nate. I think in a while they will be. Then user Kirby Blows commented, damn, your poor boyfriend. I'd look to now care and reassure your boyfriend even more than you seem to care at the loss of your friend. He didn't do anything wrong. My trust would be pretty damaged with you believing her over me, especially as she has a history of being unreliable and a drunk. Her false claim is serious and super up. If you want to keep Nate as your boyfriend and future husband, it's on you to do the extra work, as you're the one who didn't believe him. Work hard, care for him, and support him. I imagine you're on eggshells for a while, and that's deserved. Good luck. Glad the crazy one is blocked. Preempt her bullshit by telling your mutual friends what she did. User See Me Roar left the following comment: OP, I have been in your shoes, and my husband of 16 years has been in Nate's. During the first 3 years of our marriage, my then best friend tried to have an affair with him. She was so insane, she tried to replace me. Literally, like, so crazy she stole my underwear and wore them to pretend to be me. They did end up having an emotional affair because he crossed my boundaries with her and he does regret it. But we survived a reconciliation and were happily married. So please tell Nate this for me: the idea of your partner cheating on you is traumatic whether or not they actually did, especially when they deeply love you. It is even more traumatic when the person claiming to be the one they cheated with is your close friend. It's like a double whammy to the heart, and suddenly you're standing on quicksand during an earthquake. The only way to heal this trauma is proof. Not because there is a lack of trust between the partners, but because the love language for someone experiencing trauma or who has been through trauma is reassurance. Proof stops the shaking. Proof makes the ground solid. No amount of faith or trust can stop the trauma brain, that's a clinical term, from needing to know it is safe. My advice moving forward is that both of you focus on building your emotional intimacy with each other. Insecurities form when emotional intimacy is weak, and insecurities stem from fear, doubt, and a lack of trust. You build emotional intimacy by being vulnerable. This requires bravery because it requires you to talk about the traumas in your lives, including what you both went through. Don't hold back the pain this situation caused. Don't hide from each other. Take ownership of your actions, truly apologize if need be, and find the wisdom from this life experience so you learn from it. Both of you need to lean on each other, especially if you hope one day to get married. If you don't know how to do any of this, please go to couples counseling. Therapists are trained in many different ways to help couples in your situation. Big hug. And P.S. Don't let the crazy witch with a B win. She doesn't deserve to have control over your life or who you love. OP left Reddit for about a year before making another update, which went live a day before the time of this recording. I haven't logged into this account for about a year, but I got a few messages asking for an update, so here it is. I'll keep it as short as I can. Unfortunately, I have nothing good to report. It turned out that whatever was going on with Becca that caused her to make false accusations about Nate was the beginning of some kind of psychotic break. After I blocked her, she made a whole bunch of fake accounts and started sending me completely unhinged messages about how I ruined her life and threatened to get revenge on me and Nate. This went on for literally months, with her sending me dozens of messages a day. I found out from other friends that she was making multiple posts on Facebook every day that were semi-coherent rants about how much she hated me and how I was evil and ruined her life intentionally. I tried to talk to the police 2 different times to get a restraining order because I was afraid that Becca was going to show up at our apartment and attack me or Nate. I even got a front door camera because I was so scared that she was going to hurt us. The police said that because Becca wasn't threatening actual violence, she was just a nuisance and they couldn't do anything. They acted like I was an idiot because it isn't illegal to talk shit on Facebook, and they basically told me to just keep blocking her whenever she made a new account, and eventually she'd get bored and move on. Then finally, there was an incident where someone broke the windshield of Nate's car while he was parked at work. I guess it could have just been a random act of vandalism because his wasn't the only car that got its windows broken, but at the time I was 100% sure it was Becca, so I went to the police again. Eventually, an officer went to talk to Becca and she said she didn't touch Nate's car, and again I have no proof that she did. But after the police talked to her, Becca was put into a psych ward for a week because apparently her apartment was filthy, and she was drunk out of her mind 24/7 and a danger to herself. I have not heard anything from Becca since she left the psych ward. I don't know if she was diagnosed with something or if she's medicated now or what. I found out that she moved in with her dad, who, thank God, lives in a different state. I look at her social media every so often to make sure she's not posting about me again and that she's nowhere around me. I haven't mentioned Nate much in this update because we're no longer together. He broke up with me after the windshield incident because he couldn't handle being constantly harassed by Becca, and to be honest, I don't think he ever forgave me for not taking his side immediately when everything started. It really hurt, but I can't blame him. I tried to talk to him about fixing things between us after Becca was gone, but he just wasn't interested. TLDR, Becca went crazy for real. Nate dumped me. It sucks to hear that OP's relationship with her boyfriend didn't work out. In a way, Becca still won with this outcome, and to be honest, I'm surprised that Nate never forgave her. I understand that he lost a lot of trust in OP since she doubted her own faith in him, but it's not like she outright said that he was cheating. She more so just sat on the fence and wanted to do some investigating, or at least that's what I understood. But perhaps I'm in the minority with that thinking. I want to make it clear though that I also think that it's completely understandable why Nate did end up separating. It's just that I thought the relationship would work out in the end and Nate would be able to regain trust in OP. A user named Juicy Belly commented the following: "Don't beat yourself up over it. It's hard to make the right choice and know what or who to believe, especially when it comes to the people we trust. You were in a tough spot and obviously this is not your fault." User Jesus Chin replied to this comment with the following: "She absolutely should beat herself up over it. Her friend was a shit show before this whole drama. She's the one who kept her in her life as well. Never keep sloppy drunks as part of your close inner circle." Then user FrostyGate8094 said she was definitely at fault. I had never seen her first two posts. I had seen this story in a YouTube video, and the narrator's comments before update 1 were gold in that video. When her friend confessed that she and Nate had sex, OP had only one relationship left to salvage. That was her relationship with Nate. Her friend has been shitty to both her and Nate for months before that, and now that she has confessed to sleeping with her BF, only two possibilities remain. If it's true, OP should dump both of them. If it's false, OP should dump her friend. From the moment of BFF's confession, there was only one relationship to salvage, regardless of whether it's true or not. Instead, she blamed her BF and sided with her alcoholic friend. She decided to sabotage the only relationship she needed to protect. To Nate's credit, he did try to look past it, but the damage was done and the constant harassment from Becca finally wore him down. But OP's own actions led them down that path. Another user named Live Relax Yes said, "In hindsight, if he was telling the truth and you wouldn't believe him or back him, you communicated that you didn't trust him and called him basically a cheater and liar. While I would forgive someone in your shoes, he doesn't have to because you were way out of line. It's unfortunate that your friend did this much damage and tested your relationship and that in a way you didn't pass, but that doesn't mean you shouldn't forgive yourself. And I'm sorry he didn't forgive you. I would work on moving on and accepting it as over if he won't forgive you, and you tried reaching out twice. I'd also try therapy because this would mess with anyone's mental health. Sometimes we either trust someone or we don't, and it sounds like you trusted the wrong person, but you should forgive yourself." Under this comment, user Gunther Time said, "Sounds like he did forgive her, or at least was working on it, but the constant harassment after she took his side is what did it." Another comment left by user Patient Lettuce 42 said, "I always think it's odd that you would not take your partner's side first and foremost if they have never done anything wrong to begin with. I was accused of infidelity by my ex-GF so many times that I lost count. She had BPD. But being accused by your partner for something you have never done, would never do, and simply never even thought about doing is hurtful. I can absolutely understand Nate for leaving. I probably would have done the same. It's sad that it happened and you know now that it was a mistake, but I can 100% understand how he sees no point in moving on together when trust is already so low." User Wolferine said the following under this comment: "I get it from Nate's perspective too. Your partner is supposed to be the person that you trust wholeheartedly above everyone and share your life with. If OP chose his side in the beginning and it turned out she chose wrong, then that's on Nate, whereas right now, the consequence of not trusting him initially means it's on OP. The moment a lack of trust is shown in a relationship, it's downhill from there. Some can move on and forgive, some can't. But to his credit, he did try to work on it. Then that one user named Kirby Blows from the previous post left the following comment under this recent update. I remember your post. As the partner, and he was planning on proposing to you as well, I believe, to not be believed over your toxic friend who you had told stories of being a drunk mess, kicking people out, saying horrible things, lying, and being an all-round is just too much of an insurmountable thing. I don't think you in your heart thought he'd done it, but the fact that you doubt him over the words of the now medically diagnosed psycho is horrible. Not at all surprised he left you. Maybe in the future make better friends, and if you ever plan to get married in the future, spouse, partner is always number one. Glad to hear you have regrets and no hard feelings towards him though, that's important. I hope you manage to heal from her obsessive behavior. This first story was created in the relationship advice subreddit about 2 weeks ago by a user named Incognito Taquito 666. The post is titled Girlfriend F31 is trying to convince me M30 into a relationship with her friend F29. We had a blow up this weekend over it. Should I apologize or call it quits? My girlfriend is bisexual and primarily dated women before we met. We're getting serious and talking about getting married. We've dated for over 2 years. But recently, she's been making a lot of polygamous jokes and I'm not really into it. She has this friend that I get the feeling is just waiting for a hiccup in our relationship to make a move. She's bisexual and openly makes jokes about being with my girlfriend. I've shared that I don't like it before, but she jokes that I'm gay for not being into it. Maybe I could be into an experience, but honestly, this person just makes me uncomfortable too often. Besides that, she's just not my type. We had a long conversation around COVID about how she wanted to be referred to as he, him, so I did. 2 years later, he wanted to be referred to as they, them, so I did. Recently, she circled back to she, her, which is fine. But the whole time, she dresses like a Kyle. For those of you who are unfamiliar, a Kyle is a kind of guy that wears Fox apparel and washes down vape with a Monster Energy drink. She would be attractive, but it's like her idea of masculinity was formed from high school douchebags, not 30-year-old men. Anyway, on Saturday, we got into a fight because we had some friends over. Kyle was the last one to leave. We'd all been drinking. I was in the kitchen putting away some food when I saw this put their hand on my girlfriend's ass. I let her know right away, that's the line, you crossed it, stop. My girlfriend gives her classic that's just how girls joke and goes. They did this silly little dance twirl thing that ended with my girlfriend on Kyle's lap. I'd had enough and stepped into the room. My girlfriend doubled down and said that most guys would be dying to fool around with 2 women. I was blunt and said that I was uninterested in sharing her with anyone. Kyle then said something like, maybe I could strap one on, maybe you'd prefer a man, I was drunk. This asshole had their hand on my girlfriend's waist and my girlfriend was on their lap. I lost it. I don't remember what I said exactly, something like if you were a man, you would have been kicked out or knocked out already. This struck some kind of chord with her. She postured up like a gorilla and it was a 3-way shouting match. I don't know what was said exactly, but it ended with Kyle loudly proclaiming that she had to leave before someone got hurt. Here's the problem. My girlfriend somehow thinks that I need to apologize. Me for threatening a person who came into my home, grabbed my girlfriend's ass, sat her down on their lap, and insinuated that I'd like to be ass fucked by a man. She says that I needlessly introduced violence and forced Kyle to drive home intoxicated. I honestly can't fathom an apology, and I honestly don't care to have Kyle in our lives anymore. I'm not typically the one to die on a hill, but I feel like anything short of digging my heels in is unacceptable. I told her I'd think about it. She's staying at a cousin's house for a few days. If it was just one night, I'd get it, but it's been several. Saturday was just the tipping point. But honestly, she acts like this is something she can get out of her system. I think she wants to be bisexual, and I think a lot of her friends are doing the poly thing. It's just not for me. I want one partnership with one person. All of her poly friends are in relationships, but they come and go. There's nothing concrete there. She claims to want kids, she claims to want commitment, but her actions say otherwise. TLDR, my girlfriend has a friend who presents very masculine with whom she makes sex jokes. On Saturday, she propositioned a 3-way. I got upset and her friend basically called me gay. So we almost fought and now my girlfriend wants me to apologize. I don't want to apologize. I can maybe get over it if we agree not to see Kyle again. I don't want to end another long-term relationship, but is this even something you can work past? Edit. She claims she's coming by to pick up things for work. I feel like a conversation is unavoidable. I have taken what I want out of the competent suggestions here and applied the relevant context to the talking points I want to hit. I may update you tomorrow or whenever I feel better. I don't know if this post was a good or bad idea. I won't reply until I feel like it. I have a big band-aid to rip off. This is my first post here. I don't know the proper way to update, so that knowledge via DM would be helpful. A user named Throw Brian Away said, your girlfriend is prioritizing Kyle's feelings over yours. You can tell who most likely means more to her. Sounds tough. I would have reacted the same. You're in my house grabbing my girlfriend in front of me and want me not to react? That's wild. Another user named Datecord36 said, kick her the f out and move on with your life. She placed Kyle ahead of you in this relationship. She's placed her feelings ahead of yours. She's being abusive towards you by attempting to shame you and letting Kyle insult you. Also, Kyle doesn't want to become the third person in this relationship. She wants to replace you. Why would you want to spend another minute with someone who so clearly doesn't respect you, your relationship, or your boundaries? To this, OP said the following, I've been telling my GF this. There are always those guys who are comfortable waiting on the back burner till something goes wrong, waiting to pounce. My GF assures me that it's not this way, but here we are. Another user named The Bodyguard said, dude, you're in a relationship that is inconsistent with your values. How long do you intend to torture yourself and her by trying to control her as opposed to controlling yourself and making difficult choices about your happiness? How do you see the future here? That one day she stops being bi and stops desiring other women or polyamory. Like, where's the happy ending here? There isn't one. You're incompatible. Another comment left under the post was created by a user named BoomTheBear86. It says, I know you've dated for 2 years, but honestly, I'd say this is a no-hope situation. Her friendship with this utter bell end predates yours, and clearly your GF won't even humor your point of view. I wouldn't expect it to change. The only thing waiting will do is increase the chances they do it anyway, and they call you gay for not being into it. These two are homophobes and perpetuate a very toxic idea of what it means to be a man. They both suck, honestly. I'd leave. This is, unfortunately, the problem with many, not all, poly folks. They have this incessant need to act holier than thou and act like their preference is like some kind of enlightened teaching, and anyone who rejects it is a small-minded barbarian. They are all too ready to call you controlling, jealous, old-fashioned, and all that. But it's a total Pikachu.jpg when you turn it around on them and suggest that perhaps in a similar vein, they're lacking in the ability to commit or observe boundaries and self-control. I don't think I've met a single poly person who hasn't at some point tried to sell the lifestyle. Just get on with it and shut up. To this comment, OP said the following, her poly friends totally make me feel like I'm some sort of prude for wanting to be monogamous. They've never said it outright, but they have these odd little disguised backhands at me and sort of make my GF feel like I'm holding her back or something. They never outright say it, but it's just under the surface, hard to put it into words. I totally agree with what was just shared in the comments. OP's partner just doesn't seem like a good match to OP based on the limited information we have. And I really don't like this other girl that's friends with OP's GF. I get the feeling that if given the opportunity, she would self-insert herself into the relationship in a romantic way and then gradually push out OP. The very next day, OP provided us with an update. I'm just going to go off the bullet points of the conversation because I'm over it. She arrived yesterday with a peace offering from our favorite ice cream shop and wanted to set things aside so we could settle down and catch up on the new episode of Hot D. I told her that I was uncomfortable just eating ice cream and watching TV with the elephant in the room. I think she could sense that I was in a different mood than she expected. The talking points were as follows. I mentioned that I felt no need to apologize and referenced that Kyle had never apologized for disrespecting me in my home on other occasions, and that the average person would display hostility towards someone who acted the way Kyle acted. Her response was that she felt it was a first-time offense and that she had no idea I felt so strongly about the jokes in the past. I cut her off and told her that she wasn't listening to me if that was how she felt. She stated that I introduced violence and that's what I should be apologizing for. I stood my ground and said that any person who touches another person's spouse in front of them without their consent should understand that they're going to provoke a reaction. Given that I actually have boxing experience, I showed restraint. She made this weird point that because I have boxing experience, I should somehow be more careful about provoking violent situations because I know that a fight between Kyle and me is a mismatch, which I easily countered with the fact that I didn't provoke the situation. Kyle did, and my girlfriend not seeing that is a problem. She mentioned that it was reckless for me to kick out an intoxicated guest. I easily retorted with, Uber exists. There's no reason to drunk drive in 2024. If she dies in a DUI, it's because she was too cheap or stupid to pay the $15 to get a ride there. I looked it up yesterday. Her stupidity is not my responsibility. I asked her if she'd slept with Kyle in the past. She said no. Maybe I'm biased and not to be trusted, but I believe her. I told her that it makes me super uncomfortable that she keeps pressuring me into having sex with someone I'm unattracted to. This is compounded by the fact that I've had to jump through hoops to make sure that Kyle was comfortable with her sexuality over the years. This is the curveball I didn't expect. She claimed that Kyle actually likes me for that reason, that Kyle shows her affection like a schoolyard idiot, and that Kyle feels comfortable with both of us. My girlfriend feels comfortable with Kyle, so their intention was to gauge my comfort level and proceed. Obviously, I brought up that I wasn't sexually attracted to Kyle in any way and that she hadn't helped her cause by treating me the way she did that night or the nights prior. My girlfriend reiterated that she was unaware that my feelings before were as strong as they were because I didn't display emphasis or something. Essentially, she thought I shrugged it off in good humor. I stated that I'd like to start talking about what a breakup looks like. She was obviously so far from the idea that we were talking about a breakup. Immediate waterworks, immediately incoherent, and apologetic. I brought up that I'm unsure if she actually believes in our shared goals of marriage, parenthood, and monogamy. She was in hysterics, but essentially couldn't believe that I would come to that conclusion based on one night. I reminded her that it was a pattern of behavior, not one night. She then backpedaled and said that her polygamous behavior was a part of her life she wanted to share with me before we were married, and she believed that she was presenting it in a way that she thought would be appealing to me. I think she thinks I have a brain, but I reminded her that I'd shown a lack of interest before and that, in my opinion, this wasn't the first time she'd pitched fooling around with Kyle. She circled back to insisting the other times were jokes. I told her that if she believed that, she either wasn't listening to me or not taking me seriously. I brought up that it wasn't okay that they called me gay because I didn't want to engage with their ideas. I brought up the hypocritical nature of her friend group being so inclusive but making fun of my sexuality when I didn't want to participate in their games. She was hyper apologetic and didn't understand that it was a problem until I framed it as, had the shoe been on the other foot, it would never be acceptable. TLDR, well, there are the talking points. My girlfriend went to work. I said I did too, but actually cashed in on a sick day to research changing locks and breakup logistics. We ended by agreeing to talk more tonight. But I don't know how I can trust what she says. I'm worried that our past relationship will poison my judgment, so I'm trying to get as much ready to rip off the band-aid as I can. She sits firmly in the camp of not wanting to break up, which means she leaves it to me to do it. What do you all think? Stay or nay? User Big Fat Happy Baby said, run. She is the kind that only regrets her actions when the consequences hit her in the face. Under this comment, another user named Hi Mickelson said she is the type of girl who is gaslighting OP, and since he doesn't want a poly relationship, she will start cheating on him if she hasn't already. She seems like the type of girl who doesn't see having sex with other girls while in a relationship as cheating just because the sex was with another woman and not a guy. OP should get tested for STDs fast and not waste more years of his life with someone who doesn't respect his boundaries. User High Hippie at Heart said the following. Honestly, I wouldn't trust that the behavior doesn't go right back to what it was because she can just tell you it's a joke or whatever BS. Also, it comes off as her simply saying whatever needs to be said so you don't leave. That's really hard to trust because desperation doesn't equal honesty. I would break up. She has shown you who she is, and she has shown you that she doesn't listen to you repeatedly. Do you want a relationship where the only time you are listened to or have your feelings respected is when breaking up is on the line? I think you deserve better. Even ignoring all the other disrespectful behavior, not listening, and brushing you off until things are literally blowing up is an issue. A big issue. A relationship-ending issue. The two of you should be the most important to each other, and that means valuing each other's opinions and experiences. She doesn't act as though she values you and yours. User The Grim Dweeber said, I had to go back and check the ages. She's 31, and everything she said is more something I'd expect a teenager to say. Lack of emotional intelligence, lack of empathy, lack of healthy communication, lack of insight. There's a lot. Add to that the very obvious misalignment in your vision for the future of your relationship, and I'd say, do you even want to stay? I get it. You love her, but after a breakup, you will eventually heal, and those feelings will fade. I'm no expert, but if a friend of mine had all this going on and they asked me if they should stay, I would have to do my best not to immediately go, no, this is such a bad idea, start to finish. You're 30, that's a good age to cut your losses, not fall for the sunken cost fallacy, learn from this, and move on to other possibilities. This next story was created in the relationship advice subreddit by user throwaway revolving Mar. The post was created back in 2020 and is titled, "My wife 37F and I 39M entered into an open marriage at her request. Now she wants to close it up again. My wife and I have been married for 15 years. We have 2 children, a 14-year-old girl and a 12-year-old boy. About a year and a half ago, my wife came to me asking for an open marriage. She said she was bored with just us and wanted to experience more. I was very against this, as I am a strong believer that marriage is between 2 people. At the same time, when we got married, I had had 5 partners, and my wife had only been with me. She made it clear that either we opened things up or she was prepared to file for divorce. Neither of us wanted that, so I agreed under certain conditions. Nobody brought back to the house, we don't talk about partners, the kids don't know, the family doesn't know, all partners are tested ahead of time, nobody that we both know, etc. I had a strong suspicion that my wife had someone in mind, and this was confirmed when 24 hours after we agreed, she went out and didn't return until 4 a.m. It was difficult for me to accept, and I was really not okay with it, but I wanted to save my marriage. Last May, I met Amber. Our daughters are in the marching band together. Amber is divorced and has no interest in getting married again. Like everyone else in the world, she does have needs. So, 5 months after opening up the marriage, I began sleeping with Amber. At first, it felt like cheating, but honestly, it's nice to have something no strings attached where neither of us wants it to proceed forward. Over time, I became comfortable with the idea that my wife and I would be able to get our needs met both inside and outside of our marriage. It actually made our sex life a lot more passionate, and we were much happier. My wife and her side guy, who I never met, stopped seeing each other in April amid COVID. From what I gather, while he's in an open marriage, his wife is unaware, and it was too hard to get away. In May, we helped organize a Zoom concert for the band kids, which turned out great, though my wife met Amber for the first time. Well, I guess Amber has been open with a few of the moms because it got back to my wife that Amber was my outside partner. My wife informed me that as we both know Amber, I needed to end things with her. I refused, citing the fact that neither of us knew her ahead of time and them meeting did not violate the rules we established. Throughout the past month, she's numerous times told me that she's uncomfortable with me continuing to sleep with Amber and that I need to conclude the arrangement. Note that she was fine for a year when she was with her partner. This weekend, she came to me and stated that she'd like to close our marriage again. I told her I was open to that as long as we agreed that it would remain closed and moving forward. She agreed that's what she wants as well, that she doesn't need to have any more partners and that she's happy with just me. I told her that we could agree to close the marriage on 2 conditions. The first I laid out above. The second, I wanted her to sign a document waiving spousal support in the event of divorce. She flipped out. She categorically refused to even consider that. My wife is a SAHM and has not worked since we got married. She said that I could keep seeing Amber and leave her with nothing if she signed that. I told her that I'd be willing to include a list of mutually agreed upon situations, including infidelity on my part, where the agreement would be void. She says it's not open for discussion, that she's not going to continue to be cheated on and left with nothing when I decide to leave her for Amber. I pointed out that this whole thing was her idea and that I only went along with it to preserve our marriage. She says that if we don't close the marriage up, then it might as well be over. I told her that I'm not going to tolerate being threatened with divorce every time she doesn't get her way. She says I'm being dramatic and I need to focus on us. Should I agree without stipulations? I know there's no future with Amber as we've both agreed it's purely physical, and even though I know I'm standing my ground, I feel like I'm blowing up my marriage over a dead end. At the same time, I don't believe it's about Amber at all. Update. Based on what some of you have said here, this morning I called Amber up, reminded her that we were supposed to keep things discreet, and asked who she shared the details of our liaison with. She denied telling anyone, and I didn't get the feeling she was lying. I pulled up my wife's Google timeline history and discovered that she tracked me to Amber's house in April. She followed me and then deliberately introduced herself to Amber to create a conflict. Here I was thinking she actually wanted to get involved in band parents, but no, she just wanted to try to end things with my outside partner. I don't even know what to do at this point. TLDR, my wife asked for an open marriage and I reluctantly agreed. Now that she's no longer seeing her outside partner, she wants to close it up again. OP's wife is honestly coming across as kind of pathetic. It's one thing to want to change things and talk it out with your partner. It's an entirely different thing if you want to change the terms that you fought for just because the situation is no longer working out in your favor. I understand that we don't have all of the details, but based on what we do have, it really is coming across as OP's wife wanting to close up the relationship simply because she no longer has an extra guy she can sleep with, which makes her jealous that her husband has another woman. To me, this says a lot about the character of OP's wife, and I am not a fan of the image I'm painting in my mind of her. A user named Ausfrosty said, I suspect your wife flipped because she has no intention of staying with you long term. To this, OP said the following, that's exactly what I thought. Believe me, my intention is not to screw her financially. She's coming from the angle that she's so sure about us now and ready to close things up. Well, what about a year from now or 2 years from now when she decides she wants someone else and decides she wants to open things up again? I'm not going to be blackmailed with divorce every time she wants it both ways. About another 1 to 2 months later, OP gave us an update with a new post. To recap, my wife told me that she wanted an open marriage. I didn't, but I agreed when she told me she was prepared to file for divorce. She had an outside partner within 24 hours. It took me a few months. Her partner and she broke up. She stalked me and introduced herself to my partner to try to force me to end it. When that didn't work, she decided to demand that the marriage be closed again. I put conditions on it that she wasn't willing to accept. Now on to the last month. It's been a very tough month. I confronted my wife about the stalking. She denied it at first, and then I brought up her location history. She attempted to deflect, claiming I invaded her privacy, but I didn't take the bait. Finally, she admitted that she didn't like that I had someone on the side when she didn't, and a mom at the school felt too close to home. I agreed that I would end things with Amber if she would agree to counseling, close the marriage up permanently, and start looking for a job to help with household expenses. She replied that she's a stay-at-home mom. I told her it was something we could revisit after coronavirus is over, but when things normalize, she can't just stay home. We did a few therapy sessions and things went well at first. The therapist challenged her on why she had followed me, asked why she felt she had to go outside the marriage, and had her address pretty much everything going through my mind. Then things went south. She admitted her outside partner was someone from her past, a high school boyfriend. They'd broken up before anything happened and had reconnected. She regretted not going all the way with him in high school and decided that she wanted to fulfill that desire. I was pissed. I told her that if my choosing a mom from school was too close to home, then her choosing a married ex-boyfriend was completely unacceptable. I told her I didn't even want to look at her. I checked into a hotel to go cool off because I didn't want my kids to see me like that. I stayed there for a few days and then decided to go home and deal with what was left of my marriage. When I got home, I found that my daughter was being unusually cold to me. Even for a 14-year-old girl, she was very dismissive. When I asked her what was going on, she went off on me for cheating on mom with a band mom. I asked her where she heard this. She wouldn't tell me at first, telling me it didn't matter, but then finally admitted her mother told her that I was staying at my girlfriend's house after I left. I counted to 10 in my head, told her it wasn't true, showed her the receipt on my phone for the hotel, and told her that her mother and I had a fight, and I decided to take some time away so we could both calm down. She cried a lot, and I promised her that I loved her and I'd always love her. I did my best to remain calm, though I was burning up inside. I didn't even go to my wife. I went on Facebook and found the guy's wife. I sent her a message letting her know that for a year and a half, her husband had been having an affair with my wife, and I'd be happy to send her any proof she'd like. She was very appreciative and had suspected something was up. A few hours later, my wife came to me in a rage, screaming that I had violated the confidentiality of our therapy and ruined the guy's life. I asked her what she meant to do by telling our daughter that I had a girlfriend. She denied doing it and still refuses to admit that she told her anything other than I was away for a few days. This went down on last Thursday. We haven't spoken to each other since. We are supposed to have another counseling session tomorrow, though I don't know if it's even worth going. I keep catching her in lies, and I don't think I'll ever be able to trust her again. I know that filing for divorce is the wise choice at this point, but I feel sick thinking about it. I feel like a failure because I couldn't make my marriage work. I know that's where it's going to end up. I just feel like I'm going to throw up every time I try to call an attorney. One user named Cadillac Dawn said the following: appreciate the update. I'm sorry to hear therapy is only bringing more things to light, and your wife drowning in her sea of lies has clearly shattered your trust in her completely. I hope for the sake of the kids that your wife wasn't the one to tell that to your daughter, but when people are sinking fast, they'll latch onto anybody to keep them afloat, and turning the kids against you isn't exactly an original strategy. You are not a failure because the marriage has run its course. At this point, it's probably best to contact that attorney, no matter how difficult it may be. Do it for you, do it for your kids, even do it for your wife so she can hit rock bottom on her own without destroying your life in the process. Another user named 00Lisa00 left the following comment: you didn't fail. Your wife wanted to cheat but didn't want to call it cheating. She never wanted or expected you to do the same. The fact she said she'd divorce you if you didn't is extra manipulative. The fact she tried to harm your relationship with your daughter is the last straw. I personally wouldn't find this situation fixable, but never beat yourself up for any of this. This is all your wife going off the rails and you tried hanging on for dear life, but maybe it's time to let go. Also, I'd be fully open with your daughter about the whole situation. It will all come out eventually, so the true story instead of rumors and lies is much healthier. Another user named DSave said the following: your spouse telling your daughter half-truths to poison her against you would be the final red line in my book. I would fill the daughter in on your side with names and dates. At this point, I think your daughter's affection is the only battlefield for your wife. She is barely old enough to learn of this, and your wife crossed that Rubicon. Then I would file. Enough of your ex-wife's games. I think she is pushing you to file to blame you in your daughter's eyes. Time for her to see what life as a single mother looks like, not least because she will get a job. I think she has an illusion of limitless alimony. There is no such thing as a stay-at-home divorcee. Then user careful delay 6068 left this comment: I suppose there's no age limitation for lack of maturity. One would expect that people in their late 30s pushing 40, especially those who are married with children, would take life's responsibilities seriously and not succumb to infantile adolescent urges for instant gratification. Question to your wife: was it worth wrecking a good marriage, at least up until her sexual urges consumed her, just to whet her appetite for physical attraction towards someone other than her spouse? Question to you: why did you agree to an open marriage if you were against it, based on principle moral code? Even if your answer is that your love for her is totally unconditional, that you cannot think of life without her, that you'd do anything for her, did you ever stop to think what her out-of-the-blue proposition means? Why? What happened after 14 years? Did you step back and try to discern any qualitative difference in your relationship? If there was none, then all I can say is that she is a late bloomer vis-a-vis awareness, romantic relationships, etc. Perhaps it was gradual, or perhaps a sudden change/realization that she is attracted to people other than her spouse. Neither of you sounds like people who believe in alternative lifestyles such as open marriage/polyamory. In that case, she could very well be telling you the truth. Her former boyfriend could very well be the one that got away. Perhaps she regretted that so much that she either dug him up or had a chance reacquaintance, after which they reconnected and maintained a relationship, albeit not physically. I would speculate that she most likely than not would have cheated on you. However, being a sachem, it would be difficult if not impossible for her to be away from you or your family at all odd times of day or night, if she has been more of a homebody all these years. Therefore, she decided to execute Plan B, knowing you far better than you do her, with the open marriage proposition and a threat of divorce. She must know that you don't like divorce, and or your weakness, if one could call it that, is your wife and the kids. To me, it seems that she has always held the threat of divorce over your head as a trump card and a bluff that she never intended, or intended now that things may have changed, to follow through. Your update about your recent discussion with her that you want her to get a job, which she flatly rejected, proves that she really doesn't want a divorce but uses it as a weapon because it works. Why wouldn't she want to get a job if she is ready for a divorce? After all, even with alimony, she would be worse off financially, and her standard of living would diminish. That would happen to you both for that matter. So why wouldn't she try to get a job if that would attain a better standard of living / quality of life? Moreover, alimony, what you call spousal support, is not forever. Those days are long gone. In most states, divorce courts expect a non-working spouse to get a job and become independent eventually. I am sorry to inform you that she checked out of your marriage the day her sexual attraction towards her ex-boyfriend became so strong that she decided to act upon the urge. As things stand now, I feel that neither of you loves each other the way you used to. The flame is burning low, if not sputtering on the brink. Your marriage has devolved into one-upmanship. I ran out of time last night, but my recommendation to you would be that you ought to focus on your children from here on instead of your wife. If you are a responsible parent who loves his children immensely, wants to do right by them, and wants to have a very close and honest relationship with them, now is the time to pay attention to your daughter. She, being in her early teens, is perhaps at her most vulnerable and impressionable phase of her life. If your wife continues to feed misinformation in order to manipulate her to side with her mom, and you, on the other hand, try to present facts contrary to what she is being told by her mom, it shall create a very confusing and chaotic situation for your daughter. You should work to build trust with your daughter so that you are able to lay the bare facts to her. You should do it sooner rather than later, as you should know very well that your wife is already hard at work to make her daughter side with manufactured stories. Finally, I would encourage you to work on yourself to become a strong and self-reliant person. As the relationship with your wife has probably run its course, it is time to think about yourself first and to try your utmost to be the best parent to your children. That was the final update we got from OP regarding this situation. This woman is just a piece of trash. I really wish we got an update, but doesn't look like we will. Whenever I hear talks about an open relationship, it never works out in the end. One comment that I didn't read said that having an open marriage is just divorce, but with extra steps. This first story was created in 2020 by a user named Choice Evidence 1983 in the relationship advice subreddit. The post is titled, "I am 27F and my husband, 24M, is cheating on me with his brother." English isn't my first language, so I apologize for any mistakes. Obviously, this is a throwaway. Okay, so this sounds crazy and I know it. But let me explain. The last 24 hours or so have been pure hell for me, and I'm tired. I cry constantly. As background, we've been married for 5 years and together for 8. We have been in an open relationship for 3 years. We're both bisexual, and I'm more than happy that he can explore that side of himself with other men, just as I can do the same with women. We have rules, though. We've agreed that we're going to tell each other when we hook up with other people. Now, to the story. A week ago, I drove several hours to see my sick mother in Kortrijk. I left my husband at home since he was working from home and couldn't come with me. Also, my mother dislikes him because he's a foreigner. I texted Marcus to wish him a happy birthday, but he didn't reply. I thought he was out drinking and didn't think much of it. However, I came back a day earlier, yesterday, than planned, intending to surprise my husband. I entered our house and heard noises. I was confused because my husband hadn't told me that he was going to see someone. I kind of brushed it off, thinking it was just him pleasuring himself and watching porn. All was good. 20 to 30 minutes later, my husband came downstairs, saw me, and went pale. I mean, white as a ghost. He stared at me, stammered, and looked guilty. At that point, I thought, there's something up. Not 2 minutes later, his brother came downstairs and he had a hickey, well, several on his neck. He greeted me stiffly and said that he had to run back home to his girlfriend. My husband didn't acknowledge Marcus leaving, which was unusual since they usually hug and linger. They're very close and have always been ever since I met my husband about 10 years ago. What was that about? I asked my husband. He was very evasive, dodging the question and saying that they had a row. I pressed on the matter, asking what they fought about. Nothing, he told me, now irritated. I kept pressing. He finally relented, saying that Marcus cheated on his girlfriend and that the woman he cheated with escaped through the window. We have a one-story house, so it's kind of plausible when they heard my car. I was suspicious, but I assumed he was lying about the car thing and that he'd seen or heard me in the house and alerted his brother and his mistress. Marcus cheating on his girlfriend is not fine with me. His girlfriend is my friend too, and she's amazing working on the front lines of this pandemic. My husband told me he had to do some work and that he had a client, which was actually true, so he wasn't lying about that. I was still a bit weirded out by the whole thing. Marcus lives alone, so why was he hooking up with some random woman in our home? Later last night, I felt like something was off. Normally, my husband would be very excited that I'm home, and every time I've been somewhere, he's been very romantic and initiated sex. Now, nothing. He's very quiet, reserved, and nervous. When my husband took a shower, I went after him to wash my face and noticed that he too had hickeys on his chest that he tried to cover up when he saw me. I felt sick to my stomach and decided to go through his phone. Yeah, I know, I shouldn't have done that. I was 100% sure he had a guy over too. I was still reading the conversations between him and his brother when my husband came out of the shower. The conversations were explicit. The reality hit me like a ton of bricks. I asked my husband what was going on and why he was flirting with Marcus. He told me it was a joke, just joking between brothers, and it sometimes goes too far. I didn't buy it. I went to sleep because I was exhausted from the trip. I was woken in the middle of the night by my husband crying his eyes out in our living room. So I went to ask what was wrong, and he told me everything. How he has an on-off relationship with his brother. They started having sex over 10 years ago. First, it was mutual masturbation, and then it just escalated into sex. He says it was because of their religious upbringing and that he knew nothing about sex or sexuality until we started dating. My husband and Marcus are not in contact with their parents. They had a falling out about 6 years ago, and I was told it was because Marcus was dating a person of color back then. Well, now I'm thinking they got caught, and that's why their parents disowned them. Now I haven't slept since that night, and I don't know what to do. I can't look at my husband, and I don't know if I should tell Marcus's girlfriend about all this or what. I want to leave my husband, but at the same time, I don't. Should I contact their parents and ask what really happened 6 years ago? Is this something a therapist could handle? Is our relationship salvageable? Cheating is not something I'd break up over, but I can't shake the slimy feeling I have. My husband had sex with his brother, and yes, they have the same parents, so they're not stepbrothers or anything. Of course, I've been thinking about the relationship my husband and Marcus had when they were younger. Like I said, they have always been very, very close. But I should have seen the red flags. I should have known. Something weird happened just before we started dating, and now I'm thinking it wasn't as innocent as it seemed back then. I'm lost. I'm confused. I don't know what to do. I can't talk about this to my friends or my parents. I'm starting to think about killing myself so I wouldn't feel this way. I'm making one small update now, and I'll return sometime tomorrow. A few things have happened now. I asked Marcus's girlfriend to come and see me later today. It's nearly 1 a.m. here currently. She agreed and said, "I think I know what's going on." My husband said he's not coming home. He tells me he's at a friend's house, but I know he's not there because I contacted said friend. I'm assuming he's at Marcus's place. I'll contact a therapist first thing Monday. I have written an email and I'll send it early Monday morning. My husband told me a bit more, but he claims it all started from him. I don't believe it. I think he's lying to protect his brother. Marcus left me a voicemail saying that he can explain the situation. He did explain it, telling that it was this one time only, but he didn't know that my husband had already told me that it has been going on over 10 years. It all started when my husband had just turned and came out as bisexual. I feel very sad and angry. I almost drove to Marcus's house because I wanted to yell at him. For those claiming my husband is gay, it's not true. He came out before anything happened with Marcus. I texted their parents and said I wanted to talk with them and said that something bad happened, but their boys were all right. I'm not all right. I asked a friend to come to our house an hour ago and I showed this post to her. She's very angry and says that we have to get my husband to therapy like some of you kind souls told me. Thank you everyone. I'll answer your comments when I've rested. I need sleep and food. About 2.5 months later, OP provided us with an update. First of all, thank you everyone for your comments. Second, I'm sorry this took so long. I have been extremely depressed lately, unable to even go to work. I was laid off due to COVID, although I know it's because of this situation. In late July, after I posted my original post, I contacted a therapist and got treatment for my husband. I decided not to file for divorce. I also told Marcus's girlfriend what had happened. She knew already, which was such a betrayal in my opinion. We are no longer friends, and I haven't seen Marcus since July. Unfortunately, in the middle of August, my husband committed. I am writing this depressed, lonely, and so angry. Law is clear in situations like this. Consensual incest is okay, so there's nothing I can do anymore. My husband died, and his secrets and the truth died with him. There's no evidence that Marcus ever raped him even though that is what my husband told me. He didn't get a chance to tell his therapist. I'm alone. So alone. All my friends have left me because they think this was somehow my fault. My husband's parents are not happy. I wrote in my previous post that I was thinking my husband and Marcus got caught. They did. Their parents told me as much. I don't know what else to say. Thank you for the kind words and support I got. I wish things had gone differently. Then after another 3 years, OP gave us yet another update. July 2020. Seems so far away now after everything. August 2020 is when my husband unfortunately decided to end his life. October 2020 is when I last wrote an update. It's been well over 3 years now, but after all this time, the grief remains. I miss my husband dearly, and I am devastated that he isn't here anymore. I have now moved far away from everyone. I'm living in a different country now. I am happy, I guess. Things could be worse. I'd like to thank everyone who contributed to my initial post. I'm now in a better place for sure, but I still miss my husband every day. His smile, his laughter, his kindness. A lot has happened after my last post. Mainly, Marcus is now dead too. He was drunk, went for a drive, and drove himself into a tree. I was, and I am, sort of happy about that, even though I guess I shouldn't. I have my suspicions that he aimed for a tree on purpose. Can't say for sure, but that's what I think. Anyway, I will never return to this account. Therapy has helped me, but not enough. I am scarred by what happened, and I'd like to spend the rest of my life away from this horrid thing. When I die, I'll be able to see my husband again. I hope he's waiting for me on the other side. Once again, thank you everyone. It's time for me to finally move forward. A user named Nickels on Girls said the following. I dated a guy for 4 years when I was 18 and just thought he was bi because he had experiences with men, and that was fine by me. But one night he dropped the bombshell on me that his uncle, who had tattooed me and I'd known for a few years at that point, used to him years ago. My BF was around 23 or 24 when he was telling me this and didn't think he'd been because he'd liked the way it felt and how well he was taught to perform oral and he had other major issues and I broke up with him for other reasons, but to this day I think about it. Sometimes I think about reporting it, but it's been over 20 years and would just be hearsay without any evidence. Sometimes I think about warning the family because he told me details I would never have known otherwise and they'd likely believe me, but it would bring a lot of drama. This whole story is just so messed up. There are things that I want to say, but due to the nature of the story, YouTube doesn't really like it if we're too explicit. But anyway, just tragic for both OP and her husband. This is definitely up there with some of the worst Reddit posts I've ever come across. This next post was made in the relationship advice subreddit in 2022 by a user named Mortalis Virgo. The post is titled, My Mother 62F wants to rekindle a relationship with me 33F after I discovered a family secret and I don't know if I should give her another chance. Throwaway account JIC, longtime lurker and first time poster. I never knew I would end up with a story worthy of posting, but here we are. Mostly looking for some advice here as I am at a loss. A little bit of background for you. I live in the US now and have for most of my life, but my family has deep roots in a culture that puts special emphasis on family ties, faithfulness, male children, and a successful career. I am sure some of you can read into that and realize that I break pretty much all of these. I have been estranged from my parents for most of my life. As a 17-year-old, I ran away from home and have been no/low contact ever since. Growing up was something of a nightmare. My father was pretty much hands-off, having been disappointed his eldest was a girl. He was actually willing to see how I turned out, since he was willing to bend gender norms in our culture for my mother and let her be in charge of raising me, as she has a very strong personality and likes to be in charge, something that will make many appearances in this story. To him, perhaps I would take after my mother. Spoiler alert, I don't really take after her in any way that he thought I would. My mother, perhaps making up for the lack of my father being in my life, never gave me a moment of privacy or an inch of slack. Everything about my life was shared and subsequently judged. Nothing was good enough for my mother and she never let anything go. I was too thin, looking like I'm gaining weight, my grades were too low, and then when they were higher, I wasn't participating in a sport and being lazy. And when I added sports and other extracurriculars and my grades dropped, I was right back to where I started. Too pale, too tan, too ugly, too much makeup, you get the idea. Nothing was good enough for her. And of course, my father was no help because he wanted a boy, and he got me, and therefore my mother must be right, and I must be a complete failure, right? Then when I was in elementary school, my mother had another child. Surprise, another daughter. Just what they wanted. Not. That being said, my father treated us completely the same. My preteen self was treated no better or worse than my child sister, and that continued as we aged. The same can't be said for my mother. As I'm sure it is not unusual for you readers to see, my sister was the golden child of us two. My mother kissed the ground she walked on. Well, not really, but you get the idea. To skip a bunch of emotional asides, I will cut to the chase for the breaking point that signified my running away from home. My sister died. We were close-ish, at least enough to be prepared to stay in contact with her even if I decided to go low contact with my parents, so this hit me really hard. It wasn't anyone's fault and I don't want to go too far into it, but it was a freak accident that happened on my 17th birthday. That being said, my father retreated even further away and my mother did blame me, despite my having nothing to do with the accident other than being born on the day it happened. Things got much worse after that. Nothing physical, but every time I talked to my mother after that day, we were screaming. My father didn't say a word to me. Eventually, I couldn't take it anymore, and I ran to stay with a childhood friend of mine who was close enough to be my brother and continued going to school. My mother probably knew where I went, but made no effort to get in contact with me, not even calling or anything. If she didn't know where I was, it's not like she filed a missing persons report or anything. We didn't talk for almost 5 years after that. That was the no contact part of this. At that 5-year mark, my girlfriend at the time finally persuaded me to reach out, and so began the low contact part. Now, that's most of the background. The background covers 2 of the 4 cardinal family values: family ties and male children. 2 failures, right? Well, now we get into the other 2. Faithfulness and a successful career. Since we started low contact again, my parents have discovered what I do for a living, which honestly isn't much, at least in their eyes. Now, what does that mean, you might be asking? Well, I do odd jobs. I travel all over and take on clients who need a person with a varied skill set, mostly in business management. Sometimes this involves helping to start a business, turning a business into a franchise, or helping move a company overseas and set up a base in a new country. Lots of that kind of stuff. It's not really a job title with a neat little description, and the pay varies wildly depending on what's in my scope and how many random skills they need me to learn. I'm a bit of a jack of all trades. Of course, my ex-lawyer mother and surgeon father aren't fans of this. To me, I have had a very successful career. I'm happy with what I do, travel a ton, have learned a bunch of languages, have friends all over the globe, and I make a lot of money. A lot of money. With all the businesses I've worked with, I have plenty of friends who taught me about investments, and I've also made my money make me more money. I live very comfortably and work in bursts, which leaves me with a lot of free time. Now, my parents, who don't really understand what I do, despite how many times I've tried to tell them, don't see it the same way I do and have made it very clear to me that their disappointment is strong. Quite very strong. Every time we talk, they start suggesting law or medical schools and assuring me they could get me a much better job for someone from this family, whatever that means. This recently ended up in a very special edition screaming match, with my father actually joining in the screaming as a special guest. I took off from that family dinner to one of my friend's houses and we got very wine drunk. She asked me why my mother hated me so much, so we decided to come up with the most ridiculous reasons as we got progressively drunker. This led my friend to jokingly say that maybe my mother hates me so much because she's not really my mother. I knew that exact scenario wouldn't be possible because there are pictures of me in the hospital room right after labor, but there's another very close possibility that stuck in my head for weeks after that. Eventually, it ate away at me enough that I did one of those ancestry DNA tests and realized why exactly my mother hates me so much. Faithfulness. According to my DNA or whatever, I have plenty of relatives on my mother's side and not a single one on my father's side. So she cheated on him and I was a beautiful reminder of her own failure. Yay me. I knew even then that she cheated because my parents tried for children for years before they had me and even had 2 miscarriages before having me, as was often hurled in my face during arguments. When I finally calmed down after this revelation, I took my mother out for lunch, showed her my evidence, and told her my findings, after which my mother broke down right in front of me. Now, remember when I said that my mother took the role of head of the family in place of my father, who, as the man of the house, would have traditionally taken on the head of the family role, and this only happened because of my mother's strong personality? Yeah, up until that point, I don't think I had ever seen my mother cry before in my life, and that's when I got a hell of a story. My mother actually apologized, though I don't think it was really directed toward me and more about the situation in general, and told me the man who is my bio dad, BD, was a one-night stand and she didn't even know his name. She had been in a really low place when she just happened to meet him, having just fought with her husband over their second miscarriage several months prior. My BD was charming, smooth, and as my mother put it, magical. She said it was the first time in many months that anyone had made her feel desirable and beautiful and not like a failure, which isn't surprising considering the pressure to have children young in my extended family/culture. This resulted in her sleeping with a stranger, something she just did to scratch an itch before returning to her life. When she found out she was pregnant with me, the thought that I wasn't my father's daughter didn't even cross her mind. In fact, she didn't have an inkling until I was old enough to really develop what she described as my BD's exact smile. This instilled a lot of fear in her that I was a product of her infidelity and was the start of her hatred toward me. After my sister was born, she again thought that perhaps things were fine because obviously she was capable of having children with her husband. Unfortunately for all of us, my sister passed and I started to resemble her one-night stand more and more the older I got, and my mother had nothing left but disgust for me. Of course, that was before I figured it out. It's been about a week since then, and I have decided I need help from people who are less biased than my personal friends because, at the end of my mother's story, she was crying and apologizing and even admitted that the person she really hated all these years was herself. She begged me not to tell my father and asked if I could ever forgive her and come back into the family, and I told her I had no idea what to say to that because I'd been dealing with this for so long for it to just come to a point like this. I don't know what I left out and have just sort of been rambling, so feel free to ask clarifying questions and whatnot, but I guess I just need to see what people think I should do. Should I keep it from my father? Should I try to get along with them now that my mother seems to have let go of some of her resentment now that the secret is out? I know my mother and have seen so many of her sides that I can really tell when she's being sincere or lying to me, and she did seem entirely sincere about trying to make amends for all she's done to me so far. So what should I do? TLDR, my mother was verbally abusive during my childhood and it's been 16 years since I ran away from home. I have been low contact for 11 years. I recently discovered the root of her hatred toward me as a child was that she had a one-night stand and cheated on my dad, resulting in her pregnancy with me. Now that she's come clean, she wants another chance to have a relationship with me, as I am her only living daughter. Do I give her another chance? OP's mom is honestly despicable. The fact that she felt quote-unquote disgusted whenever she looked at OP when OP never even asked to be introduced into the world is so irritating. It's actually insane that this woman carried through with having a child via an affair and nobody figured it out. Personally, I wouldn't forgive someone like OP's mom, but then again, I'm not the person in this situation in the first place. Again, if you've been listening to the channel for a while now, you'll know I'm petty, so if I was OP, I would go through with telling the dad about the affair. To be quite frank, for all of the emotional and mental trauma that OP's mom has caused, she deserves this. A user named AnonMalon12 said, "Girl, this is a hard one. I go back and forth with this myself because it is hard when it's your family, but you're also allowed to have boundaries in your life about people regardless of who they are, and if they cross those boundaries, then you're allowed to do what you need to as a way to find peace from it. I think it's kind of ironic that men are so important in your culture since your father doesn't even act like one by letting your mom rule the roost. Also, if you had not discovered her infidelity, would she even be apologizing to you and trying to make things right? That's what gets me. Is her apology genuine or just her way of trying to keep you from telling your dad the truth?" Another user named Redditor with a bunch of numbers said the following: "This might be because I grew up with an emotionally and verbally abusive stepdad, but I think you should tell your dad from how you are saying it. It doesn't really sound like your mother cared to make amends with you. She just doesn't want your dad to find out. And at this point in your life, if she doesn't want to talk to you after that, it wouldn't be the first time. I personally don't see a reason for you to go back to the family. Tell your dad and leave it at that. If they want to talk to you again, they will reach out." User Bry117 said, "The choice is fully yours, but here's the brass tacks. She made your life hell for her mistake and got away with it. She abused you, manipulated you, dragged you through life by your ankle, and told you to stop complaining about the dirt in your mouth because she fucked up. Now, you can give her a chance at redemption. Keep in mind that you are very aware she will probably fail. It probably hurt again and you may just end up with no contact again. Me, I'm petty. What you have is lightning in a jar and her name is written on it. I would go all out, scorched earth. I would absolutely detonate that nuke right in her face. Take all that evidence to your dad, her family, everyone. Make her stand there and watch as you pull her life apart, as you destroy everything she has ever known. Make her beg and plead, give her a little hope, and then squash it in her eyes so you can see the light go out as she realizes her mistake has finally caught up with her, and all the years she spent torturing you for something you had no control over at all only fueled the fire that now is consuming her. Make her realize that, slowly break her down on a level so far she begins to realize this is all her own fault. After all, she deserves nothing less, or you could be a bigger person and forgive her. She doesn't deserve it. She won't be grateful for very long, and she certainly has no remorse for what she did to you. This first story was created in the Off My Chest subreddit. The user is named FeistyCurrency127 and the post is titled, "I married my wife because I owed her family 100k. I grew up in a neglectful family. I never knew who my father was, and my mother clearly never wanted a child and preferred having fun with so many new boyfriends and husbands I honestly lost count. My basic physical needs were met: food, clothes, a place to live, and that's pretty much all she ever did. We moved to a new city when I was 11 in the middle of the school year, and that's when I met my wife. I was seated next to her in history class, and I started befriending this awkward, shy, nervous girl who was also so nice and pure. We started by being acquaintances. A few days later, I walked into the cafeteria and saw a girl spilling a carton of milk on her head with a bunch of other bullies tormenting her. She had been bullied by this group of people for most of her early life. I stepped in and yelled at them to stop. The bullies were a bunch of jackasses who only picked on defenseless people, so they were speechless when someone actually showed some resistance, and they left. From then on, I began to spend most of my time with her. It was a win-win situation for both of us. I was her first and only friend. We used to sit together anytime we could. We ate together and hung out after school. She was no longer lonely, and the bullying with me around came down by at least half, although it did not stop entirely. I had peace of mind because I was stopping her from getting hurt, and she helped me escape the hellish emptiness of my house. I started to hang out at her place almost every afternoon to play video games or swim in her pool, and at night I would have dinner with her family. It was the closest thing I had to having a loving family. Hanging out with her was also pretty fun, and her personality gradually started to come out. Her family, which consisted of her mother and her aunt, warmly welcomed me, and I was almost instantly a part of their family, which is kind of insane when I think about it. Her family is loaded, and they used to spoil me with gifts even if I had a hard time accepting them. I cried the first time I had gifts on Christmas when I celebrated with them because my mother never once offered me anything. As years went by, the bond between me and my wife only got stronger. I was the first person outside of her family whom she could confide in, and she basically told me all about her personal issues concerning her sick sister, her asshole of a father, the bullying, and her insecurities. I always was a support beam for her. At the time, I figured out that she was in love with me, but I didn't reciprocate because I only liked her, if you know what that feels like. I also didn't want to ruin our friendship and have her family stop treating me so well. In high school, the bullying fully stopped. She was much more confident and less awkward, and she found a loyal group of friends who could protect her. It also helped that she became really pretty. We were still very close, even if we naturally spent less time together, and she still came to me anytime she needed to vent about her issues. Her love for me only grew with time, and things became a bit awkward at times, but it was nothing I couldn't handle. I made sure we didn't cross the line. However, this all changed when I was 17. I got my driver's license. Getting a car with insurance would cost a ton of money for an unsupported teen like me. My wife's mother bought me my first car. I didn't even ask for it, she just paid for it as she paid for her daughters. And it was a pretty damn good car too. I estimate it was around 40k in total. A few weeks later, it was time to apply for college. I didn't want to go, mainly because of the student loans I would have to take, and also since I was not the best in my studies, contrary to my wife, who was gifted. Her mom decided to pay for my college tuition. I refused at first, but she insisted, saying I would also be there for her daughter since we went to the same college, even if I knew deep down it was simply an excuse. She just wanted the best for me and to give me the chance to get an education. At that moment, I realized the only way I could pay her back, I owed her family around $100K at this point, was by taking care of her daughter, and that's what I did. I opened my heart to her. She was so happy, and her family and friends were too. She was the one who confessed her feelings first. She was the one who kissed me first. She was the one who initiated our first time. She was the one who proposed. We've been married for 4 years now and together for 10. Our lives have settled. We moved to a beautiful place and are going to start trying for a baby soon. I still owe her mother for the money, but anytime I try to talk to her about paying her back, she brushes me off and tells me she considers me her son and won't accept a single cent I give her. Her words. The thing is, I like my wife and care for her, but she loves me so much, and I don't know what to do about it. She doesn't know it, obviously. She deserves someone better than me who would love her with all his might, but she is too passionate to realize it. Our lives are perfect, and I am so happy with her. I have never thought about cheating once. I'd honestly rather die than hurt her. To conclude, I am an average-looking guy with a low-income job who is married to a drop-dead gorgeous woman who has a PhD, an excellent job, is loyal, loves me with all her heart, and wants to build a family and spend the rest of her life with me. If I could take it back, I would, because she deserves someone better than me in every single aspect. I just feel like she is wasting her life with me. I do not want to end the marriage because even if I think it would be better for her to find someone else, it would absolutely crush her and her family, and I do not want that. It would also destroy me in so many ways that I do not want to think about it. I just wanted to get this off my chest. I am not even sure if I'm looking for any answers, but I would appreciate any constructive comments. Thanks for reading. I feel like there is a lot of context missing from here. We don't know very much about OP himself, more so just information on his wife. But based on what OP shared, it sounds like he has very low self-esteem, which is contrary to the fact that he stood up against bullies. But then again, that was when he was very young and a lot could have happened since. I'm just glad that his wife found someone as kind as himself. In another world, she may have found an exploitative or manipulative partner that took advantage of her family's resources. Anyway, I think OP needs therapy. Again, we don't have much information on him, but if he is being responsible and not indulging in degenerate activities or being lazy, then I don't see the issue here. His wife wants to be with him. She deserves what she wants, and if she thinks that OP is the one and OP feels the same, there's no reason not to be together. A user named Yonk182 said, "This sounds to me like until you love yourself and deem yourself worthy of these gifts, and they are gifts and not loans you need to pay back, you won't really be able to fully embrace your life. It sounds like you love your wife, but because you think you aren't worthy, you are keeping a wall up. You don't even realize that what you have given her over the years is worth more than 100K. You gave her companionship, protection, self-respect, and security, and gave her a foundation to grow into this amazing woman. You are not just an average-looking dude with a low-income job. You are her base." Now excuse me as I go listen to The Wind Beneath My Wings by Bette Midler. Another user named Vaug Han Schleia said, "Been married for 14 years, together 18. My guy, it very much sounds like you love her. I love my wife to death, but I know she could do better. She loves me and die her. That's all that matters. Had a guy friend whose family did stuff like this for me to her mom. You are family and owe nothing." Another comment was made by a user named Big Bob C. It says, "Dude, you need to look in the mirror. You will see someone who took care of your wife from the day you met her, who defended her when she was most vulnerable, who has always been there for her. That voice telling you that you aren't good enough for her is a liar. An echo of your neglected childhood. So tell that voice to pipe down. You have a beautiful, brilliant wife who needs your full attention." Another user named Dark Recess said, "You say she loves you far more than you love her, but I'm going to tell you that you're wrong. You won't accept that right now. You'll automatically shake your head at my reply as soon as you read it, but in time, you'll come to understand what I'm saying is true. You stood up for her when nobody else would. That planted the seed. Then you spent time with her and got to know her, which gave you the friendship, which was the foundation of love. Sure, the investment her family made in you felt and still feels like a massive obligation that you'll never be able to repay, but even as your childhood trauma was telling you to run away from the first truly safe person and family you'd known, you still held on and stood by her side. That was the first glimpse of you loving her. You've shared laughter and tears and frustration and anger and are now married, and somewhere along the way you truly fell in love, but are terrified to actually feel it, that in case the other shoe drops and everything is ripped away. You know how I know you're in love with her as much as she is with you. Because I bet everything I own and everything you own that every time you even begin to think of life without her, you get a god-awful hollow feeling in your chest and your stomach feels like it just dropped out. I bet even the thought fills you with a kind of horror that makes you want to cry your heart out rather than even begin to follow those thoughts to a conclusion. That's love, stupid. It isn't flashy, it isn't fireworks and glitter like you see in movies. It's being side by side with someone you can be yourself with and who does their very best to lift you up just as you try to lift them up. It's holding hair out of the way when they throw up during illness or rubbing their back when they ache from doing too much. Love is working with your person when they're so angry they can't think straight until that anger has dissipated and they laugh at how stupid it was to get worked up. It's cooking something simple when neither of you can be bothered and giggling when it doesn't go quite as you planned. It's laughing together at something and only you two understand why it's funny. Love is finding the person whose edges fit well with yours and not only accepts those edges but loves them because they're part of you. You may not think you're good enough for her, but she thinks it enough for the both of you until you can. Let go of your past, push the anxieties back, and just try be there in the moment with her and enjoy every second. In time, you'll recognize that you found love in a place you didn't expect and that you actually do deserve it. User Signal Historian 456 said, "Mate, you love your wife with every fiber of your being. This woman sounds damn smart. Not just book smart, but also emotionally, and she would have seen this from miles away. Love isn't all butterflies and roses. Love is a solid foundation, a decision you make every single day, a fight, a war sometimes, but it's always there. You love your wife way too much to hurt her. You should really think about therapy to work through your childhood. How are you supposed to know what love is when you have to grow up like that? Every word you say about your wife screams that you love her. And no, you're not being selfish for wanting this woman for yourself, to want to spend the rest of your life with her, and no, you're not beneath her. Who cares what your job is or if you could go modeling if you wanted to? To your wife, you're the most handsome man around. She only wants you, and no rich and good-looking guy could ever make her take her eyes off of you. That's not what this is about. Love isn't logic. Love is dedication, loyalty, care, respect, and so many more things. You say it yourself, you never thought about cheating, but I bet it's not just because of what it would do to her and her family, it's also about you not wanting anyone else but her. You can't tell me that you would have ever been able to look into her eyes and kiss her or later get intimate with her without loving her. You put yourself beneath her, that's why she made the first big steps. But you know what? You're so worth it and you deserve every single bit of it. Take a look around at all the couples that have been together for a longer period of time. The crushes and being madly in love with all the excitement, etc. wear off. What stays is nothing or love. And love is, again, something you choose every day and fight for. You cannot tell me that you fool yourself enough to look into your wife's eyes, to hold her after making love, to see her laugh without knowing deep down that you love her more than words could ever express, that she's your person. This wasn't some fairy tale story where you saw her and that was it. It grew with time, slow and steady. And yes, you wouldn't have dated her if her mom hadn't invested this money, but just because you don't think you're good enough, your wife would have never done any of this with you, any of all those steps in the past 10 years, if she didn't know 100% that you love her. If she wouldn't feel your love. You're worth it. A user named iPlayRS sometimes said, "As a former therapist, it pains me to read your story and I feel for you. Growing up in a neglectful family can really impact your self-image and worth. How your wife views you is entirely different than how you view yourself. Even if you were the best husband in the world, your current self could never see yourself in that way. You are worthy of giving love and receiving love just as everyone else is. There could potentially be trauma from your childhood that you need to work through and process. If you ever feel up to it, maybe try some therapy at some point. It's as bad as it is stigmatized to be." Then user like nothing is said, "Sweetie, you don't owe her family. Your wife's mother saw a child who needed help and a stable, healthy adult in their life, and she was able to provide those things for you emotionally and materially. She told you herself. To her, you are family, and family takes care of each other. Please believe her. And for your sake, that of your wife, your marriage, and your future child, please get therapy. Most people, even those with good lives, would benefit from it. But your history of childhood neglect, yes, even if it wasn't that bad, and bullying have definitely impacted your sense of self and self-worth. Think of it this way, your wife, the drop-dead gorgeous woman who has a PhD, an excellent job, and is loyal. chose you. You. She loves you with all her heart. Don't do this wonderful, intelligent woman a disservice and imagine her as incapable of making a good decision about her life and happiness. This clever, beautiful human could have made different choices too, but she chose you. You might not see the reason why she loves you, but your wife sure does. This next post was made in the Off My Chest subreddit by a user named Noah Trevor. The post was made less than a week ago and is titled, "Should I Delete My 6 terabytes porn collection?" I've been downloading P for at least 10 years, usually deleting the hard drive after a certain point. But since lockdown, I've amassed 6 terabytes of hardcore, some extreme but mostly vanilla P. Downloading it became a ritual, a way to watch P without watching P. A safe zone. But now I have support to break free from this addiction and someone suggested I delete the drive. However, it is my precious. I have deleted similar drives before, but always ended up regretting it and re-downloading everything. I'm scared that if I delete this one, I'll just fall back into the same pattern. It feels like letting go of this hard drive is letting go of a part of my comfort zone, and I'm not sure how to handle that. Why do I fear letting it go? Why am I so afraid of not being able to watch P ever again? No, I won't stream. If I'm to watch P, I want HQ, so download. It has been such a huge part of my life and coping mechanism. Has anyone else faced this kind of situation? How did you handle it? Did deleting your stash, not necessarily P, help in the long run, or did you end up going back to old habits? Edit, I have already sought help and have a support group, which for now is my therapy as my addiction stole my career. I can't afford professional help, but I'm now rebuilding my life. They're the ones who told me to delete it, but out of fear and confusion, I decided to share on here as I wanted unadulterated anonymous responses from around the world. And thank you all so much for your responses. I'm shocked at how well this community has come out to give their 2 cents. I appreciate all your comments. Noah. A user named Solfanga said, I don't tend to post on this website, but I saw your issue and some of the comments and think that this issue is more complicated than it seems. Deleting it will only temporarily help. The problem isn't having the P, the problem is your brain. If P is comforting, there is something about life that is making you uncomfortable. You have built an attachment that won't go by simply deleting it. The answer, as the research would also suggest, to this problem is finding more purpose in your life. Quitting cold turkey won't make you feel better because you will leave yourself with a void that needs filling. Over time, you will need to find something healthier that scratches that itch. For addiction, don't quit cold turkey, reduce your P habits to an hour a day, then 30 minutes, etc. You need to give your brain time to adjust to this big change and it needs to be filled with something new and healthier over time. For me, I picked up music and had to fill my days out more. If they are busy and fulfilling, the urge decreases. In particular, I make music whenever the urge arises outside of my designated time. It makes me feel much more fulfilled. Do not upload it anywhere as this is illegal. Hope this helps. Another user named Kava Kravata said, 6 terabytes collection of other people f***ing, that's sad mate. Out of all things to collect, why P? To this OP said the following, addiction, hiding from emotions I haven't been willing to find. Turning to P and downloading became a comfort zone. FYI, I do have real BTW. Generally, people find me attractive, so it's not hard to get dates, especially via these aesthetic-focused dating apps. I'm also in a relationship that unfortunately I think has to come to an end. Appreciate your comment. Help solidify what I should do. User SpudgeFunker210 said, cast it into the fire, destroy it, Isildur. But seriously, delete that shit. Start tallying the days you have gone without watching or downloading P. Make that your comfort thing, knowing that each night you get to add one more day to your total instead of erasing it and starting over. I quit P for good 455 days ago. I have a whiteboard calendar on my bedroom wall and I keep up with my tally every day. I essentially never have the urge to use P anymore. It was tough for the first couple weeks, but as that number grew, the thought of erasing it became more and more undesirable. When I wrote 1 inch after going 24 hours without using, I was single, still recovering from the last relationship I was in and had been using P to cope. Now I'm engaged to the most wonderful woman I ever met in the healthiest relationship I've ever had. Delete the P. A user named Greensum Park said, you should take the Marie Kondo approach to clothing. Have you watched in the past 6 months? If not, it needs to go unless it is a memento like a wedding dress. If you find yourself needing pee later, you can re-download it. But if the pee you are storing isn't important enough to have viewed in the past 6 months, it isn't important enough for it to take up space. Let go. It isn't wasteful. You aren't going to need it enough later to regret it. The collection is impressive to you due to its quantity. Maybe try keeping 1 terabyte of the highest quality pee and narrow down from there if you are having a hard time. 1 terabyte is still a massive amount of space. I want you to narrow it down to a 1 terabyte or less, and in a month, I want you to wean it down more and repeat until you can let go. Maybe you deserve a collection in the end, but you must limit yourself. Another user named Maxime Brittany said the following: "I'm glad you're able to share this with us, and I'm proud of you for wanting to take the initiative to change or to at least approach the possibility of it. Here's what I'll say. I learned a lot about addiction in school, and one of the biggest takeaways was that we have a lot of misconceptions about it. And one of the biggest thoughts about it is that if we have unfiltered access to something with addictive properties, we'll always become addicted to it because it's addicting. But that's not necessarily the case. Things are usually only addicting to us for a very crucial reason. And it's not because we have no control whatsoever and no way to find against this addictive thing. The reason it becomes an addiction for some people is because they bond to it. One researcher said we should refer to it as bonding instead of addiction. And that's because the person with the addiction is essentially using this thing, whatever it is, a placeholder for something they are lacking, something in life that is vital for them, and it's usually this connection, human connection, such an important and huge thing. Whether it's with a romantic partner, friend, parent, this is something that is so vital in living as a human being. We need other people in our lives. Other people introduce us to new experiences, new challenges, new territories, and even share it with us at times. And if you're surrounded by a positive, loving, supportive group in your life, your desires to give into an addiction will legitimately decrease. There have been studies, tests, and much research done on this. So I say all this to say, find that void. The void that's empty and you're adding the placeholder of P into. Maybe it's not lack of people around you. Maybe it's something else. Whatever it is, pinpointing the area in your life that lacks something is such a huge first step, because there's no shame in expressing the need to fill that space. We all need, want, and desire something in our lives. Could even be more than one thing. But it's knowing how to fill them with the right things. Productive work, lucrative interests, creative hobbies. I saw another one of your comments saying that you'll start hoarding something else. That can be a good redirection, but getting to the root of the problem feels like the better option. I also suggest seeking some professional help. There are many ways to go about helping you, so I think, yes, you should delete it, and it won't be easy. You'll want to re-download it. It's your comfort zone. But it's being in that uncomfortable place that tells us that we're working toward a greater goal and doing the work that'll benefit us in the end. When you find yourself feeling that way, verbalize it. Yell it out loud. Say, I really want to download some pee right now, but I know I shouldn't, and it makes me uncomfortable, and that's okay. Progress isn't linear, and it won't happen overnight. Just keep being patient with yourself. Maybe try to do it little by little. Delete some today, then delete some in another 3 days. Do what you can. You deserve the best life for yourself, and I believe you can obtain it. God bless and good luck. This first story was created in the AITAH subreddit about 2 weeks ago. The post is titled AITAH for punching my stepdaughter after she played a prank on me that scared me. I know the title sounds bad, but please read. This is a throwaway plus fake names. I, 38M, married Judd, 44F, a few years ago, and I acquired a stepdaughter, Abby, 14F, as a result. I dated Judd when Abby was 8, met her when she was 9, and married Judd when she was 10. I'd say our relationship is okay. She doesn't act bratty towards me and respects me enough as her mom's husband. However, there is one glaring issue about her, and that is her pranking nature. Abby loves to pull pranks. Some examples are her hiding my car keys with what looked like 100 dubs in a box. I found them quickly because she failed to notice my keys have duct tape on them. Another one is when she hid in the fridge, something I still find very weird, to scare the first person who opened it. Well, last Wednesday I arrived home and it seemed that I was the only one there. Only my shoes were at the doorstep, and I even called out Judd's and Abby's names with no answer. This is somewhat normal as Judd sometimes works late and Abby stays at school for extracurriculars. So I screwed around with my dog, a German Shepherd and a Husky mix for anyone that will ask, for a bit, and then I decided to relieve myself. When I got to the bathroom, I noticed that the window cabinet was open. I thought nothing of it at first and unzipped my pants, but then I saw a shadow behind the shower curtains. I thought the worst and immediately punched the figure behind the curtains. Well, as everyone may have guessed from the title, it was Abby. She was making a prank video, and I had not noticed that she propped her phone up on the bathroom cabinet with 2 cups. I'm not gonna lie, I did not hold back. I punched her as hard as I could. Her nose looked broken, and when I realized it, I flipped out, and so did she. After maybe 5 minutes of freaking out, I drove her to urgent care and informed Judd of the situation. Her nose was indeed broken and would need about 6 to 12 weeks of recovery. Abby won't talk to me, and as for Judd, she thinks that my action may have been justified, but also thinks I should have approached with more caution, which she has refused to elaborate on. Personally, I don't think that OP is an AH. I'm gonna make an assumption here, but as long as OP had told Abby in the past that he does not appreciate the pranking, then I think Abby is completely in the wrong. Now, she is just 14 years old, so I'm not expecting a ton of maturity, but at the very least, I'd expect some level of respect. A user named Original Nightmare said NTA, get a copy of the video. If Abby starts to people about how her stepdad broke her nose, you are looking at jail time. Get and keep a copy of the evidence that she startled you while you were peeing. You need to sit Judd and Abby down and have a serious conversation. Filming without consent while someone is in the bathroom is a massive invasion of privacy and is illegal in many places. If she did this to another kid, it could be considered child pee. While you are in the bathroom, you feel vulnerable with having your pants down / genitals out. Those feelings increase the fight or flight part of the brain and you react on instinct. Please include to Abby that you love her and never meant to hurt her. A user named NoScarcity8249 said, this is so unfortunate. People get killed for this stuff. She's lucky she's alive. That's the normal reaction, to fight. As messed up this is, stick firm because this is a life lesson. Play stupid games and win stupid prizes. Fortunately, it's all on tape, right? So you're protected. What she did is actually what's unforgivable. Her dumb antics are gonna get someone killed or put in jail. Her mother needs to address this. Not one more prank, ever. Under this comment, a user named Pride of Cape Town said, how stupid does a 14-year-old have to be to not know that recording someone in the bathroom without their consent is a very bad idea? And what was the stupid prank? Boo, I scared you, so I'm gonna put your reaction and pee-pee on social media. NTA, but you might want to get legal advice, lawyer, before a false and more sinister version gets circulated. Another user named Dismal Soil 9554 said, NTA, if everything went as you said and Abby regularly pranks people, something like this was bound to happen at some point. Although incredibly unfortunate, as others have noted, she was lucky this didn't get her killed. There are stories all the time about kids getting shot in the face for turning up unannounced at the wrong door. Hopefully, she has learned her lesson and will stop doing these things once and for all. I would like to add that I find prank culture incredibly wrong. A joke should make all parties ultimately happy. Stress and fear can have serious mental and physical consequences, and the 3 of you could benefit from family therapy / mediation to work through this experience toward a better relationship. About 11 days after the first post, OP gave us an update. Well, this blew up big time. Let's address a few things. Abby's pranking nature isn't just situated on me, she has pulled pranks on her friends, the neighbors, and at school. The school has called Judd several times about this, which has resulted in mild vandalism. The refrigerator prank. She was 11 when that happened, not a grown teenager. It was a brand new and very large fridge that my uncle bought and showed off to everyone. So she climbed in until he opened it again. Judd yelled at her, saying that she could have suffocated in there, and took her outside to scold her for a few hours. The video doesn't show the toilet at all, just the shower curtain. However, the issue still remains that this was a massive invasion of privacy. The video has been deleted and Abby has admitted it was purely her fault. The update, it's been a chaotic week. Judd still refused to elaborate on how the situation should have been handled. I showed her the post as a result and she did a 180-degree turn. She suddenly thought it might be time to stage an intervention, and I agreed. We brought some of her friends as well as my cousin's wife, Jess. Jess is an officer from another state, and Abby seems to respect her. In this intervention, we stated how we were each affected by her various pranks and how in turn they affected her. Jess also spoke about how many of these pranks border on criminal territory, meaning she could be arrested or face retaliation. It seemed to have gotten to her, and Abby cried a bit and promised to do better. When everybody else left, Jess stayed behind and brought to our attention a disciplinary camp that we could send her to. The program is 6 weeks long and involves group therapy, individual therapy, and constructive projects, whatever that means, and is held at a university campus. The program apparently has good reviews. Judd seems dead set on sending her to figure out her core problems. I'm a little hesitant about sending a kid away from home, but I'm the step-parent, so I have no say. Update. Okay, I swear Judd must be following my posts because now she's taking back what she said and is now thinking about doing what I and you fellow Redditors suggested in the first place, weekly therapy. So we agreed that I'm going to find a therapist and I'm going to front the bill for it since she didn't take this seriously in the first place. A user named Eagle Ruffalo said, why not start off with therapy closer to home so that you and Judd can also regularly meet with them and get a sense of how the sessions with Abby are going. Then later on, if it's still necessary, ask the therapist for recommendations on a camp. Maybe I'm wrong, but I can't imagine a camp can attract the type of qualified staff needed for you to trust them with your daughter's physical and mental well-being over a long period. Like, seriously, how many master's degrees psychologists and PhD psychiatrists are going to be willing to go work at something like this? And if the counselors don't have those qualifications, they're just making it up as they go. Another user named Hildur's Farm said, child social worker here, trauma-centered and work with abused children. Your child has trauma. If you send them to a boot camp, you're going to raise that exponentially. I can't begin to explain how bad these are and how they're the exact opposite of what your child needs. Boot camps are the boomer fix for bad kids they refuse to raise. Do not fall for one of those telling you they can help your kid. No, they can't. You need to have her in therapy. Then a user named Violet Deanna said, before committing to something as intense as a camp, have you thoroughly explored each aspect of what they're offering and the background of the staff? It's paramount to remember that credentials can provide a veneer of respectability, but they don't always reveal the day-to-day reality of these programs. Transparency is key. You want a place with a solid track record and an approach based on best practices, one that advocates a nurturing environment over a punitive one. The goal is to help Abby grow from this experience, not to punish her into conformity. Consider starting with a multifaceted local therapy plan that includes family sessions, as consistent parental involvement can be crucial to success. It's not just about Abby's healing, it's also about fortifying your family dynamics to support that change. I think I'm leaning towards the same opinion as the comments. A boot camp might be a bit extreme and somewhat inappropriate as of right now. As someone else suggested, therapy may prove to be more beneficial for Abby. If therapy doesn't work, then perhaps that more extreme measure of sending her to a camp is appropriate. OP did state that Abby was crying and seemed to be genuinely sorry. So as long as she is making a visible effort of no longer pranking people, I think things will be fine. This was the most recent update we have on the story, so as of now, we don't know how things are going after this so-called intervention. This next story was created by a user named Emotional Spirit 493. It was made in the AITAH subreddit and is titled AITAH for giving my husband's half-cooked sister-in-law a reality check about her BS at a family gathering. My F25 husband, M29, has a very delusional sister-in-law, F27, who we will call Kelly. Kelly is the girlfriend of my husband's late brother. They were not married but were allowed to be called sister-in-law for the sake of their 4-year-old son, hence the title half-cooked sister-in-law. Kelly was actually a nice person at first, but her delusional tendencies just go over the top. She once had a cousin of my husband accused of seducing her. In her words, he was madly in love with her, which was never true as he actually was the same to everyone else as he was with her. My issues started with her when she began targeting my husband and requesting all kinds of bullshit from him. She once asked him to sleep in their unit because she said her son was scared. Mind you, they only had one bed and it was on the floor in the middle of a tiny square room, which was the whole unit. We asked her to just come over to our home, which was bigger and had enough space for her to stay for a while since we also have a spare room she and the child could use it. She refused and insisted on my husband coming over. My husband refused and told his mom, who had Kelly, go over to their house and stay for a while. The second incident was when she insisted that my husband should go with her and her child to the mall and spend some time together. According to her, she needs help because she's a helpless single mother with a fatherless child, and her child needs a father figure. My husband asked if I could go with them, but she made excuses why I couldn't go. My husband then outright refused and said to just bring the maid assigned to her kid, as my MIL sponsored a maid for them after all the things she complained about. After all that, Kelly starts to pick on things my husband likes. He likes that I wear skin-tight dresses and leggings because they complement my bum. She started wearing the same clothes. My husband likes certain foods I make for him. She learns how to make the food and purposely makes too much so she can give some to him in front of me with a shit-eating smile. And it did not stop there. She also tries to copy me as much as she can. Whenever I buy something new, she buys the same thing in the next 3 to 4 days. My husband and I like dogs, so I adopted a puppy. And what do you know, she has one a week after. She copies everything, clothes, makeup, jewelry, etc. It was getting a little creepy. Until one day at a family gathering, she outright stated that my husband's nephew, her child, looked so much like my husband that he could pass for his son. However, my husband looks nothing like his nephew. His nephew literally has his late father's face as if it were copied and pasted. My husband and his brother look nothing alike. I blurted out a very audible, "No, they don't," which was followed by my husband's sister saying, "Are you blind? They look nothing like each other. I would say he has his father's face." Kelly then responded, "Actually, people would mistake them for a father and son." She then proceeded to whip out her phone and show a wallpaper of my husband and his nephew smiling together. I looked at the phone and her and said, "Oh, is this why you've been trying to get my husband's attention the whole time?" Confused, my mother-in-law asked, "What do you mean?" I then casually said, "Well, why don't you ask Kelly? She's been trying to get my husband alone with her for some time now. Good thing your son's not an idiot." Kelly then shouted, "What the hell is your problem? I was just trying to give my son some normalcy and experience having a family and a father." I replied, "By trying to take my husband, you are a homewrecker in the making, a stalker, and a creep. No wonder no one would date you. God, your child would be better off without his of a mom in his life." I yelled back at her. I stood up, thanked everyone for their time, and proceeded to leave with my husband. On the way home, my husband told me that what I said wasn't nice. I asked him if he was defending her. He said no. He believed that Kelly deserved to be told off, but not in a humiliating manner and definitely not in front of the kids. We didn't talk for the rest of the way home. I'm now here typing this out in the bathroom. I just really couldn't take her delusional self anymore, and that's why I exploded. So, am I the asshole? By the way, sorry if it sounds confusing. English really isn't my first language and I'm still learning. Update. Thanks for all the comments and votes. This will be a little update on what happened in the past few hours. I get that I may be an asshole, but with the feelings I had, it wasn't really possible to control it. I'm quite a person with anger issues. It has died down a bit because I got some help and also the support of my husband. But there are times when you really just can't control it. By the way, my husband and I had a little talk about the incident. He said I wasn't wrong in correcting her, but was wrong in insulting her. He was just a little disappointed with how I handled the situation, letting my anger take control of me. As for my mother-in-law, she called us and asked if I was okay. She did reprimand me for my actions, but was also sympathetic to the fact that I was offended by Kelly. She asked if Kelly and I could come over and have a talk to straighten things out and see if Kelly needs help. She explained how Kelly's actions may not be favorable, but her situation is something to feel pity for. My mother-in-law thought that losing her son, Kelly's husband, and having to take care of a child alone was too much for her. She asked if it would be okay for me to talk to Kelly and explain to her why what she did wasn't okay. If Kelly refuses to listen, then my mother-in-law said she would handle it herself. As for my husband, he understands if I'm not ready to face Kelly, but he tells me it would be the better option and suggests that we go low contact with her for a while, not completely cutting her off for the sake of the child. I'll update you guys if anything else happens. This woman is a psychopath. I know there are many situations like this all around the world, but whenever I read a story that involves someone who thinks homewrecking is okay, I still find it so hard to believe. Like, I have to ask myself, are these people real? When I know full well that they are. And the fact that this Kelly woman is so blatant with her advances is so irritating. Unfortunately, it seems that the family is enabling Kelly's behavior as well, since OP's mother-in-law told her to pity Kelly. In a surprising turn of events, someone claiming to be Kelly's sister actually made a comment under this post. The user is named Baconator Apollo 14, sister of Kelly here. I don't think Lexi is the a-hole here. My sister has been a nuisance to everyone. You think she did all that cause she's grieving? Hell no. She's been cheating on her boyfriend even before he died. She even wants to abort the kid cause she doesn't know who the father might be. But she lucked out cause the kid looked like her dead boyfriend. The bitch even went out of her way to steal my boyfriends. The last straw was my ex-fiance, whom she fucked after the death of her boyfriend. None of my family members would talk to her. They cut her off completely. I, on the other hand, keep tabs on her. She's batshit crazy. Lexi, tell me what time you're going to meet your mother-in-law and that witch. I'll be going with you. Another user named Phil Burns said she wants to recreate her family unit using your husband, and she's not being shy about it. She brought up that he looks like her husband, trying weirdly to get the family to agree that would be natural for your husband to be her husband. She's directly trying to ruin your relationship in front of your face. I've seen this kind of behavior before. She's desperate and doesn't see many other options, so she's become obsessed with the idea of how much better her life would be with your husband. You have every right to be mad. She needs to back off. NTA, another user named OMR Majid said, only person totally in the right is your husband. You aren't the TA for telling her off. You are TA for saying those words in a family setting. You weren't an asshole to her. She had it coming. You were an asshole to his family, the kids, and everyone else that heard your outburst. There is a time and a place. Your husband is 100% right. User Soulmate's Mate said NTA. She is in need of a husband. She knows you have a good one. If only she could get you out of the picture, surely your husband would be with her for the sake of his brother. No good options. If you get a restraining order, your nephew or husband is cut from the family. Best I can think of is to have your husband tell her off and tell her to not come by. Have the only time this woman is around your husband be at family gatherings where family members other than you can take the role of shutting her down. Other than her designs for your husband, is she a decent person? If she had a boyfriend, would that settle her down? Cause dating apps exist. User Consistent Stand 1809 said NTA. I don't think her intentions are that innocent. If she merely wanted her son to be close to your husband, you'd both be invited. I think there's a pretty good chance that she's trying to get a new partner. The one who she claimed tried to hit on her may have turned her down when she hit on him. Either way, she needs therapy. She's definitely built some kind of unhealthy fantasy where your husband is the best father for her son. However, the best option for you might be to give her a genuine apology because you don't want to cause her more pain. Say, I'm sorry for what I said, but there is a problem with your behavior, and I think therapy might be really helpful for you. And if she's already having therapy, then encourage her to mention this specific issue, her actions, and her thinking behind them to her therapist. About 2 weeks later, OP provided us with an update. TLDR, my sister-in-law keeps making advances toward my husband and copying me all the time. I tried to keep quiet but exploded after her insistence that her child looks like my husband. I called her a homewrecker in the making and other nasty words. So I finally have an update for you guys. I went out to speak with my mother-in-law and Kelly. She brought her kid, along with my husband, Kelly's sister, Kayla, and Kelly's friend and neighbor, Pat. This all happened at my mother-in-law's house. I might shorten some of the parts. To those who are wondering about my father-in-law, he died due to COVID. Pat is Kayla's connection to Kelly and her nephew's life. Also, trigger warning about the things I'm about to mention. To those who said it's not real, I really wish it wasn't, so the things here wouldn't be true, but they are. I even thought this kind of thing only happens on TV shows or in family court or on Judge Judy, Jerry Springer, or maybe Dr. Phil. Again, sorry if this sounds confusing. I'm Bisaya and not really that great in English grammar. For starters, my mother-in-law asked us about the incident and why it led to me name-calling Kelly. She let us know that she was recording everything. I told her that it might not be obvious to her, but Kelly has been openly trying to get my husband's attention, like how she wants him over at her house and how she wants to go somewhere with only the three of them to make it seem as though they are a perfect family. Kayla snorted and laughed at the perfect family comment and said, "Really? I thought you already have a guy for that. Wasn't his name David or was it Michael? Oh, wait, it has got to be Rashid, you know, the Indian guy you introduced your son to." The comment got my mother-in-law's attention. She asked Kayla what she meant, to which Kayla said, "Do you know why Sam, late brother-in-law, didn't want to marry my sister, Mrs. Mother-in-law? It's because he knew of her cheating escapades. Furthermore, Sam was my ex whom she stole by opening her legs." My mother-in-law then looked at Kelly, to which she said it wasn't true. The reason why he wouldn't marry her is because of Kayla, because Kayla was seducing her husband. My sister-in-law chimed in to say, "In which part are you his wife? You claim my brother is your husband, and yet you were the reason why he died." My brother-in-law died of a heart attack after a very heated argument between them in which she threatened to take the child and forbid him from ever seeing the kid. In our country, if the child is below 7, he must stay with the mother unless the mother is no longer capable. Kayla shouted, "He was only waiting for the child to age at least 7 to get him off your filthy, abusive claws." In all of the chaos, my mother-in-law was just sitting there, shocked at all the revelations happening in front of her. She thought that she could redeem Kelly's character in the talk, but it turns out there's no redeeming quality in her. So when Kayla said something about Kelly abusing her young son, she just couldn't hold it and slapped the shit out of Kelly, which made Kelly fall over. I'm not mentioning the abuse the child went through, it's quite horrific and will only be available to our lawyer. Kelly stood up with tears and anger and said, "Fine, you want that bastard of a child? You can have him. Swallow him up if you can. I don't need extra baggage with me." She then took off, leaving the child in my mother-in-law's care. My mother-in-law almost had a heart attack after everything that happened. She was so mad that she had been the reason why this had been going on. In her words, "I encouraged her to stay for the sake of the child. I should have filed for custody even before." We told her it wasn't her fault. She was just concerned about the child since he had just lost his father. But after that, my mother-in-law called up her lawyer friend and asked for help in getting custody of the child. She is now in the process of filing for custody on the basis that the mother is a danger to her child, and she had Kayla and Pat as witnesses for the abuse case. We also had a therapist scheduled for the boy to help him process everything that's currently happening and to help him recover from the abuse. My husband, on the other hand, wanted to get the child and adopt him as our own after everything settles down. This might be my last update, but I will post if anything else comes up. Thank you, internet strangers, for letting me share this very unusual and crazy situation I had. User Addictive Artistry said, "Holy shit. Good on you, OP, Kayla and Pat. You guys are saving that kid. I was so invested in this story. I clicked as soon as I saw the update. Please update again if you wish and let us know what happens with custody. And also, I might add, your English is better than many native English speakers." Another user named Better Turnover 2783 said, "Yeah, slow down and let the dust settle. Don't adopt the child for a while because Kelly may come back out of the woodwork just hearing that and say, 'See, I told you, he's my husband, not yours.' Don't put a target on your back. Let therapy and MIL have him for a few years to make sure she's disappeared for good." User Own Presentation 6561 said, "Holy crap. OP, I didn't think it would get this bad. Well, you were right about when you called her the first time. I hope her son is feeling better now that she is gone. Hopefully, she doesn't try to come back with a bad smell. And I don't think you have to worry about your husband, LOL. She is the type to go full fatal attraction on him and you. And it was not your anger issues to blame. She pushed every button you had. I am proud of you for not snapping at her sooner. Good luck to you all." The very next day, OP gave us another update. I'm making this post to address people's concerns and also to discuss the things that happened after the filing. For the people who asked, if Kayla and Pat knew about Kelly's abuse of her child, why didn't they report it? Well, they did actually. Kayla was the one who reported it after Pat had told her. She even had pictures of the bruises the kid had. But after she reported it, the officers who went in to do a welfare check didn't find anything. Kelly explained that the kid was just too clumsy and the bruises were a result of that. They believed her statement without asking the kid and left without any further investigation. Furthermore, Kelly filed for harassment against Kayla, so Pat was the only way Kayla was able to keep tabs on the kid and Kelly. She documented the abuse along the way. We also found out that she was toxic to Sam, accusing him of cheating and also laying hands on him. The guy was too nice to lay hands on women. I guess they got that from their mom. The cheating part might be from their dad. He cheated on my mother-in-law multiple times, twice when she got pregnant with Fredalyn, my husband's sister, and another time which resulted in a miscarriage due to finding out about my father-in-law's infidelity. Again, as for those who asked how my brother-in-law died, I don't mean he died then and there. He was hospitalized after suffering a heart attack and then he died. My brother-in-law wasn't really the type to follow his diet, which might be the reason why his health dropped so rapidly. While hospitalized, we found out he was diabetic as well, a result of a very unhealthy way of living. He drank soda like it was water and rarely ate anything healthy, mostly fast food. He didn't take his meds on time because he believed they would kill him one day. So, for the events after the filing, my sister-in-law, Fredalyn, and her husband came to our house for a visit. We had a little talk, and my sister-in-law's husband went to have a word with my husband. According to my husband, he was asked why he never stopped Kelly's crazy antics from the beginning, as my sister-in-law's husband did when she started to flirt with him. My husband replied that he thought Kelly was a grieving widow with a fatherless child. He didn't want to offend her, as he thought it was just her way of coping with the loss. To which I replied, "So you really aren't an idiot, just a little bit." He was a little offended, but accepted it still, as he said he should have stopped things as soon as he thought it was getting a little too awkward. Fredalyn also talked to me about the kid. She asked us not to adopt him as it might be a complication in the near future. I asked her why, as the child does not inherit the sins of its mother. She said that it might be true, but deciding not to adopt the child and leaving him with my mother-in-law would be the better option, as it won't fuel any more of Kelly's crazy and toxic behavior. I told her I would talk this out with my husband and try to make him consider all the factors at play. So I'm now going to talk things out with my husband first thing tomorrow morning. I just hope he understands and will accept my sister-in-law's suggestions. Wish me luck, and I will update as soon as I can with what is happening. Also, I think I might be pregnant. I haven't had my period for 3 days now, and I'm really craving mango dipped in vanilla ice cream with chili toppings. A user named AcuteSir8730 said, "Something is telling me that this story is fake, considering you can't keep the name straight in each post you make. In the last one, you said the sister's friend's name was Pat, and in this post, you're saying her name is Amanda. It's either fake or you made up fake names and can't keep them straight and didn't proofread before posting." To this, OP replied with the following comment. "Reading this, I realized I placed Pat's real name. Kayla, if you're reading this, sorry. Yes, you're right. I forgot I used a fake name for her. I might edit it out. Again, I apologize." User 0ZipZilch said, "Hey lady, this has been a heck of a ride, but I agree with some of the other comments. Kelly's son may look like Sam, but since your husband and Sam are brothers, Kiddo still has the family genes. It doesn't mean Kiddo can't be your husband's. Some of his reactions, as well as lack thereof, are kind of suspicious. It also sounds like Syl and her husband may have some similar thoughts about it. If the kiddo does belong to your husband and you try to adopt him, as your husband decreed, that's going to open a whole new can of worms when Kelly demands a DNA test. You really should not adopt him. But maybe slip in a secret DNA test on husband and kiddo just for your own peace of mind, and so you won't be blindsided if/when Kelly throws it out there. Good luck. Please update me about how it goes." This story definitely took a shocking turn. I'm starting to feel a bit suspicious about the husband at this point, as are many others in the comments. Unfortunately, that was the final update OP gave us, and it was made 8 months ago, so it doesn't look like we'll be getting another post anytime soon, if at all. This first story was created in the Pro Revenge subreddit in 2020 by a now deleted user. The post is titled, "Fiancé left me due to my cancer diagnosis. I left her destitute. This was 4 years ago, so the sting is gone and my revenge has been had. Sorry if this isn't the right forum. We dated for 4 years and had what I thought was a great relationship. We were both well-established professionals who owned homes in the same neighborhood, and both had daughters living at home. Her daughter was 11 and mine was 16 when we met. We had actually planned to get married, build a house, and raise the 2 girls together. We planned the house build because she had recently been diagnosed with a neurological disease that would eventually put her in a wheelchair, necessitating something ADA friendly. During the planning stages, I began doing landscaping and construction projects on her home to increase its resale value. In total, I invested roughly $30K into the home, running everything through my side construction business for tax, permitting, and resale purposes. We had a contract that payment would be made upon the sale of the home. I produced invoices for each and every project, but never pushed for payment because of the prior agreement. Fast forward 6 months, we were looking at property to develop and finalize drawings for the home when I began feeling ill. I couldn't eat, was constantly vomiting and passing blood. I began noticing that my abdomen looked swollen, which was odd because we were both very health conscious and went to the gym every day. So I went to the doctor and began undergoing tests. During this time, she started experiencing small cognitive issues, and the stress of her current position was exacerbating her condition, so she took a $20K per annum cut in pay along with a lesser position within the company. After a month or so of different tests and a biopsy, it was revealed that I had a golf ball-sized tumor in my stomach and would need to begin chemotherapy. I started chemotherapy and radiation treatments, which made me, as expected, extremely ill. She was spending time helping around my place on the weekends and staying over more, to the point that they were both at my home more than at theirs. At this point, I suggested that we go ahead and put one of our houses on the market and move in together until the new house was built. I have great supplemental insurance as well as a long-term illness plan, so using that, coupled with the sale of one of our houses, would allow us to get through comfortably and help ease the financial stress on her. Shortly after this discussion, she became extremely distant. Her daughter wasn't coming down to hang out with me anymore, and she had excuses for not getting together. She quit driving me to treatments and stopped staying over. She then dropped a bomb, a sentence that will forever be burned into my psyche. I love you, but I can't see myself taking care of someone this sick in the long term, and I don't think we should see each other any longer. In a text. It broke me. I won't lie. This was the first woman I had ever opened up to and planned a life with since my wife died when my children were 1 and 3. However, I tried to be mature about it. I forced myself to understand her position and to accept what I could not change. The next day, I calmly gathered all of her things, packed them neatly, loaded them into my truck, and took them to her house to leave on the back porch while she was at work in order to avoid any awkward exchanges. Walking around the back and under the porch cover, I set down a box and saw her in her back living room on the couch, having sex with the man she had introduced to me as a lifelong friend. I had had dinner and drinks with this man and his girlfriend. We had even gone on vacation with them. I never spoke of the incident with her and simply sent her a text later, explaining that I would leave her things on my side porch for her to pick up at her convenience. I discovered 8 or 9 months later from his now ex-girlfriend that they had broken up due to him confessing that he had been sleeping with my significant other, dating back to about the time we were finishing drawings on the new home. Now I was pissed. Revenge time. At this point, I had finished chemotherapy and radiation for the time being and was feeling healthier. I was going through some much neglected paperwork when I came across the file that contained $32,680 in unpaid, long overdue invoices, which I promptly sent to my attorney to begin lien proceedings on the home. It turns out that I couldn't have done this a moment too soon because she was set to put her house on the market. Coupled with interest over what was then 19 months overdue, the invoices were hefty. That, along with the agreement to settle them when the house was sold and attorney fees, left her with roughly $10K after the sale of the home and settling her current mortgage. She promptly had to back out of the purchase of another home and moved in with her oldest daughter, son-in-law, and 2 grandchildren. She also had to leave her job and begin receiving disability. I ran into her a little over a year ago, and she looked as if she had aged 20 years and was in the wheelchair we had talked about. We chatted cordially but briefly, and I excused myself and went on with my day. A few days later, her younger daughter called me and spoke about my running into her mom, asking if we could hang out sometime. I gave a vague answer, thanked her for calling, and again went on with my day. The ex then called me a week or so later and began apologizing for leaving me as she did. Again, cordial but short, I thanked her for calling and hung up. She began texting, and this went on for several weeks until one day she asked if I could ever see us rekindling what we had, to which I replied, I can't see myself taking care of someone so sick in the long term. Remember the box on your back porch? Did you think that, a lifelong friend, brought that over to you from my house? Good luck to you. Goodbye. TLDR, my girlfriend broke up with me due to my cancer, so I ruined the sale of her home and the purchase of another and left her to move in with her daughter. Then I threw her breakup line back at her. I sometimes feel guilt over this, but not much and not often. I've said it a bunch, but I'm a pretty petty person myself, so whenever I feel betrayed, if I see an opportunity to get back at someone, I'll probably be taking it. That being said, I definitely think that OP was justified in this. Some may say that it's better for his mental and overall health if he just moved on, but regardless, what's done is done. If I understood correctly, this woman had some sort of degenerative health condition or something. Despite knowing this, OP remained interested in having a relationship, just for her to turn right back around and spit in OP's face when she was put in the same position. Now, one could make that she was justified in leaving OP because she needs someone to be able to take care of her if her health does decline. But even so, she seemed so quick to drop OP. It felt as though she didn't even give him a chance. Instead, she should have stuck by OP's side and helped him with his treatment. This is the kind of partner that you want out of your life. I'm happy to learn that OP seems to be healthy now, and the fact that he got to see his ex having a shitty time is doubly satisfying. A user named Norsk Chef said, so this woman knows she is headed for a wheelchair, and she has a man that not only doesn't care, but is gonna help her have a home to accommodate a wheelchair and help care for her, and she dumps him so she can bang another guy who is cheating on his girlfriend? Talk about short-sighted stupidity. How progressive is her disease? Is she likely to die at an earlier age? To this, OP said the following. She's in her late 40s now. It took her from an able-bodied marathon enthusiast to a wheelchair in about 8 years or so. I'm unaware of her current prognosis. Another user named Spooky Red said that her friend probably stopped wanting to be with her once she was wheelchair-bound. She lost her job and is on disability now and thought that by rekindling with you would be better for her financially. This is some poetic justice shit right here. OP made the following comment in response. I'm sure some of it had to do with the fact that I had mentioned to her daughter that I had finished building the house, and she saw it as an opportunity. Living in a 3-bedroom home with 6 occupants, 2 toddlers, and a teen plus 3 adults has to be rough, especially when all 3 bedrooms are upstairs. So inevitably, there had to be some less than optimal adjustments made. User Deadly House Frau said, I feel like if she hadn't been cheating and her reason for breaking up had been, we both are going to have a lot of medical issues. And as we both just saw, stress exacerbates mine, as I'm sure it does yours, so let's both take things to chill for a little while so we can handle this medical stuff. That would have been a reasonable self-care request, but the way she did it was really, hey, I've only been using you for your better income and stability, given that I'm going to be in a chair soon, so if you're sick too, I'm out of here. How awful for her daughter who thought she was getting a new sister and dad. User Important Hat responded under this comment. Yeah, her daughter was one of the things that was weighing on my mind, like they dated long enough that OP was probably like a stepdad and she had a stepsister too. I also wonder how OP's daughter took it too. Glad that he's doing a lot better now as well, as I've seen from comments. User Anovisk 2001 asked, what was the aftermath of that text? We want to know, please. OP said, not a lot really. She called me petty for using it against her. I just shrugged to myself and moved on. It was in a way a little petty to continue the conversation until it led to that point, which I assumed it would, but when you see both ends of a circle about to meet, you may as well hang around for the introduction. A user named Lady Valkyr said, some people are broken. Glad you came out the other side. Under this comment, OP said the following. She was definitely prone to having an alternate thought process. She was raised in the States but married a fairly well-off foreigner from Europe. 20 years later, after divorcing him and fleecing him pretty well, she moved back to the States where she spent the next few years running through her divorce settlement. Her being used to traveling all the time, buying new cars every year, and just having a devil-may-care lifestyle really stunted her views on how the world worked until she actually had to go back to work for a living. My diagnosis and subsequent downturn really stunted her way of life, and kept her from doing all the things she wanted to do before her illness took over. I personally don't think she really had the capacity to love another human being as much as she loved herself. Basing your worth on material things and social status can do that to a person. User CA's Basque said, I don't get her logic of being unable to take care of someone long term, especially since she'd be in a wheelchair and will obviously need long-term care. Or like planning a marriage with someone, does sickness and health mean nothing anymore? You got out at a good time, OP. Congrats on beating cancer. Under this comment, another user named YWG Flyer said she wanted a free ride for life, and when OP was diagnosed, there was a chance that the free ride might have ended sooner than anticipated, so she bailed. As soon as she saw that OP had recovered, she immediately tried throwing her lure back in the water, fishing for the resumption of the free ride. Then another user named NightPanda893 also commented under this thread. I mean, I actually understand her logic. It has to be a huge burden to care for someone like she had to at the time, and her inevitably needing long-term care may have made it even scarier to take that responsibility upon herself while simultaneously potentially losing who may have been her caregiver. As cold as it was, I wasn't necessarily in agreement with the need for revenge at that point. However, the infidelity sealed the deal. A user named Happy Haven 1984 said, "Don't feel guilty for karma catching up to her. It's pretty messed up of her to say she didn't want to take care of you, fully well, that in the long term, you'd be the one taking care of her. Bet the longtime friend bailed once her health took a dive." To this, OP made the following response. His ex and I have remained on friendly terms, and from what she's told me, he left my ex as soon as she needed a place to go. It turns out that he and my ex weren't lifelong friends. They had dated off and on for a couple of years before I came along. At least, that's the story I was given. I don't believe much of what comes from the mouth of a jilted lover, so I'm not sure how much truth there was to the claim. This next post was made 2 months ago in June in the pro-revenge subreddit by a user named Fluffy Supermarket 6. The post is titled, "Fired from my job, but received a year's worth of pay and got my boss fired." This happened around 2011 to 2013, before the advancement of technology in video editing and content creation. I was hired as a content creator for a university that wanted to leverage YouTube to kickstart its branding campaign. The pay was low, roughly $2K, and in those days, there were not many video content creators around, and the process usually took a long time from start to finish. I was hired, and on my second day, my manager presented my KPI of 85 3 to 10 minute videos in 52 weeks, which was impossible for a one-man team at that time. This meant I had to handle scripting, producing, casting talent, shooting videos, composing music. They were too cheap to pay for a royalty-free music subscription, and editing, all of which I had to do using my own equipment and software because their cameras and computers were so old that they simply couldn't handle the strain of even producing content in 720p, much less 1080. I tried to let my manager know, but she just smiled encouragingly, telling me to give it a try and assuring me that if the videos were good, the quantity would not be what she focused on. Hearing this, I agreed to give it a try. My manager treated me well in the first month. However, one day when she found out I was a smoker, her attitude changed overnight. A colleague had actually done a facepalm when I told her about it and let me know that the manager hated smokers and often advocated for getting them fired. She started nitpicking everything from my smelling like cigarette smoke after breaks to coming in 5 to 10 minutes late, despite doing more than 4 hours of overtime daily and not being contactable during break times. The list goes on, but I soldiered on because I just wanted to do the work and do it well. 5 months in, I was called into the director's office where I saw my manager putting on her best displeased but gleeful face, and I felt my stomach drop. The director told me that she was disappointed because she had heard that I was falling behind on my work. It was already halfway through the year, and I had only completed 30 out of my 85 videos. I tried to explain that I had been working my butt off on these videos. I literally worked 6 days a week, over 60 hours, just to do what needed to be done. Being a one-man army made things impossible, and the videos I had put up had garnered the highest views ever on their YouTube page. I also recounted how my manager had said she was looking for quality videos over quantity. The director dismissed this and stated that the KPI was simply 85 videos in a year, and since it was almost half a year in with my numbers at less than half, she felt it prudent to cut the cord early. I asked how they would even meet the KPI if they were to fire me now. My manager snorted, saying, "We'll find a professional production house to finish your work." The director gave her an odd look, but nodded in her support nonetheless, telling me, "You don't need to worry, manager will get the job done." That was when a light bulb went off in my head. Seeing as I was the content professional in the office, one of my jobs was to keep a database of production houses to use in the event we needed to do a shoot that required more resources. I was sure they would be using the production houses in my database as my manager had no contacts in the production industry, so I changed the contact numbers and messed up all the emails on all of the entries except one. The one I kept intact was for a friend who was working as a junior director. Not an assistant director, but a director assigned to smaller video projects. I gave him a call and told him about my plan, and sure enough, within 2 days, they were called in to pitch. I explained that I had a plan that would be a win-win for us. It would instantly help him and put him on the fast track to a director position by bringing in that much business to his production house, and it would also benefit me financially. I would teach him exactly how to pitch to win over the boss and the director, and in turn, his company would pay me a standard finder's fee of 15%. He agreed instantly and immediately put me on the line with his general manager, who, upon realizing this was to be 6 months of work for a high 6-digit payout, instantly agreed and drew up a contract. As it turns out, after I gave them a metaphorical step-by-step playbook, they were the perfect fit, somehow understanding the needs and style of the university as well as the themes the university wanted to feature. The director and my former boss were amazed that my friend's production house was so familiar with their content that they signed them up on the spot. Now, even back then, using a production house was not cheap. Each video they produced could cost double to triple my monthly salary, given that they had specialized people for each function. Producer, director, director of photography, gaffer, sound person, video editor, assistant director, production assistants, etc. However, this meant that they could complete a video every 2 to 3 days. So yes, they produced 50 videos in a span of 4 months for over 100 months of my salary, and I sat back and collected the healthy 15%, which was about 15 months of my salary. This allowed me to set aside money for a holiday and use the rest to further my studies at a respected film school overseas. I thought my plan ended there and that I had gotten back at my former bosses, but to my surprise, I received a call from my colleague while I was on holiday in Bali one day. This was the same colleague who had facepalmed when I told her that my manager had found out I was a smoker. She told me that my former manager had been fired and that my director had received a massive reprimand from the chancellor of the university. The content creation project for which I was hired had only been given a budget equating to about a year and a half of my salary, and they had exceeded that budget by over 10 times. My former manager was so desperate to ensure that her content creation project could be completed that she threw caution to the wind, paying anything to get the job done so she could show my director that she had completed the project and had approved the massive spending without getting consent from the director. So that is how I got my friend a super fast promotion to a full director in his production house and a year of pay after I was unfairly fired from my job. OP's boss got exactly what she deserved. Someone like her should not be put in positions of power. Based on the information I heard, she doesn't seem to really know anything about the field. In order to be a good leader, you don't need to necessarily excel at everything. Instead, you need to be decently knowledgeable in all or most areas. But it didn't seem like she had knowledge of anything when it came to content creation. In case you don't know, this is actually my second channel. For about a year and a half on my main channel, I was a one-man show. I handled all of the research, scripting, voiceover, and editing all by myself, on top of working a normal job. So I really resonated with OP here. Good on him for serving this woman justice. A user named Gem Hadar Slayer said, "People who have never done video editing have no clue how laborious that shit is. I can't even imagine people that produce CGI. The disrespect that the creatives get from people who have never done those types of jobs is hard to believe." Under this comment, a user named Floundering Wolverine said, also, it wasn't just editing. OP mentions they were also responsible for producing, shooting, casting, composing, and probably a whole bunch of other things. That's not a video editor, that's a whole production studio, especially if they're asking for more than one video per week. That's a truly insane ask. User Lineage LCH said, video editing for a university. The stuff of nightmares. School administrators typically have no sense of reality and treat Marcom and creatives like garbage. User And How's That said, "This happened years ago. Around 1994 when I was 18, I agreed to a contract and an hourly rate with a company owner, an acquaintance of my dad at the time, to measure up their production facility to create planned maintenance drawings. These drawings would identify all the spare parts that needed routine replacement at scheduled intervals so the machines could be repaired out of hours and would have zero downtime. All work was to be done on my own computer. I had just finished the main set-out drawing, fully dimensioned, and took a scaled printout to the meeting in order to claim my first payment installment. This was about a month's worth of work. I had produced a detailed invoice of my hours and had a disk of the CAD drawings. Well, this owner decided he didn't like the rate we had agreed upon. He wanted to pay me a third. He said he had a business contact, a different acquaintance of my dad, who would do it for less than a third. So I said to him, if you don't pay me, I won't be giving you the CAD file. I knew it would take a really long time to copy the drawing into CAD, and it would certainly cost far more than I was charging. This was a big man, and I was a very light 18-year-old female. I'm not exactly tall. You should have heard him shouting like a toddler as I walked out with my printout. He was so red in the face. He thought I would be a pushover. I never raised my voice once. He couldn't comprehend how I would dare to say no. For weeks after, my dad kept asking me to give him the disc. Obviously, I said no. I didn't get paid, but knowing what he ended up paying was more than enough satisfaction. Alternatively, if the business contact's bluff was called and he had to perform the contract at the agreed rate, this guy was a fragile old man near retirement, and this was a dirty environment to measure up in. About 3 months after that, I got a similar contract at another factory site in the same town for a lot more money. I found out when they awarded the contract that the other bidder who lost against me was none other than the business contact. Whenever I saw either of them around town after that, I would have a big grin on my face. It made my day every time. The money I earned on that contract more than made up for the money I had walked away from. This final post was also made in the Pro Revenge subreddit. OP's account is named Fabine. The post was made 7 days ago and is titled, "We reverse gazumped a greedy landlord and it was glorious." Gazumping occurs when an agent or seller accepts an offer you make to buy a property at an agreed price, but the property is sold to someone else. This usually happens when the vendor sells the property for a higher amount. This happened 15 years ago and is one of my life's proudest moments. My best friend and her husband have 5 kids together. They lived in an expensive city and rented an old 4-bedroom house for $400 per week. The house was very run down with a disgusting kitchen and stinky drains, but it was all they could afford. Still, they made it work. The owner was a nice old lady who was extremely wealthy and fond of my friend. She froze the rent for 5 years and promised to let them buy the house once they had saved enough to get a loan from the bank. As she had helped other people in a similar way, they knew they could trust her, so they saved every cent they could. It took them 5 years, but they finally told her they were ready. 2 days later, the nice old lady passed away before anything was put in writing. Enter the new owners, the lady's 4 children, each highly wealthy in their own right. They inherited a huge portfolio of properties. When they first spoke to my friends, they assured them the sale would still go through, but they would have to wait until probate had settled. Confident, my friends started making some changes to the place. They began by stripping wallpaper, painting, and making plans. Finally, probate was settled and the owners agreed to proceed with the sale for the previously agreed price. My friends applied for the loan, but to their shock, it was refused. The owners had raised the asking price by $80K without telling my friends. The house would be put on the open market to make things worse. There would be an open house in 7 days, and with the market the way it would probably sell immediately. My friends were devastated. They might be able to borrow enough, but it would take longer than a week to get it. To make matters worse, property prices had soared recently and rents had gone up a lot while theirs had been frozen. Not only would my friends struggle to get the money, but if the place was sold to someone else and they were asked for a higher rent or were evicted, it would be nearly impossible to find an affordable place with more than 2 bedrooms. I was scared for my friends, but I was also incandescently angry. Those greedy sods were some of the wealthiest people in the city. They were screwing over a struggling family for less than $20K each. They didn't need the money. It was pure greed, and it was obvious that they'd always planned to do this. So, while my friends scrambled to come up with the money, I started plotting. I looked up advice on what helps to make a sale. We needed to make the place as undesirable as possible without making my friends look like bad tenants. Uncluttered, we moved all the furniture in from the walls, added some extra furniture, borrowed ornaments, and hung a load of motorcycle memorabilia on the walls. The place felt smaller. Smell, my friend boiled a head of cabbage on the stove and we sprayed ammonia around the front and back doors because it smelled like all the neighborhood cats had been marking their territory. We also poured 24 rotten eggs down the drain to make it smell like sewer gas. Neighborhood. We obtained a moldy old couch and dumped it in the front yard of the neighbor across the road, with permission of course. We started calling friends for help. Anyone with a loud and crappy car was asked to do a few laps in front of the block during the open day. The street was unusually busy that day. Everyone we knew found a reason to drive by. It was practically rush hour. We called out mates from the rugby club, full contact football without any of that soft padding. A big portion of our club consists of very large men. The next door neighbors set up a barbecue in their front yard and we offered free food and cheap beer. They came on motorcycles wearing their roughest gear. There was quite a crowd. A lot of people showed up for the open day. Quite a few were in and out within minutes. One lady sat in her car and watched the party next door before driving away. The one bloke who stayed any length of time was brave enough to start a conversation with someone leaving the party. He asked if they were often there and was told that every couple of weeks or so they have an after party morning and the party the night before was 3 doors up. The partygoer also helpfully mentioned the troublesome drains that are always getting blocked by tree roots and stinking up the place. The potential buyer left without making an offer. So my friends were the only ones to make an offer. They still had to pay more than they'd planned, but not as much as the greedy bastards wanted. My friends signed the papers and paid the deposit that day. So when the brave buyer put in an offer of $30,000 more than my friends, there was nothing the owners could do about it. Strict anti-gazumping laws. I would have loved to see the owners' faces when they found out. For all the people who are saying they had cheap rent, they didn't. $400 was the rent in 2004, and that was pretty high back then. By the time the lady died, the average rent for a house that size had only gone up by about $40. Nowadays, 4-bedroom houses in that area go for approximately $800 per week. Man, that old lady is kind as f for freezing 5 years worth of rent. That woman probably came up from nothing, or maybe very little, so she likely understood the struggle. If she was wealthy, I would assume that her children grew up in wealth and thus never understood what it's like to have to grind through the trenches of life. If you're already rich, an extra $80,000 isn't going to make your life significantly more pleasing. That's just greed. A user named LiveTomorrow4865 said, "It's nice to see the good guys get a W here and there. This is a beautiful story and I am in awe and admiration of the reverse fuckery. About time. Your friends now have a valuable wealth-building asset, but more importantly, a family home where their children can feel secure. I often think back to the first house I bought, and I know it features heavily in my child's mythos. She still has dreams about it and so many positive memories. Now these kids will get a shot at the same, and that's wonderful." To this, OP said the following, "You'll be glad to hear that it's turned out well for them. They worked hard to pay off the mortgage and fix the place up. Eventually, they were in a position to put that place up for rent and buy another nicer place to live in. They are good landlords and are considerate of heirs and tenants. My friend's eldest son is 23 and just bought his first home. Their second son is now working towards his first place." User Act Stunning 3285 said, "Reminds me of when banks or corporations would reclaim a struggling family's farm and put it up for auction. The whole town of farmers would turn up and the original owner would bid for a penny while everyone else just there silently or bullied the other people bidding into dropping their bid. The farm would go back to the owner. Collective solidarity wins again." User Rihanna79 said, "This is a good story. The first thing that jumped out at me though was the issue of them starting to renovate before they closed on the house. This is one of the reasons that you never count your chickens before they hatch. And by that I mean never spend money on something that isn't legally yours yet. They should have waited till after closing to start any renovations on that house because only the owners would benefit, and when they started spending money to renovate, that wasn't your friends." User OU812 Why Not said, "Something similar happened to my sister-in-law years ago when she was starting to look for a home. The house she fell in love with was an estate sale and the executor of the estate was the best friend of the person that passed away. It's important to note that my sister-in-law is a teacher and she put down earnest money right away. The executor was super happy because her friend was a teacher and her friend had stated that she wanted the home to go to a teacher. Done deal, right? Well, the kids of the former owner did not like what the initial price of the home was going for, so they threatened to take it off the market. My sister-in-law ended up paying more for the house because of this. I always felt like she should have fought this, but she loved that house. I wish we had some kind of law to prevent what those kids did here in the States. This first story was created in the AITAH subreddit by a throwaway account 4 months ago. The post is titled, "I accidentally accused my wife of cheating on me, but actually it was just my daughter, and now we may divorce." Sorry for the length. I have a ton on my mind right now. I, 52M, and my wife, 50F, have been married for 25 years and are immensely happy. Of course, we have the normal fights. Me not cleaning the bathroom, arguing about me losing money on sports betting, her spending twice as much at the shops as we agreed to, etc. But overall, we have a really happy marriage, until about 8 p.m. last night. Recently, we've been having a bit of trouble in the bedroom. I don't want to derail the post, but basically, has naturally slowed down between the two of us in the last couple of years. This has really bothered my wife, and I will admit me a bit as well. Once we vocalized the problem, we both agreed we would take steps to fix some things. We talked to some doctors. Basically, all of them wanted to put my wife on some serious medications, which my wife was pretty against. This led to about a year of building what we call our drawer filled with products in the kitchen that my wife has tried, tested, and likes the ingredients of. It's nothing crazy, literally things like vitamin D, zinc, some lubricant soft gels, and maca, stuff that has been tried and tested, nothing too wild, and all OTC. Now, here's where things start to go downhill. So, my wife naturally takes these products around when we're going to be getting intimate or trying to. I don't like to monitor the kitchen drawer, but sometimes I do peek. I know, but I can't help it. About 3 weeks ago, I noticed a ton of pills and soft gels were disappearing. I'm thinking I'm about to have a pretty good week and start to get mentally prepared for it. So about a week after that, I rechecked the drawer and a ton more of the stuff had been taken. I remember thinking, that's weird, we haven't done anything recently. About a week later, the same thing happened. Tons of pills and soft gels were gone. And I'm not gonna lie, I get in my head a bit. Last night, my wife and I were out to dinner. After a couple of glasses of wine, I asked her why she'd been taking so much of the stuff in the drawer without trying for any intimacy. I asked from an angle of both worry, mostly for health, and confusion. Immediately, my wife gets insanely defensive, blows off the conversation, and tells me she isn't talking about it. This makes it the only thing I want to talk about, and while I respect everyone's "I don't want to talk about this," I think something like this should probably be discussed. I press a bit, and for about an hour, she's not having this conversation. It gets to the point where I just blatantly ask my wife if she's seeing other people. My wife, who has never been aggressive or loud, started basically screaming at me in this Italian restaurant. She tells me my daughter, 25F, has been having some relationship issues with her boyfriend and has been taking some of the stuff to help. I'm like, why the didn't you just tell me? She ranted about how some things are girl to girl and how my daughter didn't want her to tell anyone, which I get, but come on, I buy the things to fill the drawer. My wife ends up leaving the restaurant mid-dinner. I've honestly never seen my wife this mad. I am honestly a bit worried about our marriage. And to top it off, my daughter is acting awkward around me. I get that I stepped out of line with the questioning, but the defensiveness really caught me off guard. I would have assumed my daughter using our stuff would have been discussed, and I wouldn't have actually cared and would have bought more stuff. Anytime I try to talk to my wife, she makes it seem like I'm an insane, out-of-control monster, that I've broken the trust in our marriage, and that I've ruined 25 years of progress we've made together. Reddit, am I crazy? I'm beyond confused right now. Edit, 4 hours since I posted. Wow, there is a lot of incredible information in here. Thank you to everyone for your comments. This post has made me feel better and allowed me to think about other aspects of our marriage. I've received many requests for information, so let me try to answer some of the questions here. My wife and I didn't go to the doctor for only libido issues. I don't know the general age of Reddit, but as you get older, things like menopause and other hormonal issues become a reality. Just the way of life. I didn't plan on questioning my wife at the dinner. It had been in the back of my head, and after a few glasses of wine, I handled the situation poorly, which I 100% agree with all of you, not the right time or place. Though we've had tough conversations before in public, still doesn't justify it. Calling it a sex drawer may have been a bad name, but it's just how we reference it. We didn't think too deeply when coming up with the name, and I don't know actually which one of us created it. I don't have a good reason why it's in the kitchen, but we're kind of past the age of caring about what someone may or may not see in our home. I wasn't monitoring the sex drawer. The Lubrisil soft gels, which we keep out of the box, come only in a 30-pill supply. Half the pack or so missing, I didn't count, is very obvious even at a quick glance. And as for why I didn't automatically assume my daughter, the soft gels mentioned above and some of the other stuff in there are for a specific thing, outside of the vitamins. While I don't know the ingredients too intimately, you wouldn't really expect those things to be shared. And finally, for those mentioning that my wife is still actually hiding something, I appreciate your comments and it has given me a ton to think about. While I won't jump to those types of conclusions, I do agree that there is probably more that needs to be discussed between me, my wife, and my daughter. So I don't think OP really did anything wrong here. I definitely feel that OP's wife overreacted. But just to be fair, this isn't the sort of thing you should talk about in public inside a restaurant. Now, in the past, people have suggested that if someone were to overreact in a situation that seems rather mundane, then they are in fact hiding something. A user named AshamedAd3434 said, "This whole thing is just weird. Serious medications for libido, vitamin C drawer, the vitamins would need to be taken regularly, not just when y'all feel like messing around. Why are you monitoring the drawer to begin with? Why get defensive when you ask? Yes, it's girl to girl, but you are the husband, the father. These things can be discussed. Why bring it up at a restaurant? Do you buy the things in the drawer? Are you not a combined family unit, or is this a you're the breadwinner and everything is yours? Even if she's not working, that's not really a healthy approach." A deleted user said, "Either your marriage isn't as happy as you described, you're leaving things out about your questioning, or your wife is going through something. I can't imagine a woman who rarely yells making a huge scene in a public space when calmly questioned about vitamins missing, but I can't tell if it's you or her who isn't telling the truth." Then user particular title 42 said, "NTA, I am a little suspicious. Missing stuff requires explanation. I'm also a little curious why you keep stuff in a kitchen drawer where just anybody trying to help in your kitchen would have access to them. That's the kind of stuff you keep in a medicine cabinet." OP actually made a response to this comment. He said, "It's basically a drawer of vitamins. Even if guests found it, I doubt they'd actually know what it was. I think that's just where we ended up stuffing things as time went on. I don't know if either of us really wanted it there more than where we just ended up putting things." User Weird Wishbone 1998 said, "You realize your wife is perimenopause or postmenopause, and fluctuating hormones lead to changes in desire, drive, and bodily function. The items in the kitchen drawer are not instant libido uppers, so this entire scenario is fishy to me. And on that note, sounds like you were being a major asshat and your wife and her hormones had enough. Women lose estrogen and lose the amount of fuck we give." User Epiphenomaly said, "You did not accidentally accuse your wife of cheating. Being dishonest is not a particularly clever gamble if you're looking to be declared not an asshole. You accused your wife of cheating because you suspected her of cheating. There wasn't anything accidental about it, you just didn't like the results of your accusation. Putting aside that supplements, if and when they work, only do so when taken regularly. You realize vitamin D isn't Viagra. You can't pop one and be ready to go 15 minutes later if you wouldn't have been DTF anyway. Policing the drawer was weird. Why would you monitor your wife's vitamins in the first place? Do you not believe that married women deserve any privacy, any bodily autonomy unless she explains what she's putting in it and why? The constant surveillance of being married to you would leave me exhausted and drier than the Sahara. You could have avoided this whole situation if, on first noticing your wife's vitamins were lower than you expected during one of your regular snooping sessions, you had had a normal adult conversation with your wife. Hey, are we running out faster than usual? Has it occurred to you that being accused of cheating after 25 years of fidelity might in fact be quite upsetting, even enraging? About a week later, OP gave us an update. As for the update, I wish I had better news. After reading through the post and all the messages everyone sent, I was a bit overwhelmed and a bit confused, so I decided to just relax and really not try to jump to any conclusions through the weekend. Many of the points that were brought up did broaden my perspective, and some of the ones assuming infidelity, I won't lie, did get to me a bit, and I was running pretty high anxiety-wise. Realize at this point, me, my wife, and my daughter still aren't talking. Our home has suddenly become one of the most lonely, isolating, and awkward places in the world. Sunday night, while watching some basketball, I basically just thought to myself, I can't go on like this. So I went and talked to my daughter. I approached the conversation with you can talk to me about anything, and if you and your boyfriend were having issues, I would be glad to buy you guys more stuff. My daughter just starts to seemingly break down into an almost uncontrollable sob. I'll be honest, I thought at this point she was going to inform me on some serious medical issues or something. Once she calmed down, she basically says that she's taken some of the vitamin D and zinc before, but has never taken any of the Lubrasil or black cohosh. I looked at her with that "do you realize what that may mean" kind of look, and we just hugged and cried together. I've spoken to some of my friends who have gone through similar things and have gotten advice from lawyering up and divorcing my wife right away, to marriage counseling and fighting for the 25 years we've been together. At the moment, I'm not going to do anything. I need a bit more time to think, talk to my wife, and really find out what's going on. This is probably the last update from me, as when I first came to Reddit, this was just a silly fight between me and my wife. Now it's progressed to a place that it's feeling a bit too private for me to share, and the above update was a bit tougher to write. Thank you again for all your comments and perspective. You all have helped me see something that I was blind or refusing to see. User 5am Creature said, "There is the possibility that your wife needs the supplements for her own general comfort. I'm not at menopausal age, however, do have medical conditions that can cause vaginal dryness, and it can range from uncomfortable to actually painful. It's personal and can be a very touchy subject, not to mention the mood swings that come with menopause. I'm not saying cheating is completely out of the question, just saying there are other possibilities." Under this comment, user Raisins Rock said, "Yeah, it would really suck if they split because she didn't want to discuss dryness in a restaurant and got overly upset because of mood swings, and her daughter had been using some of the vitamins. She could be cheating, but at this point this evidence is far from conclusive." User Franchuda said, "Lubrasil and black cohosh are for menopause. I'm glad your daughter has not been taking them. Imagine having hot flashes at her age." Now, you might not know, but it's not unseen before for a woman to go through menopause at 50-year-old. User Breakfast with Tacos said, "As a 48-year-old woman, here is what is weird about this post. Black cohosh has nothing to do with sex. It's sometimes used, not actually clinically supported, to relieve hot flashes and other symptoms of menopause. Lubrasil promotes vaginal lubrication. While vaginal dryness can certainly impact enjoyment during sex, dryness is just annoying all the way around, and there are many reasons why a peri and menopausal woman would take this supplement. The supplement, by the way, needs to be taken consistently over a few months for results. My point here is that nothing actually in this post or the other indicates a cheating wife. These pills missing are odd, and it sounds like there is something the wife is not communicating, but this post and the comments make it sound like the OP found the wife leaving the house with a jar of condoms, crotchless panties, edible lube, and the woman equivalent of Viagra. It simply makes no sense as written. Additionally, OP, it's very hard to be a woman approaching or undergoing menopause. Not only is your entire system out of whack and you're experiencing unpleasant symptoms, but you feel like you're no longer a real woman. My husband and I have a great marriage and communicate everything, but I was surprised to find myself unable to tell him for a few months that I had started some treatments for vaginal dryness. I mean, FFS, women being wet and responsive, is part of every plot on the planet, and even the most confident woman may have a hard time not feeling like an old hag. I also worried so much he would think it was because I wasn't attracted to him. Talk to your wife, go to counseling if you need to, and when you're communicating better, suggest that topical high hyaluronic acid or suppositories are much more effective for dryness, and that testosterone cream is great for libido and orgasm with minimal impacts, unlike estrogen, which is the hormone replacement to worry about. This next post was made in the True Off My Chest subreddit about 2 weeks ago by user Bubbly Tangelo 7655. The post is titled, "I slept with my former high school teacher and have a date with him this weekend. How weird is this?" So I'm looking for some input on how weird this is. I'm sort of hoping it's not that weird, but it feels pretty weird to me. Hence why I'm asking strangers online instead of anyone who knows me. In high school, I had a really great art teacher. He was the head of the art department at the private school I attended. There were only a few art teachers, so I was in his class more than once during the 4 years I was there. I really liked him because we had a lot in common in terms of the books, music, and movies that we liked. At the time, I didn't know many people who liked the same things I did, and I was sort of obsessed with all my favorite bands and stuff, so having somebody to talk to about it and debate with was really cool. He also introduced me to other similar bands and things like that. Note that these conversations were always in the classroom with other students. There was never anything inappropriate between us at all. I do remember after a parent-teacher conference night, My mom came home and told me all of the nice things he said about me and that she didn't know if she should let me go on this trip to Europe that he was chaperoning because he maybe liked me too much. But statements like that were typical of my mother. It's like she just wanted to create gossip, and I sometimes sensed she was desperate for me to do something scandalous for reasons I don't understand. She's the biggest gossip and stirrer ever. Anyway, I went on the trip and nothing weird happened. So I'm 26 now, well past graduation. I've since graduated college. I've thankfully glowed up since then. I ran into him at a local bar and we talked for hours, and then I went home and had sex with him. He was married back when I was a student. He talked about his wife a lot back then. They've since divorced, and he says the main reason is that they were initially a child-free couple by choice, but then he changed his mind and decided he wanted a family, and that wasn't something they could agree on. So I have an actual date with him tomorrow night. How weird is this? While he definitely remembered me from when I was his student, I feel like I'm meeting him as a different person now. I'm an adult and haven't been his student in over 8 years. We haven't been in touch at all since then. Can I treat this just like I would anyone else I just happened to randomly meet and hit it off with? Or is there a general line that shouldn't be crossed since I was once his student? User Busta Limes said, I worked at a summer camp and ran a before and after school program. Many of the kids are now all grown up. I still can't, to this day, see any of them as anything other than the kids they were when I had them in my programs. That's just me though. Under this comment, a user said, same, I used to be a substitute teacher, and even when I was probably only 5 years older than most kids, there's a power dynamic. I was their teacher. To this day, whenever I see them, it feels wrong to see them as anything other than a student. Someone else also responded under this thread. The user is named Eternity Warden. They said, exactly. I used to help teach martial arts and saw one of the girls years later when I was at work and she was an adult. I still couldn't see her as anything but a kid. I feel weirded out when I see people sexualize Millie Bobby Brown and obviously don't even know her. A school teacher who spends hours a day with a kid for years on end, being able to hook up with them seems a bit creepy to me. User Glittering Lime at 2316 said, I had an English teacher in high school who dated his students after they graduated. He got sentenced to life in prison a few years back for grooming and a minor. User Mefek said, as a teacher, a young one too, with some of my students last year only being 4 to 6 years younger than me, it would be wrong, and my district has also made it clear that a relationship, friendly or otherwise, after students graduated was looked down upon. I do not think you're doing something wrong, but I do think he is doing something wrong. From a professional POV, it's icky. It's something that is very borderline in the worst ways. User Mediocre Greatness 333 said, you're an adult, so you're allowed to do whatever, but this is very icky to me. I certainly wouldn't want this man anywhere near you if I was your parent, so you should continue with caution. You aren't in school anymore, but there are still uneven power dynamics. He might seem nice now, but might turn into a monster behind closed doors. That's how most abusers get you. User Zutara Semblance said, I really advise against it. I am in a very similar situation. I was in love with my high school biology teacher. After I graduated from medical school at the age of 23, I messaged her, who was 36, to say thank you for inspiring me, etc. She absolutely jumped at this message and started messaging me intensely very quickly, asking me intimate questions about my relationship, sex life, etc. The power dynamic of her being my teacher was very hard to shake. We started a relationship that ended very recently, and I am only now realizing that she preyed on me and used me. It has been incredibly traumatic. Just reverse the scenario. Could you see yourself dating and having sex with someone you knew and interacted with so much when they were younger? You know the answer in your heart. Personally, I do think it's very weird, just like how many of the comments said, but if both OP and the teacher are consenting adults, I don't think it's necessarily wrong. Weird? Yes. About 2 days after that first post, OP gave us an update. So I recently posted about sleeping with my former high school teacher and got a ton of opinions on whether it was weird or not. We went on an actual date yesterday and it went great. I think we both had a good time and we had plenty to talk about without any of it being about back then when I was a student. I think that's a positive sign. He said absolutely nothing about having any interest in me back then, but I didn't expect him to. He was truly always professional as a teacher. Despite telling myself that I wouldn't sleep with him again right away and that I'd try to take things slower so that we could get to know each other. The current versions of each other, not the people we were years ago. The chemistry and physical attraction were too much for me to resist. I went back to his house and we had sex. It was amazing. Like, we've been sleeping together for ages and I'm totally comfortable with him and he knows exactly what I like. I very rarely click with a guy so quickly. It takes a while for me to feel comfortable enough to really fully get into the sex and vocalize what I want and need, and for a man to understand what I enjoy. That is not the case here. He even put me in my favorite positions without me saying a word, and I didn't even need my mini vibrator to get off like I typically do with partnered sex. I spent the night and we had sex again this morning without any awkwardness afterward. I can't stop thinking about it or about him. We grabbed coffee near my house and he walked me home since I live very close to this little neighborhood. His birthday is coming up this week and he was planning to go out with friends. He's invited me along. He warned me one of the people was a former teacher from the school I attended, but I never had this teacher and I don't think he'd recognize me at all, even if I still looked exactly the same as when I graduated. I decided to bite the bullet and just ask him if he thought it was weird at all based on how we originally met each other. He said it's a little weird if he thinks about it, but he said he probably wouldn't have even recognized me if I hadn't told him who I was. He remembered me when I told him who I was, but he didn't really see me as the same person. He asked me if I thought it was weird, and I told him not really, but I think other people might think that it is. He said he's past the point of really caring what others think. I sort of regretted bringing it up because I don't think he was really focused on whether it was weird or not, and I don't think he was really thinking about the past at all. Now, I worry I put the idea in his mind that this is weird and he's going to no longer be interested. Now, reflecting on it, I think he's telling the truth when he says he doesn't look at me and think of the person I was as his student. I actually think it's me who still sees him as my teacher. He's changed much less than I have, which makes sense since I was a teenager and he was already a full-grown adult. He looks nearly the same as he did 8 years ago, so I look at him and I do see the same person. In my head, I still refer to him as Mr. X. It feels weird for me to call him by his first name or to see him listed on my phone by his first name. So now I'm realizing maybe this is more of a me problem. It really started to dawn on me after we had sex last night. I wasn't thinking of him as my former teacher at all when we were actually in the act, but afterward I went to the bathroom and my immediate internal reaction was, OMG, I just fucked Mr. X. And who knew Mr. X could fuck like that? Then I realized, oh shit, I'm thinking of him as my teacher. Either way, I want and plan to see him again and go out with him this week. I just can't see it lasting long term if I can't eventually get used to his first name at the very least. User I want power 1611 said, I don't know. You posted about this before and obviously got a lot of replies telling you it was a bad idea, but you ignored it and went ahead. Sounds like you made up your mind. The biggest red flag is not even your teacher anymore, but the fact that subconsciously you do think it's wrong. That's why you're looking for comments to validate you and tell you it's okay instead of just trusting your judgment. And this insane chemistry you talk about sounds exactly like you are into this man because he was your teacher, not despite it. IMO, that's a recipe for a failed relationship, but I don't think anything we can say will deter you from continuing, so good luck. Under this comment, a throwaway account said all of this and the fact the man literally divorced his ex-wife because he wanted to get married and have children. So if that's what OP wants, I guess that's what OP gets. User Excalibur9292 said, honestly, I think it's so nasty and weird for teachers to date their old students. Like, maybe for years you watched this person grow up and you taught them. It's like saying if your parents had a friend who came over to your home a lot while you were a teenager and was around you 5 days a week for at least an hour a day. Then you didn't see each other for a while and now you're 20 and that friend of your parents is interested in you and now you're both having sex. Do you see how weird and disgusting that is? She might be an adult, but when they met, she was underage, and he taught her for a while, meaning he saw her grow up for a while. I honestly don't know, but some of you guys need therapy. User Honeybun Nana said, I agree with the other commenter. So far, this guy seems weird and strange. You look exactly the same, but he wouldn't have recognized you. I'm not sure I believe that. Of course, when you ask, he'd say something to that effect when you asked. On the other hand, you seem like you want to go into this head first, so good luck with that. I wouldn't want to have to explain that I'm dating an old teacher all the time. User, deleted within 4 years, said, you're a grown woman and can do what you want, but as a male high school teacher, I could tell you I would never in a million years hook up with an old student. It's inappropriate and cheapens the relationship we build with students. I have great relationships with my students and even stay in touch long after because they reach out to me for a reference or tutoring. If one of them ever even hinted at anything I would shut it down the first time and let them know the second would get them blocked. I have a female teacher friend who wasn't my student and only knew from work and when she was an adult. She's about your age, I'm 40 something. Even that would make me uncomfortable because we are at such different times in our lives. He should have been the one to shut you down. After the first post, I didn't think there was too much wrong about this situation, but after reading the comments under the update, it became more obvious that OP might be living out a fantasy rather than participating in a fulfilling relationship. Of course, if that's what OP wants, I guess that's fine since this isn't exactly illegal, but I definitely do not like this. If OP were a family member of mine, I think I'd be a bit more assertive with telling him or her that they need to cut off the relationship. This first story was created in the infidelity subreddit by a user named Still Angry After 4. The post was made in 2021 and is titled, "It's been 4 years and I thought I was past it. But after this Memorial Day, I'm not and I need advice. I've been stalking these subreddits for a while, and I thought just reading people's stories would help me. Or if I found someone with a similar situation, I could see how they handled it. But I guess my situation is unique. So here we go. First, let me be clear. I don't care if you think this is fake. I don't care if you want to rip me a new one after I vent. It already happened. I thought I was okay. I thought I had moved on, but after last weekend, it all came back, and that anger I had back then just came back in full force. Even though I'm back home with my fiance, that anger toward my ex just won't go away. I spent years in anger management for what she did and the situation that was created, and I thought I was okay. Right now, I just turned 39. I was 18 when I met my ex, Marisol. During that time, I was a gangbanger with the Latin Kings. I had been a member since I was 13 and was always in and out of trouble. Marisol was a church girl. My grandmother dragged me to Sunday Mass, and when I saw her, to me, it was love at first sight. I asked my cousin, who was a friend of hers, if he could introduce us, but he refused. He didn't want me to mess with her. He didn't want me to ruin her. Have you ever met someone that you wanted to make yourself better to be with? Someone you wanted to be that man who would walk the right path? That was her. When I found out that she was going to church almost every day, I hung out by the steps talking to her. I always walked her to and from church. She made me feel like I wasn't worthless. One thing led to another and we were dating and I felt great. For a year and a half, I pushed myself away from the gang life, got my GED, became a regular churchgoer, and was thinking about the future when I got unintentionally pulled back in. I was at a store and ran into someone that I used to have problems with. They were running their mouths and I tried to ignore it. I swear I did. I just let them talk and walked away, but then I got stabbed in the shoulder blade and I lost my mind. I beat the shit out of him. I got arrested and suddenly it was like the progress I had made to better my life had vanished. Marisol was pissed at me. My grandmother kept bringing up my past mistakes and my cousin was telling me that he knew I wasn't going to change. My public defender saw me trying to better myself and, by the grace of God, got me off after a month in lockup. Despite being angry with me, Marisol did visit me almost daily. A month after I got out, I found out I was going to be a father, and I didn't want my kid to have a dad who was dead or in jail. We eloped, I went to a trade school to become a mechanic, and I busted my ass for my future family. When Luna was born, it was almost the worst day of my life. Marisol wouldn't stop bleeding. She went into shock, and they had to give her a double hysterectomy. She was in the hospital for months and Luna became my world. I wanted her life to be the best. I wanted to give her the world. When Marisol was released, I promised her that our daughter would have a life far better than ours, and for years I kept that promise. I saved enough money to move us to the suburbs, became homeowners, and was a Girl Scout leader if you could believe that. I made sure Luna went to private school, taught her how to defend herself, and always made sure I was the perfect husband. I didn't know my parents and didn't have a positive male role model in my life, so I didn't know what a healthy relationship looked like. That's a lie. TV dads were my male role models, and I mimicked them and the marriages they had on TV. As the years went by, I owned my own garage, my cousin became a pastor, my grandmother was still a pain in my ass, and my relationship with my wife was stronger than ever. I made sure I kept my prison body, but Luna hated me. Since she turned 13, she just started hating me. She didn't want me to hug her, rolled her eyes every time I told her I loved her, and ignored me when I asked her about her day in school. It hurt me, and Marisol saw it. She told me that she was a teenager and that I should just let it ride. She will come back to me. For 2 years, it was like that. So for her quinceañera, I wanted to go all out. I got everything she wanted, and she was still disrespectful. Briefly, the old me almost came out just to put her in her place, but instead I went to my cousin, vented my frustration and doubts about being a good father, and he told me to just let her be and said a prayer for me. I wanted a slideshow for the father-daughter dance. I had a chunk of the pictures of us together, but I realized I didn't have any recent pictures of us. She didn't want to take any. The last time I had pictures of her and me smiling together was on her 13th birthday, and those were on my daughter's broken tablet. I took that tablet and went to a repair shop, and I didn't care about the cost. I needed that tablet fixed. After a day and $300, the tech fixed it, and I was happy. I knew her passcode, but I never bothered invading her privacy. I just wanted those pictures, and when I opened that tablet and looked in the gallery, there they were, my little girl, smiling and happy to be with me. I felt great. Then the instant messages appeared. It was my daughter talking to my wife. It was a long banter about how she didn't want me to dance with her, and it did hurt, but like my wife said, she's being a teenager. Then she said something that destroyed me. She texted me why she had to do the father-daughter dance with me since I'm not her father. I felt my heart stop, I got dizzy, my mouth dried up, and I needed to sit down. My wife responded that I raised her, I loved her, and that made me her father. But Luna responded by saying that my cousin is her father and that she can't wait to turn 18 so she could tell me the truth and live with her real dad. She said she hated me and thanked God that I'm not her father. Marisol began cussing her out, saying that it was a mistake for my cousin to tell her the truth 2 years ago, and the more they talked, the angrier I became. My wife lied to me for 15 years. My cousin, whom I confided in about my issues with Luna and my fears about being a bad father, not only slept with my wife, but had me raise his child. I wanted to hurt them. I felt a mixture of anger, sorrow, and grief. I wanted to scream, cry, and die at the same time, if that makes any sense. I went to a dark place, and so I wouldn't do anything stupid. I told Marisol that I needed to focus on work so I could pay for the quinceañera, and instead I drove to Manhattan and saw my old public defender, who wasn't a low-level attorney anymore. He had a nice, expensive firm near Midtown East. I was surprised that he remembered me, but apparently I was his first case as a public defender. We sat down and I told him everything. I gave him the tablet, and when he turned it on, the messages just kept coming. Only this time, Luna was talking to my cousin, her real father, and he was telling her to give me a chance. He said I was always there for her, but Luna told him that so was he. It made sense that they had so much in common, and she even called him Papi multiple times in their conversation, to which he responded by telling her that she was his little girl. We went through our options, and he asked me what I wanted to do. I told him that I wanted to go full scorched earth. I wanted to poison the well. He asked me several times if that was really what I wanted, and I nodded. I also told him that everything had to be filed before the quinceañera in 2 weeks. So we sat down and spent the next 12 hours on what needed to be done, and I followed his instructions to the letter. I secretly placed my business for sale, called the private school, and told them that I would not be paying for next year, closed the college accounts and the savings that I had for Luna, and prepared to place my house for sale online. No one was the wiser. I followed his instructions perfectly. There was only one thing I deviated from: the day of the quinceañera. That day went off without a hitch. The whole family was there. Luna was smiling and having fun. Marisol kept asking me if I was okay, and I lied to her. It was hard lying to her. From the moment I met her, I never lied to her. During those 2 weeks, every time I kissed her, held her, or made love to her, it was hard not to scream at her. It was hard not to hate her. She knowingly let me raise another man's child. She slept with my cousin, a man I saw as my brother, the godfather of my child, the best man when I eloped, my confidant. So the rage was hard to suppress, to say the least. When it was time for the father-daughter dance, I called her to the center of the stage. She looked annoyed but walked over. I had the music playing and she smiled, and it tore me apart seeing her smile at me. For years I wanted to see that smile again, and now I didn't want it. As we danced, I had the slideshow playing, pictures of the two of us, and towards the end of the song, screenshots of her text messages with her mother and real father. Needless to say, this didn't bode too well. Marisol looked like she saw a ghost. Luna just kept staring at the large screen, and my cousin just stared at me with fear. Marisol ran to me and told me that she could explain, and I told her that I filed for a divorce and that she could explain it in court. She grabbed my arm, begging me, and I pulled back. I told Luna that I busted my ass to give her the world, and now she doesn't deserve it. I began to walk out, but not before telling my cousin that every time I see him, I'm going to knock him out. Then I knocked him out. The aftermath was harsh. Marisol and Luna were at my grandmother's apartment. Her family was shocked and disgusted with her. They wanted nothing to do with her. Her father actually apologized to me. I don't know why. He never liked me despite my turning my life around. That man hated me, but now I was the perfect husband and father. Just a few days prior, I was the former piece of shit. My grandmother had the audacity to tell me about the story of Abraham and how when he came back from battle 3 years later, his wife had a 1-year-old child and he raised him as his own. She said I should be like Abraham, so I told her to get the fuck out of my house. Marisol came a few days later crying as soon as she saw me, telling me that it was an accident, that when I was arrested she was so angry at me and my cousin was there to console her, and one thing led to another and they had sex. It happened only one time and she was faithful to me ever since. She was willing to take a lie detector test to prove it. So I asked her how long she knew Luna wasn't mine, and she started crying more. That look she gave me just told me that she knew from day one, and I asked her to leave. She wanted to go to counseling, telling me that I was overreacting and we could make it work. It was in the past and I needed to get over it, that I am Luna's father despite what happened. I allowed my temper to get the best of me. I must have repeated "get over it" over a dozen times at full volume while grabbing her shit and tossing it out the door. I called her a lying whore. I told her that I didn't want to see her face ever again, and I told her that this life that I built no longer belongs to her before shoving her out the door. A couple of weeks went by and she kept blowing up my phone. Not once did Luna try to reach out to me. Marisol was shocked to learn that I sold my business, even more so when she found out that I had an open house. She came in screaming, telling the viewers to get out of her house and pleading with me to seek help, claiming that I was ruining our marriage and that I had no right to sell our home, the home where we raised our child. I told her that this house was full of lies. It's a house where I raised another man's child, and when I sell it, I will give her half and order her to get out before I call the cops. It was a bluff. All she had to do was play the victim and I would have been arrested, but she didn't. She complied. Shortly after this, my cousin came to talk to me and I knocked him out, dragged him outside, and closed the door. I refused mediation. Marisol wanted to reconcile, but I didn't. I wanted a divorce and my attorney filed for a fast-track divorce. In 3 months, we were in the Nassau County Courthouse. I barely spoke to anyone during that time. I read horror stories about the court system, especially during divorce proceedings, but I didn't have that. I had a female judge who was very fair. My attorney took care of everything. First, Marisol's lawyer tried to bring up my past when I was in a gang as if my past was a reason for me to be a terrible husband and father, but my attorney quickly shut that down and the judge reprimanded her attorney for trying to shame someone who had turned their life around. My attorney presented all the evidence and offered a lump sum alimony payment with the pending sales of the house and business. At first, Marisol kept asking me to reconsider, but I ignored her, and when she finally realized that I wasn't budging, she agreed. Yet the real surprise happened when it came to child support. My attorney presented all of the text messages from Luna's conversations with Marisol, showing that not only did Luna know I was not her father, but she also could not wait to be with her real father, saying that she no longer had to live a lie. Marisol was completely caught off guard by this. Then my attorney filed a motion to have my name removed from Luna's birth certificate, to have my last name removed, as well as to not be responsible for any child support since all parties agreed that my cousin was her father. Marisol was shocked by this. She yelled at me, begging me not to do this to Luna, that I am her father because I raised her. As pathetic as I may sound right now, if Luna hadn't acted that way towards me, if she hadn't said those things, I would have agreed. There were moments when I wanted to reach out and try to make it work, but then I would look at Luna's continuing text messages to her friends, her real father and mother, and I would refocus on my resolve. To this day, I don't know what hurts the most. Being lied to by a woman who you thought was the love of your life, or having a child whom you tried to make a better life for, to give them the world, only to have them toss you aside like trash. The judge was quiet for a long while, reading page after page of the text messages. In the end, she agreed. I was not financially responsible for Luna and my name could be removed. My attorney also filed a motion for the courts to go after my cousin for child support and a motion to sue my cousin in civil court for all the money I had spent raising Luna. The private schools, dance classes, Girl Scouts, horseback lessons, everything I had ever spent on that child. After my attorney explained to the judge that my cousin committed fraud by knowingly allowing me to raise his daughter without offering any financial support or assistance, it was a Hail Mary and the damn judge agreed. I didn't bother looking at Marisol when the judge made her decision. I didn't bother listening to her as I walked out of the courthouse. I didn't care as I heard her cry, her telling me that she only cheated one time and had been faithful ever since. I didn't care anymore. A few weeks later, my ex called me, shocked that I had stopped payments on Luna's private school and all of her activities, and told me to call her baby daddy before hanging up. Even Luna called me, the first time since this entire ordeal, and she called me crying that she had to go to public school, that they were moving back to the old neighborhood, and how scary it was, and how she wanted us to be a family again. I told her to go to her real father, the man who she truly wanted, and ask him. I yelled at her, told her that not only did she know for years, but I had read all the text messages, the back and forth, and from her own words, she was thankful that a hoodlum like me wasn't her father, even though I hadn't been a hoodlum since the day I found out I was going to be a father. I hung up on her after that. I thought about ending it countless times. I thought about ending my cousin, but I made him pay. He had to pay me $500,000. $500,000 that was all mine, and not 1 cent belonged to my ex because she agreed to the lump sum. I didn't care that the money came from the church. I was hurting. I left New York shortly after and went to Idaho, as far away from New York as possible. I just picked a random state and city and left. I opened up a new shop and got a house, but for 2 years I had trust issues. For 2 years I saw a therapist, went to anger management, and I went to rage rooms. It wasn't easy. Until I found myself going back to church, and ironically, that was where I met my fiance. Jocelyn is wonderful. She had just turned 30 at the time, and we hit it off. I told her everything that happened to me. I explained to her that I was going to have trust issues, and she understood. A year later, she told me that I was going to be a dad and insisted that I have a DNA test just so I could have peace of mind. I had forgotten what it felt like to be happy again, and when my son was born, I was overjoyed. I called my grandmother for the first time in years. She cried, and when I told her about my son, she insisted that I come to New York so she could meet her great-grandchild, guilt-tripping me by saying that she was 90 and would like to see me one more time. I agreed. We flew to New York, rented a car, and drove to Bushwick. The one thing I dislike about the hood is that you only need to see one person from your past, and the whole neighborhood knows that you're back. My grandmother saw my son, met my fiance, and made an offhand comment in Spanish about her being white, and I just yesed her to death. I was planning to spend the week doing the tourist thing for once. It was Jocelyn's first time in her life in the Big Apple, and I wanted to make it special. Damn it, nothing worked out as planned. First, my ex shouted my name from downstairs. I looked out the window and was surprised at how fat she had gotten. My grandmother told me in Spanish to talk to her, and Jocelyn agreed. I went downstairs and was awkwardly silent for a minute, and that anger just came back like a flood. Marisol told me that I looked good and said that she looked like shit. She told me that she missed me and that she had never been with another man since the divorce, and I ignored her. She even had the audacity to tell me that I'm a grandfather, and I gave her a look. Apparently, Luna got with a decent guy and got knocked up at 18. Her baby daddy joined the Marines to support them, and her father wanted nothing to do with her. He just paid the child support and refused to acknowledge her. He's no longer a pastor and is working at the Banco Popular 2 blocks over. Then she told me that Luna named the baby after me, and I couldn't stand looking at her. Marisol wanted me to wait because Luna was on her way over, but I just walked away. I went to my grandmother's house and I didn't have to tell Jocelyn anything. She just knew, and we left. In the elevator, I told her what happened and she smiled and told me everything was going to be alright. The look on Marisol's face when we left the building was something else. She was looking at my fiance like she was the other woman, and Jocelyn, without missing a beat, introduced my son to her. She said, "I would like you to meet his biological child." That was a knife twist, but she knew my pain. Marisol kept trying to stop me from leaving, telling me that Luna felt bad about what she did and that Jocelyn wanted me to make amends, but I was so angry. I hopped into the car, ignoring Marisol's pleas, and Jocelyn told me to extend an olive branch. So I gave her my number so Luna could call me and left. At the red light, I saw my cousin by the Cuchifrito stand, and I didn't know what came over me. I got out of the car, ran up to him, and beat the shit out of him. Jocelyn was screaming, telling me to stop, and when we locked eyes, I could see the fear. I spat on him and left. I'm back home, working, being a dad, and a good fiance to a beautiful woman. Yet, since going back when I'm alone with my thoughts, the anger comes back. Luna did text me with a picture of her smiling with her son, telling me that she was sorry for what she did. Yet, I don't know if she's sorry that she missed me or if she's sorry because the man she wanted to be her father wasn't the man she thought he was. I'm so confused and I'm scared to reach out to her. I want to get past this. I want to move on. My family was my everything. My daughter was my world. Even after all these years, it still hurts and it still makes me angry, but I know I need to move on and it's hard. I want to reach out to Luna, but I'm so scared. I have people telling me to let her back in, but all I can think about are those text messages and the lies. The constant lies. I need help and my usual methods are not working. Thank you for reading this. I needed to vent. As I mentioned, I don't care if you think this is fake. I really don't give a rat's ass, but your help is appreciated. Update. I'm waiting for the mods to approve this. It's been a while and yesterday was Father's Day. Luna tried calling me several times and I looked at the phone. I wanted to answer, but I didn't. All that kept lingering in my mind were those messages, what she said to her mother, to her real father, and to her friends. So I ignored it. Eventually, I listened to her voicemail and she sounded so cheerful. She briefly apologized for her actions, but to me, it didn't sound sincere, just passive. Maybe I'm overthinking it. She mentioned her son, her fiance, and asked me to call her. Simple request, but I became infuriated. My grandmother and my fiance are telling me to give her a chance, but when I asked my grandmother if Luna or Marisol ever asked about me in the 4 years I was gone, she said Marisol did, constantly, but not Luna. So in my twisted mind, I think Luna wants me in her life so her child would be taken care of. Or maybe she wanted to milk me, and that made me so angry. Even Marisol tried calling me constantly, and I'm already thinking about changing my number. So I spent the majority of my Father's Day in the gym, hitting the heavy bag, and I have an appointment today with an anger management group. Maybe they can give me an outside opinion. If this ever gets published by the mods, I would like to get your opinion as well. In the meantime, I'm just figuring this out on my own. Update 2. I would like to thank Luigi on Fiji 42 for his advice on sending an email as a start. I sent a small email to Luna that simply said, "What do you want?" I didn't expect the multi-paragraph response. She started the email by profusely apologizing for how she acted. She said that when she found out I wasn't her father, she was angry. She confronted her mother and her mother cried, making her promise not to tell me. Since she felt lost, she began to talk to my cousin, her real father, more and more. He told her about my violent past, the things I used to do, things that I kept a secret from her. This made her angry, and the more they spent time together, the more she pulled away from me. She said she felt bad from time to time, but my cousin reinforced her feelings toward me. On the day of the quinceañera, she said that while we were dancing, she realized how stupid she was acting. She realized how much I loved her, and then her messages appeared on screen. In the days that followed, she was told by my wife's side of the family to give me space, not to call me. And she listened. She said she was watching her family fall apart because of her and she couldn't do anything to fix it. She told me she understood why I did what I did, yet she wanted to reach out. Her grandfather kept telling her that I loved her, that I raised her, and despite what I saw through her messages, I would do the right thing, and she believed him. During the divorce, her mother fell into a dark place, not talking to her, barely eating, she was just existing. When she found out that my name was removed from her birth certificate, she said she had a panic attack. Her mother told her that they would have to move back to Brooklyn, and when she asked about her life and school, her mother told her that was the life your father gave you and he's not your father anymore. So she called me, begging, and I cursed her out, then hung up. She cried for days. She tried to reach out to my cousin, who pretty much ignored her. She even went to the church and he told her to leave and called her a mistake. Her mother refused to talk to her and basically locked herself in a room, only leaving to use the bathroom or take a shower. She begged her grandfather to take her to see me, and when they came to Long Island, she learned that I had moved. Her grandfather told her that he would talk to my grandmother and find out where I went. For the next 2 years, according to her, it was hell. The entire neighborhood knew what happened to her and her mother. Her father avoided her at all costs and tried not to pay child support. It took her grandfather threatening him to start paying. In the meantime, her mother didn't talk to her. She was just locked in her room. The few times they did speak, she called her an ungrateful girl and said she was the reason why she lost the love of her life. Her grandfather had to put her mother in her place by telling her that her infidelity was the reason why she lost the love of her life, and she locked herself back in the room. So Luna barely stayed home. And that was how she met the father of her child. He worked in the corner bodega. They were the same age, and after a few months of talking, one thing led to another, and she ended up pregnant. Her grandfather was furious, but when her boyfriend insisted that he would marry her, that cooled things down. Luna said her pregnancy was a blessing in disguise. Her mother began talking to her again and even began leaving the room to be by her side for every checkup. Being a senior in high school while pregnant was cliche, but she made it work. A month before the baby was born, she graduated and her boyfriend joined the Marines. He wanted to elope before leaving, but she wanted a wedding. Her boyfriend had no issues naming his son after me. Apparently, his father was absent, and the fact that he was a junior was a reminder that he shared the name of a man who didn't want him. When she heard I was in town, she got a speeding ticket trying to get to my grandmother's apartment. She wanted to see me, wanted to apologize, wanted me to see her son. She just wanted to see me. However, she was late and she cried. When her mother gave her my number, she wanted to call me immediately, but the entire neighborhood was talking about how I beat her father up, so she waited. Her mother was sad to see that I had moved on and had a son. Luna was happy to know she had a little brother, but her mother became a little more depressed. I felt sorry for Marisol. After I read the email, I called Marisol and asked her if this was true, that she refused to talk to Luna for years and blamed her for our divorce. She confirmed it, and at first I yelled at her, but I regained my composure when I heard her crying. I told her to move on and find someone else, but she said no. She told me that I was her husband and that I would always be her husband. It broke my heart a little. I then had my grandmother go see my cousin so I could talk to him. The second he heard my voice, he began to cry and begged me to forgive him. I just asked him why he didn't want to be a father to Luna. Why did he poison her against me? He said it was envy. He was in love with Marisol and I took her from him. When I was arrested, he consoled her. He manipulated her, and she barely lasted a second with him before she realized what she was doing and shoved him off of her. But he had already come. When she found out she was pregnant, he knew the baby was his. They both knew. It was supposed to be a secret. Marisol took her double hysterectomy as God's punishment for her infidelity and deceit. When Luna turned 13, he was drunk. Seeing my life, envy was the one sin he couldn't shake. So he wanted to ruin it, and he did. I told him that when we see each other again in hell, I would be his eternal torturer, and then I hung up on him. Jocelyn was there for me. She told me that everything would be okay. Luna and I communicated through email. I spoke to her on the 4th. She spent over an hour crying while talking to me. I even spoke to her boyfriend, who asked me for permission to marry her. I thought it was funny but honorable. My wedding is next month, and Jocelyn wants me to invite Luna. At the same time, Luna wants me to give her away at her wedding in November. My future father-in-law sat me down and told me that he couldn't grasp my situation, but respected the road I took, because that road saved his little girl and gave him a handsome grandson and a future son-in-law that he would kill for. That made me laugh. But he told me that I need to let go of the anger and start forgiving, but never forget. He's right. So we gave Luna an invitation to my wedding and even offered to pay for the plane ticket. Her boyfriend, or should I say fiance, said that he would work it off at my garage when they arrive. I kind of like him. As for me giving her away, I don't know yet. Let's see how the wedding goes first. Thank you again for the advice and the few DMs. No one was rude or disrespectful. You guys helped me so much. I'll update if something happens, but for now, I have to get things ready for my wedding next month. Might be my final update. A lot has happened in such a short window. Again, I would like to thank the large number of supporters within the direct messages. Of course, there were hate messages, but all I can say to those people is that what you would have done and what I did are two different mindsets. And until you go through the same situation or something similar, don't tell me how I should have felt. Leading up to the wedding, I was already on eggshells. Jocelyn was the happiest I have ever seen her, and my in-laws were freaking out due to the number of people that were coming. I swear, I think the whole town came. While all this was happening, I was an hour and a half away in Boise, waiting for Luna and her family at the airport. In the days leading up to her visit, we spoke a lot. She mostly cried and apologized, and I just listened. When she couldn't speak anymore, I talked to her fiance, who is more down to earth. When their plane landed, I was so scared, not for seeing her again, but because I was afraid of my anger. I was afraid that I would lose my temper. The second she saw me at the terminal, she ran to me, crying, and for a split second, I saw my daughter when she was 7. It was weird picturing a child in my mind. She ran, screaming daddy, and the second she hugged me, she began to cry loudly. It was like a wail that caused so many people to look at us. She just kept saying sorry over and over, asking me to forgive her, and I just held her for over 15 minutes. She refused to let me go. It took her fiance and me to convince her to do so. It was as if she felt that the second she let go, I would vanish. After she composed herself, her fiance properly introduced himself, and then they introduced me to their child. I won't lie, I cried. I wasn't angry, but I cried while holding this infant. Luna was also the spitting image of her mother when she was 19, which made me wonder about Marisol. During the drive home, we talked about her fiance's boot camp, how he was going to be a career man, and how Luna was going to college online to learn accounting, mostly catching up in conversation. When we arrived at my house, Jocelyn and her family had a spread ready for them. Since we've been together, Jocelyn learned how to cook Spanish foods, but the week leading up to Luna's visit, she went a little overboard. Yet I get it. She wanted to make an impression. She and Luna just hit it off. Every few minutes, Luna would walk towards me just to give me a quick hug and then go back to Jocelyn. I was just holding my son and my grandson. While Jocelyn was introducing Luna to her family, I put the babies to bed and went to the porch for some fresh air. Luna's fiance was standing at the foot of the yard, staring at all of the bison roaming around. For a moment, I wanted to give him the dad talk, but I felt that it wasn't my place. Instead, I asked him how he liked the view, and he was awestruck. I know the feeling. Living in the city for the majority of your life, wide open spaces are a marvel to take in. After a minute or two, he looked at me and told me how regretful Luna was. I've been with your daughter for 3 years, and not a day goes by when she doesn't mention how much she misses you and regrets what she did. Out of everything he told me, that single sentence constantly replays in my mind. Her fiance's name is Roberto, and for a man who is only 19 years old, he acts and talks like a man in his 30s. That tells me he has had a rough life to mature so quickly. I know the feeling. The following day, I had to go to the shop, and Luna practically jumped into the car with the baby. Even Roberto told her it was okay and to enjoy herself. Luna looked like she was going to hyperventilate, and I told her that we would work a half day and I would spend the rest of the day with her. That seemed to do it, and I slowly began to realize how traumatized Luna was. During the drive, I asked Roberto how bad she was. He said she has severe abandonment issues and is constantly afraid that he's going to leave her, despite him telling her that he never would. She calls him a lot. She's a bit clingy at times, and in the beginning, she was afraid to be herself for fear that they would break up. He had to reaffirm his love for her just so she could let her guard down a little. This was my doing. I know that, but he doesn't blame me. He told me he completely understood why I did what I did. Allow me to say that Roberto is a terrible mechanic. He knows nothing about cars, so I had him clean up at the shop so he could work off the plane tickets. We closed early, and when we arrived, Luna practically ran toward me. She looked unhinged. I told her that I would be back, and she went to her fiance. When I walked into my house, Jocelyn told me that Luna needed to be reminded that everything was going to be fine and that I wouldn't leave her again. I didn't know what to say, but Jocelyn grabbed my hands and told me that Luna was hurting and she needed her father. For the next couple of days, I spent all of my time with Luna getting reacquainted with her. I took her to my in-laws' ranch and showed her the bison, the elk, and took her on a hike. 2 days before the wedding, I apologized to her for leaving. I apologized for the way I acted and for the actions I took. She didn't want to hear any of it. She told me that there was nothing I should apologize for. She said she knew she was the reason why it all fell apart, that she knew it was her fault, and I had to stop her. I began to cry. I told her that it wasn't her fault. I was angry, I was hurting, and despite what happened, I should be the one who apologized. We both cried and just held each other. Luna appeared to be slightly better. On the day of my wedding, she was happy. At the last minute, Jocelyn made her a bridesmaid and Roberto a groomsman. The wedding was beautiful. During the reception, I asked the DJ to play the song from Luna's quinceañera, and I asked her to dance with me. She was crying the entire time, holding on to me for dear life as we danced. I haven't felt this happy in a long time. I let Luna and her fiance stay in my house, taking care of her little brother while I went to Hawaii for my honeymoon. When we got home, she was happy. She hugged us and it felt great. Roberto told me that he's going to Camp Dwyer in Afghanistan and would like to know if Luna could stay near us. He would pay for an apartment near us until he could buy a house. Of course, I said yes. They went back to the city the day before yesterday. Like I said, it's been eventful. Luna's wedding is in November and Roberto is leaving in December. Roberto sent me what constitutes a year's rent for a townhouse community 3 miles away from my house. However, Jocelyn suggested we should put a double wide on our property for Luna and let her save her money to buy a house when Roberto comes back. Marisol has been blowing up my phone, and based on the messages she left, she's not happy that Luna is moving. Right now, my focus is on my family and mending my relationship with my daughter. This woman is nothing short of a piece of shit, and out of everyone that could have been the girl's father, it's OP's own fucking cousin. That's some crazy shit. OP's character development sounds like something straight out of a movie. The guy became an infinitely better man in order to become a good father, just to find out that it was all a lie. My heart fucking hurts for this guy, and this woman for trying to gaslight OP into supporting her and the daughter. Now, it does seem that OP is going to accept them back into his life. Obviously, this isn't my life, so it doesn't really matter what OP does. But I know I wouldn't be able to accept them back. I would just be too angry every moment I'm near them. But if this decision is what OP believes will make him the most happy, then it is the right choice for him. Now, about 4 months after this post, OP went to the comments and gave us an update under the original story. Update: first, I would like to thank everyone for the positive feedback and support in the comments and DMs. Also, I apologize for the delay in the update. I waited for Luna to come back from her honeymoon so I could show her this post. Our therapist wanted us to be transparent when it comes to this situation. I wanted to make sure I was sharing any information since this is also about her. She read the post, but I refused to let her see any of the hateful comments considering how much she was crying from the post. Yet she had no issues with me posting an update. Then a tragedy happened with the passing of my grandmother and I had to put it on hold. So let's begin with where I left off. Jocelyn and I managed to get a double wide on our property and had everything ready for Luna and Roberto. Many people wondered why Jocelyn kept pushing to make peace in the beginning. Jocelyn didn't want my lingering anger to affect our family and wanted me to make peace with myself for our family's sake. I am grateful for that. As I mentioned before, Marisol was constantly calling me, and the day Luna left New York, I spoke to her. She was crying and angry with me, telling me that I had taken her child and grandchild from her. I tried to explain to her that I wanted to rebuild my relationship with Luna, and almost immediately, she began asking me about rebuilding my relationship with her. I had to tell her that I couldn't, which caused her to cry, and then she hung up on me. Luna and Roberto loved the trailer, and the first thing Roberto did was start the process of repaying me. I told him that it wasn't needed, but he insisted, and I appreciated it. A few days later, Luna and I had our first therapy session, and I learned about all the anxiety medication she was taking and that she suffered from chronic panic attacks. One thing I can share about our sessions is that Luna is very remorseful and has suffered from years of verbal abuse from Marisol. There were things that shocked me, some things that I found to be unbelievable, but they were confirmed when I spoke to my former father-in-law. Marisol verbally and emotionally abused her. My cousin mentally destroyed her, and despite my feelings and the actions I took, I know I hurt her too. 2 weeks after they arrived, Roberto received news that he was being deployed sooner, so they had to move their wedding up. At first, Luna wanted to wait for him to come home, but Roberto insisted. He wanted them to be married before he left. Jocelyn and I offered to help pay for the wedding, but Luna told me she only wanted me to walk her down the aisle and give her away. I know people kept telling me to get a DNA test because there wasn't one from the court due to the circumstantial evidence that was provided. Allow me to tell you there's no need for that. Luna is O positive, I'm AB negative, Marisol is B positive, and my cousin is O positive. However, despite what happened, Luna is my daughter. I only wish I hadn't been blinded by rage. Anyway, the wedding had to be small since it was being held on my in-laws' ranch. My former father-in-law, Roberto's mother, Marisol, and my grandmother were invited. My grandmother couldn't come because she wasn't feeling well, and Marisol was admitted to the hospital for trying to hurt herself. Luna didn't take the news well, and I was angry at Marisol because she expected Luna to come back to New York to help take care of her. In the weeks leading up to the wedding, I learned I was going to be a father again, and I was ecstatic. Roberto learned the hard way about breaking a horse, and I began teaching him how to fix cars. Again, I like this kid. The day before the wedding, my former father-in-law arrived with Roberto's mother. His mother is a very kind person, and I commended her for raising a fine young man. My former father-in-law was stoic as always, but we spoke. He told me that he was disappointed that I left, but given the circumstances, he understood. He only wished that his daughter would move on as well. On the day of the wedding, Jocelyn was Luna's maid of honor, and I tried my best not to cry as I walked her down the aisle, but it was difficult. It was even more difficult for her. During the reception, we played the Quince song again for our father-daughter dance, and again, she just held on to me. For those who want to know, the song is Cinderella by Stephen Curtis Chapman. During their honeymoon, things were getting back to normal, and I was planning to write an update, but a few days before they came home, my grandmother passed. This hurt me because she wasn't just my grandmother, she was my mother. As I mentioned, I never knew my parents. Both my mother and father passed away alongside my cousin's parents when I was a few months old in a car accident, and she raised us together. So, while preparing to go to New York for the funeral, I was trying to control myself and prepare to see my cousin. We went as a family to New York. My grandmother was laid to rest in Cypress Hill Cemetery. Yet, during the funeral, with my wife, daughter, and son-in-law beside me, I wasn't angry. I didn't bother acknowledging my cousin during the funeral, and as we left, my cousin kept trying to talk to me, practically begging for me to yell at him, to hit him, and for some reason, my ignoring him just hurt him even more. A few days before we went back to Idaho, Luna and I visited Marisol at Bellevue. She was excited to see us, sad that she missed the wedding, and we thought everything was fine until we had to leave. She began to cry, telling the orderly that she wanted to go home with her husband. She begged me to take her home, saying that I was the love of her life and to please just take her home. I just cried as they took her away. Luna broke down as well, and it took a while before either of us had the strength to leave the visitors' lounge. My former father-in-law told us that Marisol was never the same after the divorce. She still celebrated my birthday and our anniversary, and he would argue with her to move forward, but she never did. He said she isolated herself and was verbally abusive toward Luna for a long time. Luna's pregnancy just took her out of the trance. He said that the 13 months of being nice to our daughter doesn't take away from the 4 years of negligence and abuse she inflicted on her. He hopes the hospital will help her. Jocelyn told me that I would have to forgive her so she could forgive herself. Right now, as I'm typing, things are okay. Jocelyn and I are as thick as thieves. Roberto left for Saudi Arabia last week, and Luna is trying to appear strong with him gone, but she's doing it poorly. She has been clinging to me and Jocelyn. I thought Jocelyn might be bothered, but she has been loving spending time with her. She is indeed a wonderful woman. She has been taking Luna all across town, introducing her as her daughter. I thought it might bother Luna, but she was very happy about it. I forgave Marisol, and I hope she can find the strength to move on. User Emperor Helix commented the following: "This is worthy of a movie. Honestly, sir, if you can pitch this to a miniseries for a Spanish novella, I think it would be a hit. Thank you for sharing this. This is, without a doubt, the best story I've ever heard. I can somewhat relate because I too had a rough childhood, nowhere near as rough as yours though. I am from NYC and grew up in Sunset Park, where drama like this is unfortunately common. My father was constantly in jail for selling drugs and burglary, so I never knew him well. I remember only 6 months with him when I was 8. Then he got arrested in front of me and went right back in jail for selling drugs, with me in tow for most of them. Then he died of hepatitis C when I was 10. I never learned how to be a man and was a little asshole for years. However, when I turned to 23, I joined the Navy. I left 3 years ago, and now I live on my own, have my dream car, 2002 Toyota Celica GTS, and work a great job. However, I still think about how my father could have been better because he was a master DJ back when they actually used turntables, getting paid $500 a night to play at clubs. I harbor resentment for his poor decisions and what it did to my mother and sister. Earlier this year, I visited his grave after 20 years and just said, "I win, Dad. I'm here and you're not. I'm here for my family, but you aren't. I hope you're proud I didn't make the mistakes you did." Another user named Camacho94 said, "Well, you're obviously still growing as we all are. Luna will always be your baby girl. You did so much for her, and you were even there when she was born. You held her and heard her take her first breath. It truly sucks that you went through all of that, and I'm so glad that everything turned out great in the end." When there's darkness, light is bound to show, and in this, the light was Luna realizing everything and maturing into the beautiful woman she is now. She now has her father's back. Telling her it wasn't her fault was the smart thing to do because it wasn't really. It's never the child's fault. As much as your ex-dad hated you from those times, whether you saw it or not, or maybe you still don't, he always respected you. From your texts and what you've been saying, the grandfather is old school, and he knows when there's a real man in his child's life, and he knows you were that man for his daughter. When all of that happened, he was furious. I know already thought he was furious the moment you said that Marisol was blaming her own daughter for the divorce between her and you, and her dad told her, no, it's not her fault, it is your fault, and your fault only nobody else's. Be involved in Luna's life, repress those negative memories, and only remember the good times you've had with her from the day she was born. Luna loves you a whole lot, as your wife has mentioned. She is hurting and probably still is, even after you guys consoled each other before the wedding. It sounds to me like Luna has grown really well, regrets all that has happened, seeks forgiveness, attends to what she thinks she has done, accepts the consequences that came, and is hell-bent on not doing that ever again. Mend everything with Luna, and hopefully all of this will stay in the past. As the grandfather said, learn to forgive but never forget. Always remember that. User Thundering Tacos said, saw this story on YouTube, honestly it's really bittersweet and just messy. I'm happy that you seem to be healing and letting your anger loosen its grip on you, and that in spite of many screwed up situations life put you in, you never gave up on finding a better life for yourself, even if it was hard. I'm also very happy you did reach out to your daughter, gained more understanding of the situation, began to make amends, and started a long process of healing. I cannot imagine the kind of suffering she had to have gone through, being made a pawn for a jealous cousin's scheme, being poisoned against her father who has done nothing short of giving her the best life she could ask for in such an already confusing time in her adolescent life, being made to lie and hide her own mother's infidelity for years, feeling like she can talk to no one about it as a vulnerable young girl, then getting fed what she thinks is a reprieve from all her confusion in an empty promise for a better life, still feeling confused and upset for things she had nothing to do with and no control over. And just when she starts to find clarity, maybe have a chance to see through it, her whole world is destroyed. Any and everyone she knew knows what happened. Doors to her future all closing at once. The man who led her down this path abandoning her. For years being led to believe her being born was a mistake that destroyed her family, and having to leave her friends and home with no support system. Not being able to explain what happened, how it happened, why it happened, and feeling like it was all your fault. I can see why she'd have deep abandonment issues and a ridiculous amount of guilt. She needs to know she's loved, that it wasn't her fault all that took place, that she doesn't have to carry those feelings alone, and that slowly but surely she can feel secure in the knowledge that something like that won't happen again. As for the ex, it's more of a mixed bag. I do feel like she didn't intend to cause the harm she did and will carry that weight of regret for the rest of her life as she watches what was once her family moved on to the life she once had and never can again. That she felt she was once a good person, trying to see the good in others like you, even when no one else would. She made a mistake, one that probably felt small when she was younger and dumber, and immediately regretted it. But she did betray the trust you two built, lied to you for years, convinced your own daughter to lie to you, and put her between an emotional rock and a hard place where a child was forced to carry internalized guilt and confusion while being manipulated by an evil man. Seriously, cannot feel sorry in any respect or regard for that cousin. He nearly destroyed 3 lives as well as his own cause. He was jealous of a woman he should have moved on from long ago. Honestly, I don't what the best move is there. Unlike the cousin, I don't think she was trying to be a bad person, that she just made a big mistake and was trying to hide it. And if left to her own devices, I don't think she will heal. She needs help. Having said that, after what she put you and your daughter through, it's perfectly understandable if that isn't something you care about. She may have been a person who at one point inspired you against all odds to better yourself from a self-destructive path, but that was then, and it doesn't change what she ultimately did. Best regards to you and your family, and regardless of what happens, I hope it's all for the best for everyone. Again, except for the cousin. Obviously, I can't go over every single comment under this post, but there were quite a few comments that seemed pretty supportive of Marisol. Perhaps supportive isn't the best word, but some of these comments didn't seem to be as harsh on her as I would have expected. So I'm not sure if I'm in the minority with my thinking or what. But anyway, OP is truly a strong person. I'm still on the younger side of life, so I'm sure 5 to 10 years down the line, my attitude and thinking will change. But right now, with the way I process and handle emotions, I couldn't do anything like OP, even though forgiveness is probably the best thing for your health. Now, this story in general is quite long, so I will be cutting it off here. There are about 3 to 4 additional updates from OP that I will be covering in a later video, so make sure to subscribe if you want to listen to those. Once part 2 is up, I will link it in the comments and the description. Continuing from the previous part is a post titled 1 Year Update. Before I begin, I would like to thank all of you, even the haters and the doubters. When I posted a year ago, I was in a dark place. I was always angry, lost, and depressed. The people here really helped me, and the gratitude that I have for all of you will be with me until the day I die. This community helped me get my daughter back. All of you helped me get my life back. The past year has been great, but not without its ups and downs. I have another son, and Jocelyn wants to try for another one. I'm going to have another grandchild. Luna is 2 months pregnant, and my son-in-law has applied for officer training school. I'm hoping he gets in. My daughter has been getting a little better since the therapist started her in prolonged exposure therapy. For a while, her panic attacks went from mild to severe, and thanks to Werewolf Isle 84 for suggesting exposure therapy, it has been a blessing. Our therapy sessions together were hard in the beginning. Listening to everything she went through, she owned up to her mistakes, and I owned up to mine. My in-laws have her working on the ranch, nothing fancy. She's feeding horses and putting out hay, and my mother-in-law has been teaching her how to herd bison. It makes me smile when I see her on a horse. Her face lights up. She and Jocelyn act like mother and daughter, and seeing how Jocelyn is overprotective of her is adorable. I'm blessed to marry such a wonderful woman. When I met her, she had just come out of a very abusive relationship. She had a swollen eye and bruises around her throat, and I volunteered to fix her father's 3 tractors for free since they were damaged due to her ex pouring salt and sugar into the tanks. At first, I minded my business, but as she brought me food, we talked and got to know one another, and a month later, we had our first kiss. It was great. I took her out to dinner, and a few days later, her ex came to see me and tried to scare me off. I put the fear of God into him. Sorry, I went off topic there. In the first week of May, my ex-father-in-law passed away, and I was afraid that Luna would relapse, but she was strong, thanks to Roberto being there with her. That man had a strong impact on her life, and the level of gratitude that I owe him will never be repaid. We all flew to New York, and he had his viewing like a true Boricua. He had a live salsa band, an open bar, and a spread with pastelas, pernil, sancocho. All of his favorite foods were there for everyone to chow down on. Do not mourn me, celebrate me. That was the banner over his casket, which was draped with the Puerto Rican flag, and he was wearing his vanilla ice cream suit. I couldn't help but smile the entire time. Marisol was there, but she was just staring into nothing. It was like her brain shut off, only to turn back on when Luna or I sat next to her and she began talking about preparing for the quinceañera. After a while, she realized where she was and her brain shut off again. Her therapist told us during the second day of the viewing that her mind was stuck in a moment when she was at her happiest. When Luna walked away, the therapist told me that in her professional opinion, she believed my cousin may have raped Marisol, and her mind protected her from that trauma. It rationalized it and made her believe it was a moment of weakness. That messed me up, and I told Jocelyn what the therapist said, and she was shocked. She insisted that I should tell Luna, but I was afraid to. Luna had made so many steps to get better. I didn't want her to revert back. Instead, we told Roberto first, who wanted to go and find my cousin, but I talked him down. Then we sat as a family and spoke to Luna. It was a bad night, a really bad night. We had an incident at the burial 2 days later. My cousin showed up uninvited and caused a scene. He was drunk and I wanted to end him, I believe is the proper term. Instead, I told him to leave. Roberto was holding me back and my cousin began shouting that he was always better than me and always would be, and it was because of him and his daughter that I made my life better, so in a way, he's responsible for me bettering myself. I got angry and I practically lifted Roberto off the ground to get to him, but Luna punched him in the mouth and began pummeling him. She was screaming and crying. She was so angry while attacking him. I briefly hesitated and Roberto pulled her off of him. As he was getting up, Jocelyn punched him and knocked him out, breaking her index finger in the process. Before we went back home, we had a family meeting and we all agreed that we would transfer Marisol to a mental facility near us since she had no one else. We are still going to therapy, and with this new realization, my daughter is trying to cope with the fact that she might be a product of rape. Before this happened, I was planning to adopt her since legally she's no longer my daughter. I want to make it official again, but I feel like the timing might not be right. I will answer any questions. I owe this community a lot. God bless you all. User Dare Affectionate 5100 said, take one day at a time, OP. I am so happy that you are doing well with your wife and your daughter. I do believe that in time it will heal all the wounds in the past between you, your daughter, and hopefully your ex-wife. I got to ask how their ex-wife is your ex-wife so far after moving closer to you guys. Is she still trying to get you back or not? Also, I never thought that your ex-wife could have been raped. What makes you think that? Overall, I am glad you and your family are doing well. Please update us if anything else happens. As always, take care. Edit, on the adopting your daughter. You should tell her when the time is right. Be there for her, and I think she will be very happy to know that. Under this comment, OP said the following. The therapist stated that the way she described that night was a clear indication that he forced himself onto her. Since transferring her, the new therapist agrees with the accusation. From how it was explained to us, my cousin came in to pray with her, confessed his feelings, and forced himself on her. She's still in and out. I have seen her a few times already, and every time. It's about the quinceañera and how her life is perfect. It hurts and angers me that one man could ruin so many lives. User Werewolf L84 said, I don't get everyday confirmation from therapists, but I am glad I was right. Anyway, now it would be best if you made a plan of how to wake Marisol back to reality. It is going to be hard and will take many years. Like I told you before, she is stuck. The first thing that maybe will help her is movement and missions. She needs to try, with all of your help, to get into a routine of chores like helping with the kids and feeling part of Luna's life. That way, she will start to feel purpose again. It's like cars from a long time ago where you need to manually start the car until it starts working on its own. As for the part that he her, it makes sense. As I told you, you couldn't see anything but the lie and not why it was made, but the damage was done, so we can't do anything about that. And I don't mean about the cousin, I mean for all the stuff you did 5 years ago. For Luna and the I wish you had spoken to me before about that. I would have told you to do this in a therapist's office and not alone because of the baby, to make sure everything is alright with her. Go to a doctor to check on the baby. I am glad she is feeling well, but she still has a long road to go. Did she read my posts? Maybe it can help her. Tell Luna that how she was born does not define who she is as a person. If you want a good book that may help with that, you could read The Peaceful Warrior. It is a very important lesson on how to live in the moment and not define ourselves by our past. You should adopt her again. There isn't any good time for good news. Just tell her, and maybe you should do it as a surprise or something. And as for the cousin, now that his lies are catching up with him, he can't handle the old demons that come up to get him. You don't have to do anything to him except expose him. That way he will destroy himself. More importantly, all of you need to ignore him. That way, his guilt will eat him alive. If you react, you give power to his lies. This way, his anger will have only one direction, and that is towards himself. And as for you, I hope everything is alright. You know where to find me if you need any advice. User SJ Dylan 10 said, this whole story is rough. If Marisol had ever told you she was how would you have reacted, whether in court, during pregnancy, or during your normal life? If that part is true, the story is a lot more painful. That cousin is an evil person, and I love knowing his life has collapsed. To this, OP said the following. To be honest, if Marisol told me that my cousin raped her after I got out of prison, I will be doing a life sentence. If she had told me the truth when I discovered that Luna wasn't biologically mine, I would have called her a liar at first. I would have still called her every name in the book. However, I would have eventually listened, however, with my cousin. I do not know what I would have done to him. Punching him with all my strength every time I saw him was a way to let him know how much he hurt me, but this. I don't know how deep into the rabbit hole I would have gone. There's a lot of would've. Everything looks different in hindsight, but I know if she just told me the truth and not told me to get over it, and it was a moment of weakness over and over again, I think things might be different. My wife has been getting nervous since I have been deadest on getting my ex better, and I told her that no matter what, I will always be faithful and love her. I just need to help my ex and give her a second chance in life. This made her feel better. User in Total Snark said, wow, what a time you've all been through, and that cousin, well, let's just say, can I join the queue for people wanting to hit him? A lot of people have commented and said everything I would want to, and more about how well both you and Luna are handling things. I love how far you've both come. Roberto sounds like a wonderful man, husband, and father who is dedicated to her. It's good to hear that Marisol is getting the help she needs. It sounds like she's been in need of that for many years, well before this all came out, and probably hid that from you in in ways you may not have noticed throughout the years. I'm sorry for the loss of her father/Luna's grandfather though, as he sounded like a great man and a great support through the years for Luna. However, the other MVP in this story has to be Jocelyn and her parents. She sounds like she has been a shining light and amazing support for you, Luna, and all of the kids, I'm sure. She has shown amazing empathy for Marisol, and breaking her finger landing a punch, you've got yourself a true force to be reckoned with there. I'll keep on supporting each other, and best wishes on the arrival of your newest grandchild. About 9 months later, OP gave us another update. Hello everyone, it's been a while and I would like to express my gratitude to all of you. My family continues to grow. I have 2 grandchildren, a boy and a girl, 2 sons, and another daughter on the way. For a while, I was guilt-stricken and a bit depressed after being told what happened in Marisol's hypnotherapy session. From the explanation, she said no twice before freezing up for over a minute, and she begged him to stop, which was when my cousin finished and got off of her. The therapist said she rolled to her side and kept repeating over and over it was a mistake, and she convinced herself that it was a mistake. That truly impacted me. It caused this cloud of depression to hover over me. I blamed myself, I blamed my cousin, and I began playing scenarios in my head, focusing on the could've, would've, should've, and it hit so hard. I told myself that my cousin was right. I did ruin her. I struggled to remember every family interaction to see if there were any signs, anything that would have indicated that he did something to her, and there was. Whenever he was in the house, she was never in the same room with him or alone with him. I never noticed it, but now everything is so vivid. Hindsight is a real bitch. Over the next few months, Luna and I sat in family therapy sessions with Marisol. Like many of you, the therapist also asked me what I would have done if Marisol had told me the truth when I got out. Honestly, I would have taken him out. If she had told me years later, I would have beaten him within an inch of his life. Finally, I was asked if she had told me during the quinceañera. I said I wouldn't have believed her at first. However, I would have asked, poked, prodded, and eventually found out the truth. The way I was feeling back then, I would have sent my cousin to the hospital, but I wouldn't have skipped town. I believe that things would have been dramatically different. Eventually, Marisol became consolable. She cried and apologized to both of us. As time went on, Marisol confessed that since she couldn't give me another child, she focused on being the best wife and partner she could be. When I left, she admitted that when she looked at our daughter, all she saw was my cousin. I asked her why she allowed my cousin to still come to our home. She said that in a way, he was my brother. I was always so proud of him, especially when he became a pastor. I spoke very highly of him. I always went to him for advice, and in her mind, she saw him as a mistake, a brief moment of mistake that wouldn't go away. So she avoided him at every turn. Luna's panic attacks came back a bit more aggressively, but now she's doing well. I officially adopted her last month. It was my birthday gift to her. She couldn't stop crying. She looked so happy. From what I heard, my cousin moved to Puerto Rico after getting fired. The bank had to let him go because a vast number of people were walking into the bank and making a scene. We placed a new trailer next to Luna for Marisol. She was released in mid-March, and at first it was awkward, extremely awkward. I used to watch TV shows with scenarios like this, having your ex-wife and current wife near one another. On TV, they're friendly. That's TV. Jocelyn was very civil but made a clear boundary for Marisol to follow. However, Marisol told us that she doesn't want to stay on our property. She wants to stay near us, but all she wants is to be a mother and grandmother. She wants her and me to be friends, but distant friends, and I can respect that. A few times, Jocelyn and Marisol butted heads, mostly on child rearing and cooking habits. My in-laws, like me, felt awkward about the entire situation, and it's not helping that my brother-in-law is a bit smitten with Marisol to the point that Jocelyn smacked him in the back of his head to try to knock some sense into him. It didn't work. The man is 2 years older than me, a widower of 2 years with 3 little girls. He's a really nice guy, a great wrangler, and he's been around my property more than I could care for just so he could try to talk to Marisol. I don't mind, but Jocelyn does. She's very overprotective of her big brother, and she feels that if the two of them do get together, she would not know if it was genuine. I can respect that. There was an incident on Luna's birthday shortly after giving her the adoption papers. I danced with Luna and then with Jocelyn, and when Marisol tried to dance with me after dancing with Roberto and Jocelyn's brother, I respectfully declined. This enacted Jocelyn's green-eyed monster, and she became a bit territorial. On Easter, we were watching the kids hunt for eggs, and I overheard Marisol tell Jocelyn that she envied her because she was able to give me children. Jocelyn told her that Luna was my daughter. Despite the circumstances, Luna was mine and she should always remember that. Marisol cried and it was the first time I saw them getting along. This is where I'm at right now. Hopefully everything balances out. After another 4 months, OP gave us an update. This post is titled, "Why Must We Always Be Tested? Healing takes time and patience. Healing takes understanding. It also helps when there's a support system. My wife is my support system. Watching her with my daughter, the way she's there for her, and lately, the way she's there for my ex-wife amazes me. I feel so blessed. I sat her down and thanked her for everything she had done. I told her how lucky I was to be with her, and she gave me a wide smile before kissing me. She tells me that I saved her as well, reminding me about her very abusive ex and how trapped she was. Then she said that being there for me and my family was the least she could do. We sat watching TV while holding each other, and that was when I got a message from my cousin. I quickly blocked him. A week later, I received a letter from him and I burned it. Another week went by and my wife told me that her brother was heavily interested in asking her out. I do not care, but I told her that Marisol is a grown adult who is healing from a lot of trauma, and if he understands that and is willing to be patient, then I have no issues. A day later, I received another letter from my cousin and once again, I burned it. Normally, I would complain about how he found me, but I am named after my great-grandfather, whose name is extremely unique and my last name is not that common, so finding me with a simple Google search wasn't that difficult. In mid-June, we were enjoying a bonfire. I smiled at my daughter and son-in-law slow dancing to no music. My wife had her head resting on my chest and I noticed my brother-in-law and Marisol kissing, which made me smile. A few days later, my cousin tried to reach out to Luna on Facebook and she had a panic attack. Roberto blocked him, and later that day, while we were at the supermarket, my wife's ex came back to town and had the nerve to try to talk to her. I could see the fear in her eyes and I just reacted. It was a single punch, but I made sure it spoke volumes. My wife, my rock, my support was a quaking mess. The way she was shaking and terrified made me want to pounce on him, but the sheriff intervened and told him to leave before checking on Jocelyn. I have never seen her so terrified in the years we've been together. While the sheriff was talking to us, I watched her ex walking past the window, and the bastard was smiling at me. The sheriff noticed and grabbed my arm, telling me to take Jocelyn home. During that drive, she was quiet, and when we got home, all she wanted was for me to hold her and not let go. Luna was extremely concerned, and Jocelyn grabbed her as well and pulled her into a hug. None of us had ever seen her like this, and all I wanted to do was protect her. Later that day, her brother showed up and told us that he and the sheriff visited her ex and told him to leave. That didn't work. That man showed up at my shop the next day, threatening to sue me for assault. I just smiled at him. I told him that in the 10 minutes he was running his mouth, I came up with half a dozen ways to make him disappear. That shut him up, but for the next week and a half, he kept testing me, testing us. That entire time, Jocelyn was constantly afraid, thinking he might do something to her, to me. Her brother is a game warden and warned him to stay away, and the SOB reported him to his supervisor. Every time I wanted to approach him, Jocelyn begged me not to. However, she's my wife and I needed to protect her, but I told her that I would not approach him. Her father soon told me everything about that man, everything he did to her. I told him that I was surprised that he never got rid of him, and he said around the time he was seriously contemplating it, his kneecaps got broken and he left town. He was smiling wide at me, and I couldn't help but smile back. On the 29th, we were preparing for the upcoming Western Idaho Fair when I got another letter from my cousin. This time, I left it on my desk. Marisol approached me, asking if it was okay for her to pursue a relationship with Jocelyn's brother, and I told her it was, but only if she felt that she was ready. She shrugged, telling me that she doesn't know what she wants, but she does like him and thinks about him and his kids a lot. I told her I wanted her to find happiness and she began to cry, but they were happy tears and I was happy for her. My phone rang, it was the sheriff. Jocelyn's ex and another man were in the hospital. His face was practically smashed in and the other man had 2 broken eye sockets. I was preparing for him to accuse me, but then he told me he had my son-in-law in holding. The sheriff said there were a lot of witnesses that came to my son-in-law's defense. I didn't want to hear it over the phone and I raced to his office. When I got there, I saw Luna sitting by the front desk with a nasty bruise on her left cheek. The sheriff came to me and told me that according to all the witnesses, Jocelyn's ex purposely bumped into Roberto as he and Luna left the coffee shop. An argument started and Roberto tried to de-escalate the situation. Another man appeared and shoved Roberto, and Luna shoved the man and Jocelyn's ex back, prompting Jocelyn's ex to smack Luna, and Roberto placed the two men in the hospital. The sheriff is not pressing charges, but he had to inform Roberto's commander. After being released, Roberto had to leave for his 13-hour drive to Yuma immediately. Luna was blaming herself for pushing Jocelyn's ex. Jocelyn is trying to be there for her, but is blaming herself for this entire situation. Marisol is surprisingly there for both of them, and the topping of this sandwich came the other day. A woman who is 6 months pregnant came to my shop. She asked for my name, and when I saw her, she told me that she was my cousin's fiancée, which took me by complete surprise. My cousin has leukemia and has been trying to reach out to me, Luna, and Marisol to make penance. I told her to leave, but she refused. She wanted Luna and me to get tested to see if we're a match to donate bone marrow. She burst into tears, telling me that she doesn't want to have a child grow up without a father. I told her that she would be doing her child a favor. She slapped me. She said that my cousin was completely honest with her. She knows everything he has done, but she wants him to be in their child's life, and again begged me to get tested. I could pretty much guarantee I'll be a match because that's my luck. When I went back to my office, I opened up my cousin's letter. I was expecting to read a plea for mercy, for me to save his life. Instead, it was a letter confessing everything he had done, how while growing up he looked up to me, loved me, but when I began rebelling and joined the Latin Kings, he hated me for the pain I placed our grandmother in. I took everything for granted, and even though I always had his back and scolded him to make sure he stayed in school, he saw me as a hypocrite because I never took my own advice. Me taking Marisol away was the straw that broke the camel's back. He didn't expect me to actually try to make my life better. When I got stabbed and arrested, he saw that as divine intervention and admitted that despite her telling him no, he had to have her. He wrote in the letter that because of him, the woman he loved was broken. He ruined his daughter and destroyed the only man who loved him unconditionally. He also wrote in the letter that if his fiancée ever came to see me telling me that he was sick, it's true. He is sick, but he doesn't want me or Luna to get tested. This is the path he chose, and the outcome will be his. He ended the letter profusely apologizing to all of us. I saw my pastor soon after, venting everything, and he compared me to Job. This is ironic because out of all the biblical tales, I hated the book of Job. My pastor told me that everyone struggles like Job, some more than others, but it teaches us to comfort those who suffer and how we become better people through adversity. This morning, I went to the hospital. The benefit of a small town is that everyone knows everyone's business. Without asking, the nurse escorted me to Jocelyn's ex's room where I sat there waiting for him to wake up. He was shocked to see me. I had a conversation with him, and even though his jaw was wired shut, he completely understood the man I would become if he ever crossed my family again. I forgot how easily it was to become someone so dark. And as of this moment, I am sitting in the cancer ward just typing this long tirade on my phone, thinking about getting myself tested to see if I am a match, wondering why we must always be tested, why must we constantly endure, why must there be people who want to ruin everything. User Talibone77 said, "You're a good man, my brother. Our tests in life is what makes us stronger. Some never get tested, but somehow end up worse off than those who do. As they say, God never gives you more than you can handle. Continue to protect your loved ones, even those who don't deserve it." User Creature Shock said, "I've always believed that some people are just natural at getting pain thrust into their lives. And frankly, having read everything you ever posted here, if you aren't one, I'd hate to see someone that is. I don't know what to tell you about your cousin. Is it the right thing to do to get tested? Yes. Does she have the right to ask you for help? Yes. Do you have every right in the world to tell his fiancée to never darken your door again? Yes. Do you have the right to cut a hole in a lawn chair and use it to shit on your cousin's grave? Yes. I think at this point you need to worry about your immediate family, your wife and son. Luna has Roberto, and frankly, I think she and him should seriously consider going and living together in Yuma in on-base housing. Get her away from the BS for a while. Marisol, more or less, has your wife's brother. She can lean on him for a bit, but you need to worry about your wife and son. Are charges being pressed against Jocelyn's ex and his friend? If not, why not?" To this, OP said the following, "It's different over here, especially since her ex is part of the reservation. Pressing charges on Jocelyn's ex and his friend gives them the right to also press charges on Roberto, and you do not want a US soldier locked up in a reservation jail. So they allowed bygones to be bygones. That happens a lot over here, including the sheriff. We have a total of 10 officers, and then you have the reservation and their police. A member of the Nez Perce Council gave us their word that Jocelyn's ex will never bother us ever again. I have my doubts, but my father-in-law told me that a Nez Perce word is more valuable than gold. I'll take his word for it, but I'm still going to keep my guard up, just in case. User Jokester316 said, "Wow, I'm sorry you and your family are going through so much turmoil. Jocelyn's ex-boyfriend will never get the point, unfortunately. After he heals, he will attempt again. Her dad beat him. You've beaten him. Your son-in-law has beaten him. He's not going to stop until he's in jail or in the ground. I think I would get tested for your cousin. I wouldn't respond to his communication. Just the act of kindness will say enough. You're a strong man. I wish you and your family peace in the future." User Ben Tobak-san said, "Your pastor made an apt comparison with Job. Everyone around him, his friends and his wife, wanted him to curse God for allowing such tragedies, but he was faithful and was rewarded for his faithfulness with a fresh start in his family, more wealth than he ever had before, and a return of his health. We are tested because we are capable of choosing. Yes, it's easy to be that man again. It would be easy to give in to our darker desires. But you walk the straight and narrow path, and it's hard. At your core, you still love your cousin because you were practically raised as brothers. At his core, Christ loved us. And more importantly, Christ loved you. On that cross, he saw everything you would ever do. Every sin, every dark deed, every dark thought. And he said, I love you and I forgive you. Maybe you can't forgive your cousin. Maybe you can. Either way, one day he'll stand before the throne, and the only way you'll see him in the afterlife is if he truly had a repentant spirit, if he genuinely regretted his actions and tried to atone for them. Because, brother, I'll shake your hand in the kingdom. Then another 5 months went by before OP gave us another update. This one being the final one from OP. It's titled, Just Need to Vent. Hello everyone, I would like to thank you, even some of the haters and naysayers, especially the ones I met at the Idaho State Fair who were shocked that we were real people. Right now, I'm sitting on the balcony by my hotel room. I spoke to my wife and kids a few hours ago. I missed them. 2 hours ago, I buried my cousin and I was the only person at his funeral. I was the only person who attended his wake. I tried to donate my marrow to him. When I told everyone what I was going to do, Luna was shocked. Jocelyn was proud of me for taking the high road, and Marisol understood. She told me that despite all of the cruel things I had done in my youth, I was never a killer. I went through a series of blood tests to make sure I could do it, and even flew to Puerto Rico back in November to personally tell him. He looked so frail in that bed. He struggled to smile when he saw me. He thought I was there to forgive him, and I told him I wasn't there for that, but I was there to help him. I told him I was a match and was there to donate. He laughed at me and shook his head. He refused. I told him that he needed to stop being a coward and be a father to the child his fiancée was having, and he told me that he was too far gone and that donation would not work. He was going to die and he was okay with it. I spoke to his doctors and they confirmed it. My cousin then told me that his fiancée emptied his savings, cleaned out his house, and disappeared. He said that it was what he deserved, and I didn't disagree with him. We soon sat awkwardly in silence for a few hours watching TV. I didn't know why I went back the following day just to do the same, and I repeated it for the rest of the week. No words, just the two of us watching TV. When I got back, I told Luna what happened, and she hugged me tightly, asking me if I was alright, and I nodded. Thanksgiving came and went. I went back in December for a week, doing the same thing, sitting in silence while watching TV. On Christmas, Roberto paid me what he owed on the trailer. I was shocked. He and Luna then told me that they were going to move to Yuma. I was supposed to be happy for them, but I cried. I didn't want her to move away. I had just gotten her back, and I know it was selfish on my part, but I wanted her just a little bit longer. She cried as well, promising me that she would visit as much as she could. I didn't want to let her go, but I understood in the end. On New Year's Eve, my brother-in-law proposed to Marisol, and she said yes. I thought they were moving too fast, but Marisol said she had put her life on hold long enough and needed to be happy. Then she asked me if I could give her away. I agreed and we all got drunk. A week and a half ago, I went back to Puerto Rico, visited my cousin, and sat down to watch TV. He looked at me and apologized for being a terrible person. I looked at him and told him that he was lucky he was dying. Otherwise, I would pop him in the mouth. That made him laugh, and he said he wouldn't doubt it, which made me laugh too. He died the following day. We were watching TV and he told me that he was going to take a nap and never woke up. No one else showed up at his wake, and as he was buried, I was the only one there. As angry as I was at that little fucker, I couldn't stop crying as they lowered his casket into the ground. All I could think about were all the times I protected him. The time I taught him how to tie his shoes, helping him with his cursive, teaching him how to play handball, teaching him how to drive, taking him to his first R-rated movie. Every moment of happiness I had with this man flooded back, and none of the fucked up shit he did to me. Just all of these good memories came in, and I couldn't understand why. I just stood there silently crying as they poured dirt over him. I'm in this hotel, and the burden I had in my chest for so long feels like it's gone, and I'm so confused. Therapy didn't help. Anger management didn't help. Meeting Jocelyn and getting my daughter back, every positive aspect that happened didn't remove that burden in my chest, but spending time with that man in his final moments took away that burden. It took away that anger, and I do not know why or how. User Avatar Idalia said, I think you did the best thing possible. In the end, you were the better man for being willing to help him. Then, when you were told the marrow wouldn't help, you could have left, but you stayed with him and visited him. You were there for him till the end, proving with every second you were there exactly how much of a better person you are compared to how he was. And while I'm only a stranger, I'm too proud of you for taking the high road and being with him and staying so he had someone at his funeral. As for the release from the anger, it's because you know he can't wreak any more havoc on you now. He was a shadow always lurking behind you, and you were always waiting for his next move, for him to appear and cause trouble. Because he's gone, that anticipation is gone. There's no reason to be angry anymore. The problem died. Next, because if your mind works anything like mine does, do not feel guilty for mourning him. Despite the asshole he was, there is plenty to mourn. There are the good memories between you two, as well as mourning what could have been if things could have been different. Mourning that you can no longer feel the fight and rage towards him. You lost something, whether that is a cousin or an enemy. You're allowed to mourn everything you lost when he died. For Luna and Marisol, they are creating new chapters of their own. If Luna is ready to move away from you, she's definitely growing and healing from where she was when you first began these posts, which is wonderful for her. But I can understand it can be heart-wrenching to you because in a way, you're losing her again. Your Luna isn't going to be a short walk away to say hello to anymore. The last time a separation like this happened, it was on very bad terms. This is going to give you some bad flashbacks and feelings and trigger you to think you're losing her. Just remember, she will always be your little girl. She loves you, and this time, the moving away is the good kind, the little girl growing up and moving away kind. I would argue as well Marisol might be going a little fast on the getting married part, but I'd be calling the kettle black because I married my husband just as quickly as she is to your brother-in-law. She too is healing and growing just like Luna. It's scary to see someone who is hurt and broken making these very big choices without some shred of doubt and worry crawling in, but she also has her husband to watch out for her, and I doubt Jocelyn would let her brother enter a marriage she believed was doomed without saying something. If she thinks things will be okay for both of them, I would trust in her. I very much hope you all find the peace your souls need and deserve. I hope maybe now this chapter of your lives can close and a beautiful new beginning can start for everyone. I pray if you update again, it's with news of how well everyone is doing. Much love. User Psychological Bad 2388 said your body and mind got the closure they needed. At the end of the day, it seemed like all of the anger you've previously mentioned came back to him. You guys had a bittersweet ending. He's your cousin, but he's your brother first, and that hurts. You've had a couple of chaotic years, but I think you're finally ready to move on to bigger and better things. I'm sorry for your loss, but congratulations for making it this far. It'll be better from this point on. I just know it. User Sarman82 said, I'm so glad you've finally been able to let go of that anger, Jefe. This was the last step you needed to take to heal the wounds from all those years ago. Whether you said it or not, your actions have shown your cousin some semblance of forgiveness and given him peace in his final days. I'm willing to bet that on a subconscious level, you sensed his peace and acceptance, and that finally allowed you to let go of the anger. Now that the anger is gone, cherish those memories you mentioned above. Remember that little kid who looked up to you? Don't be sad Luna and Roberto are moving. They have their lives and children, and you've taught them how good people should live. Distance will cause melancholy, but you will never lose them. Also, stand up move accepting Marisol's request for you to give her away. This one got the onion ninjas running around in my office. Gonna have to blow my nose and wipe my eyes before going back to work. I hope you and all of your family experience nothing but love and peace for the foreseeable future. Dios los bendiga. User Bruticus2806 said, "You're such a great person and you deserve the world for everything you've gone through. Last I was active, I felt really bad for Marisol to be just stuck, and your updates have been more of a closure to all the ups and downs I emotionally had from reading it from start to end. I'm sad that someone who was a part of your childhood passed away, and if you ever feel low again, just know that at least he had someone at his funeral. If it weren't for you, he wouldn't have had a single person. He wouldn't have had that closure, that final guilt and resolve. That is why he did what he did. You gave him that, and I'm sure not just me, but each and everyone reading this post is proud of you for that. I understand that you need emotional strength, and I'm sending you tons of it. Your life choices and story have surely influenced my way of thinking and handling situations, and I aspire to be more like you when it comes to protecting the ones we love and care about. Thank you for existing, and you've really made a difference on this place we call the internet. I wish all the peace and prosperity to you and your loved ones." User General Butterfly 8557 said, "Man, I'm not going to lie. I cried reading this last update. You have been through so much and have shown grace, strength, courage, and love through it all. You may not know, or maybe you do. I truly believe God carried you through this. You are a good person, and I only hope the best for you with this next chapter in life. I say that because you experienced some closed doors now, i.e. your daughter moving on, the death of your cousin, and your ex-wife moving on. Now truly new beginnings are coming for you and your lovely wife. Best wishes to you and your family." User HighLady9627 said, "I won't lie, I cannot say I'm not happy he is dead because I am. He might be family and you made your peace with yourself and him in the end. But people like him deserve to only have one person attend their funeral, and karma truly hit him where he deserved. Good riddance. He was the last piece of the puzzle that you needed to solve to move on and be finally at peace. Your daughter is yours no matter what, and her family is yours. And your ex-wife, who I feel bad for but also have reservations about despite knowing she was a victim in the end, found her happiness, and the two of you made your peace. I am truly happy that your life blossomed the way it did, and I am glad you can finally live without that burden. I cannot say it won't come back to you later on, where you sit for a while and think about it, but that's life, right? I'm only 27 and have a lot of life to live. Today, ironically, is the birthday of my grandmother who took her own life last summer. 2 weeks ago, I had to make the choice to put my dog down. Her name was Luna. I have a lot of anger and sorrow in my heart, and your story gives me hope that perhaps with time that can be healed. I'm not sure. I send you so many blessings, and I hope all of your babies, including Luna's kids, are healthy and loved." This story was created in the Entitled People subreddit by a now deleted user. Now, this story does span across several different posts, the first of which was created on September 11th, 2021. It's titled, "I found out today that my twin sister is just an evil Karen and I don't want her in my life anymore. I see why my boss hates my twin sister so much. So my brother, my older sister, my twin sister, and I were out for brunch and we started talking about money. My twin sister exclaimed how she was so happy to get that 100K when I was 25. I asked what she was talking about and she said, 'You know, you're getting 300K from that white man, right? I can't wait for my share.' That white man was my boss's father. He was the sweetest, badass little old Dutchman you ever met. He treated me like one of his grandchildren, and when he died, he left me 300K in his will. I'm supposed to be getting it when I'm 25 years old, and the only rule was, in my Opa's words, 'Don't be selfish with it, ladybug.' So I was planning on keeping 100K for myself, 100K for my mother, and splitting the last 100K between my 3 siblings. But my twin sister has been bothering me since she found out about the money, saying how I should give her the whole 100K because she is a mother with 2 kids. When my sister said that, my other 2 siblings chimed in, saying how it's not fair that my twin sister is getting the whole 100K and that they have to share it. I reminded them about the money situation and told my twin that no, she was not getting the whole 100K. She is splitting it with the other two, and I already told her this. She started whining about how unfair it is that mom is getting 100K by herself. I reminded my sister that our mom deserves that money more than any of us at that table, and that she hasn't had a car, a vacation, or a firm mattress in years. She deserves that money because she took care of us. Snot-nosed brats. Well, my twin sister started arguing with me, insisting that she should get the whole 100K while I split it 100K between our other two siblings, or let all of them have 100K to themselves. I said, what about mom and me? My sister reminded me that I have 65K in the bank at the moment and that I should use that for myself and mom. Now, dear reader, I only have 65K in my bank account because I saved up money from my jobs for college, and my boss gave me 50K for college as a Christmas gift. I told my sister that I'm not touching that money. It is for my college, and I work hard for my money. My sister laughed, saying that watching 4 kids and sucking dick isn't hard work. My family's dirt poor, and I have to do what I need to do to survive. I will admit I have done some odd jobs here and there, but I have been through hell and back working for this damn family to the point where I lost my mind. I'm in therapy for what I've been through. You're probably wondering, Alize, why did you stay if you're going through so much shit? Find me a job that's offering $400 every week. My sister knows about what I've been through working for my boss's family. All my siblings know now, so my brother told my twin sister to shut the hell up and that I didn't have to give her anything. My older sister said, if you're that desperate for money, why not sell the other car? My boss gave my twin a car because he has a soft spot for my nephews. Their old car was too small. My twin sister remarked that the car was not worth much and that she got more money by selling my nephew's chair. My heart sank because I somehow knew what she was talking about, and in my head I was just screaming, please don't let it be the chair that my oppa made for my nephew. Please don't let it be the chair that my oppa made for my nephew. Please don't let it be the chair that my oppa made for my nephew. My older sister asked, what chair? You know, the white chair with the pterodactyl on it that Alize's grandpa made, my twin sister replied. I was furious. I asked how she could have sold my oppa's chair. It was a gift for my nephew and she didn't have the right to sell it. My sister exclaimed that she is my nephew's mother and that whatever he owns is hers. I asked how much she made selling my grandpa's chair. She said it was just $30 because the wood was good quality. I wanted to strangle her with her stupid ascot because my grandpa was an amazing wood carver. That was his passion when he retired, and he spent his last 20 years perfecting his skill and craftsmanship. He would take old pieces of furniture, make them new again, and give them away to homeless shelters or people in need. If you were having a baby, he would make you a little merry-go-round for cribs out of good wood for free. My grandpa donated a lot of his money to people who needed it more than he did. He was an amazing parent, and there's a plaque in his hometown square dedicated to him. I understand now how I wasted my youth tending to her every need and want. I'm done being her doormat. She's not invited to my wedding. I want my nephews to have a relationship with my children, but I don't want her in my life, and I'm not giving her any money. I'm about to go cry myself into a vegetative state with snacks. I know it wasn't my right to be upset about the chair, but I have memories of watching my grandfather make it, so it hurts a lot. I'd like to point out that anything with my grandfather's signature or business on it, unfinished or not, is worth at least $1,000. Edit. I know I shouldn't have run my mouth about the money, but I thought I could trust them with that information because they're my family. I'm going to make a college fund for my nephews. She is not getting a penny of that money. My mom is mad at me because my sister's family is struggling and the money would come in handy in the future. But in the words my grandpa once said, sometimes bitches need to keep their mouths shut. To the people who said I'd be disrespecting my grandfather if I gave my sister that money, thank you for making me see that. She's not getting anything from me. Also, I might want to add this here. My sister is married and I feel sorry for her husband. The only reason she needs money is that she keeps throwing parties and events. Edit 2. Her husband called me apologizing for his wife's actions. I told him all the bullshit his wife pulled and that I didn't want my twin sister in my life anymore, but I wanted a relationship with my nephews. We're going to sit down and talk this out tomorrow. I'm going back to sleep. Edit 3, it's 4 in the morning and y'all's comments are lovely, very lovely, and they're very eye-opening. I've realized that my family is a lot more messed up than I believed. It's not just my boss's family, we're black and poor. My twin sister hurt me a lot more than I realized. She makes fun of me for being when she did it to me herself when we were It's funny in a messed up way. My mom is not off the hook either. When she found out, I was forced to forgive my sister. I understand why, because she felt guilty and was crying, but also because it was years ago. I love my mom and she did get better over the years, but she's so much of a rug sweeper that it makes me angry. When I asked to get therapy, she said, "I'm your therapist," even though my mom was part of the problem. When I got a therapist, I wasn't allowed to talk about my self-harming. The boss got me a new therapist now. When I told my mom about my self-harming, she was worried, as a mom should be, but she also told me not to do it ever again because, and I quote, "it is white people's shit." Yes, me cutting myself and choking myself with a belt is apparently white people's shit. The only meeting we're having tomorrow is to get my grandfather's chair back. My sister isn't getting anything from me, and I'm just going to buy my mom the things she needs. I can't go back to sleep now, so my boss and I are about to play Minecraft. I'm going to talk to my therapist in the morning because I've opened up some old wounds and they refuse to close. I need to be properly healed because I can't stop crying. My family is so messed up. My life is a Tyler Perry movie and I hate it. I'd watch the shit out of it, but I hate it. Also, I should add that my mother never told me I have autism. I don't know why she decided not to tell me, but she never did. Keep in mind, this is just one story in the saga, and already I hate OP's twin. If I were in her position, I wouldn't give her anything from the inheritance. Or maybe give her like a couple of bucks just to mess with her. I wish OP never told anyone, let alone her sister, about the inheritance. Money is one of those things in life that people will completely change face for. Based on what OP has shared, it seems like she already knew that her twin was a bit of a jerk. But telling her about money and that she was going to be receiving a share just made her all the worse. She doesn't deserve anything. User in ANP1011 said, "If I were you, I wouldn't have told any of my family about the money. When family knows you are coming into money, they start acting entitled to it even though it isn't theirs. You should sit on the idea your sister had and think about not giving your twin any of the money. She might need it, but she clearly doesn't deserve it." Under this comment, user Kobold41 said, "Big mistake to tell everyone about the money, not even how much savings you have. You are talking too much. Invest the money wisely. You never know if one day you may fall on bad times. Your siblings have to get off their ass and learn to take care of themselves, especially that twin of yours." User Blueberry NZ said, "I understand about the chair. It's the dismissal of the time and love he put into it. She clearly doesn't care about him, so why should she benefit from his hard work and the legacy he created? It sounds like the last thing he would have done or wanted. Keep the money and perhaps create a trust fund for your nephews for your legacy." User Cappy 122316 said, "If she has money to keep having parties and events, then she has money to take care of her family. I'm so sorry your sister, your twin at that, is being a selfish, ungrateful little thing, and yes, it would really be disrespecting your grandfather immensely if you gave her a penny. Will your mom give her any money out of the portion you are giving her? I hope not, but in my opinion, I would also get to put in writing that she gets none, so it's good that it's in the text, at least to your mom, that your twin sister gets no money whatsoever." User Star Trek said, "Wow, I am so sorry for what you've been through and for what your sister is putting you through. Sometimes we have so much trouble with our siblings. Like others have said, if you give your mother money, your sister may try to get it from her. Maybe you could put 100K in an account for your mother, but you keep control of it. That way your mother can buy a car, go on vacation, or do whatever she needs or wants. You just pay for her things out of the account you made for her. Good luck with your marriage and your future. I hope you have a good life that doesn't include your evil Karen twin sister." Another user named Giraffeitis said, "I am so sorry that your twin sister is such a shitty person. I am glad that you were finally able to see it, although the circumstances are absolutely horrible. But I've seen similar situations in the past with toxic family members and people just putting up with it and helping them because they're family. Remember, blood doesn't mean shit, and your main family is the one with you, your partner, and your children. You are all adults now, and that is your main priority. You can't help someone build their house if it means taking bricks away from your own. I'm also sorry about the horrible experiences that you have gone through. Did you tell your boss about what his brother did to you? I understand either way if you did or did not. I hope your life gets better and your social group starts to be filled with people who are there to love, support, and empathize with you." The very next day, OP provided us with an update. So my boss, let's call him Mr. Smith as I haven't used that name for him in a while, my fiance, Oz, Mr. Smith's nephew, and I sat down with my twin sister, TS, and her husband, H. Oz and Mr. Smith were pissed because my sister disrespected their father/grandfather. Right off the bat, my sister started apologizing, saying she didn't mean to hurt my feelings and that she should have realized she was being selfish, but she didn't. She was boo-hooing and saying how we are sisters and shouldn't let some money get between us. And like the dumbass I am, I ate it up. I started crying hard. She got up to hug me and I was about to do the same, but Mr. Smith grabbed my arm and set me back down, saying, "Don't fall for it. Don't change." H snapped at Mr. Smith, telling him not to call his wife a. Oz told me not to give a damn because TS was just trying to manipulate me like she always has and reminded me that she sold our Opa's chair. I was like, yeah, she sold my Opa's chair. I asked who TS sold the chair to and said I was willing to pay money to get it back, and like the greedy she is, my sister gave up the information with ease. She sold it to one of H's cousins, but H exclaimed how it was too late and that the chair was already turned into wooden rings, showing us a picture of it on his phone. My boss was screaming at him and H was confused. He said that my sister already had my boss's permission to sell the chair. We just looked at TS. TS started crying more, apologizing, saying how if she had asked, we would have said no. So much yelling. It was going back and forth with Mr. Smith and Oz calling my sister a bitch and saying how she's a liar while H was trying to settle them down. Then my sister realized I wasn't talking and got mad at me, saying how I could sit there and let them berate her and not defend her. I wasn't saying anything because I'm a scared little girl. I'm still afraid of my twin sister. I started shaking and crying, and Oz and Mr. Smith started freaking out, trying to calm me down because 1, stress on the baby isn't good, and 2, the last time I freaked out was really bad, to the point I bit down on my hand. I have pica and broke the skin. I also have autism, so yeah, me freaking out wouldn't be good. My baby didn't like what I ate this morning and tried to force it back up, so I vomited all over my sister's pants. She ran to the kitchen sink while I ran to the kitchen garbage to vomit. I started crying more because I hate vomiting, and my sister was screaming at me because I vomited on her expensive pants and called me a fucking idiot. Oz yelled, "She's pregnant, you moron." Everyone stopped and looked at me, and I looked at Oz because we weren't supposed to tell anyone until we went to the doctor. Everything has been backed up to shit, so we can't get into a doctor until late October. Then my sister became sickly sweet, asking if it was true. I just nodded because I tried to say something, but vomit came out. So this is what Oz told me because I had my face buried in a garbage can. TS was smiling and coming up to me, saying how she was going to become an aunt when my boss stepped in front of her. He told her to leave, and they started arguing. Oz helped me up by putting me into a room to try to get away from the noise because I was covering my ears and telling them to stop screaming. I was sitting on my bed and Oz was making me use my inhaler because I was having trouble breathing. I was just freaking out badly. Oz was trying to calm me down when my sister came in and made me choose between my boss or her. Oz said, "Do you really think she would choose you?" And my sister explained how I'm her sister and nothing breaks a twin's bond. I just looked at her and I don't know how to describe it. So I'm going to put it in Oz's words. It was like a red airplane flying overhead with a banner, "See this? This is a red flag." I looked at my sister and then my boss, and I thought about all the good Mr. Smith did for me. He's everything to me. When I had no one, Mr. Smith was there. When I was sad, depressed, or just wanted to be around someone, he was there for me. He came to paid for every art show and guitar, violin, and piano recital. He bought my instruments. He bought my first computer, and he treated me like one of his kids. He encouraged me. He pushed me to be greater than I think I am. He didn't discourage me. I wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for him. He's my best friend. He supplied me with so much support. He protected me from my family and his. He opened up his home to me. He did not have to do it, but he did it anyway. I love him. Then I thought about all the things my sister did for me. There's love there, it truly is, but there is a lot of misery and regret. So I took a deep breath and said with all the pride my broken mental state could produce, "Get the hell out of my dad's house." She was flabbergasted and I had a smile on my face. The boss screamed, "You heard the get the f*** out." My sister was like, "You're going to regret this." "No, I won't." And she stormed off. Not before she grabbed my tablet off the shelf and threw it at my head. It missed and smashed right into the wall, shattering the screen. As she stormed out of the house, she screamed, "You're going to be a terrible mother." And I screamed back, "I'm going to be a better mother than you are." After that, I just broke down. I became a crying mess. It's been a few hours since, and I talked to my mom about the money situation. I am willing to buy her the things she needs, but she's not getting my money for herself. If she wants it, she has to go through me. Oz and Mr. Smith are proud of me. I don't know how to feel. I'm sad and scared, and I'm questioning things. This is a setback in my therapy, and my paranoia is acting up at the moment. If I want a relationship with my nephews, I can just go to my mom's house. She watches them. So I'm not worried about that. I'm tired. But Grandpa, thank you. You greeted me with open arms and love. You are the kindest man I've ever met, and I will never forget you. It's still hard for me to walk into Grandma's house and not see you in your chair. I still play your voice recording of you singing to the little ones, and they miss you just as much as I do. I played it for their sister too. The boss has custody of her. We don't know where her dad is, and I think that's a good thing. She doesn't remember you, but I'm going to tell her about you. She'll turn 2 in a few months, and she is a ball of energy, just like her brothers. Your other grandchildren are still the same, but the middle one is talking more in public. He's doing a lot better than he was. My boss is doing his best to be a good dad and uncle. You raised a good man. He is an amazing person, and I see you in him all the time. He got back in contact with his youngest daughter. They go for coffee once a week and are making up. I finally convinced him to go to therapy. He stopped drinking, and at the moment, I'm trying to get him to stop smoking. He's better, but sadly, he caught cancer, but we caught it early, and he's going to chemo. I'm taking care of him like you asked me to. I'm mad we couldn't get your chair back, but I still have the memories and pictures of you making it. I wish you were here to hold your very first great-grandchild. If it's a boy, we are going to name him after you, and I'm going to tell them about you and your badass, don't give a fuck putting Karens in their place ways. To change the mood, the kids came back from the outing with Grandma, and when they left the house this morning, they had normal clothes on. So when they came back dressed as ducks, I asked what happened to their normal clothes, and one of the twins looked me in the eye and straight up said, "We don't know, we just got caught up with Quack." I can't even be mad at that. Do you all want more stories about my grandpa? Because I have one story that is my favorite, and it's when he called a Karen a low battery, please charge sounding ass bitch. He called her that because we just got him Bluetooth headphones and he didn't like the voice. I miss you, Opa. User Mass Drive said, I'm glad you're okay. Somehow your sister is even more vile than I thought from your last post. Stay safe and be happy. A deleted user said, wow, what a read. I'm so glad you have decided on keeping your money out of reach of TS, but still supporting your nephews. Also, buying the items your mum needs rather than giving her money, which TS would likely find her grubby hands on somehow. The fact your mum got you to forgive your sister after what she's done in the past is a little FU. I know you didn't like throwing up, but that was my second best part. The first was telling her to get out of your house. I'm ecstatic that you have your true family, Oz, Bump, and Mr. Smith around you, and I pray this is the start of a great life. User Netflix and Chill said, okay, I need some more info because I'm very confused by this part of today's story and yesterday's. From the way you wrote it out, it sounds like me, Smith's brother, was the one who forced you to perform oral and rape you. Is that Oz's dad or another relative of theirs? That is a very weird dynamic for a family/business. Even without the assault, getting a huge inheritance from your boss's dad instead of fiance's grandfather when they're the same person is kind of strange. There seems to be a weird imbalance of power here. A little under a week later, we got another update. This post is titled, Everybody knows now how evil my twin sister is because she decided to push me at her son's birthday party. Here we go again. My English is not the best, so I apologize. This is a short version of the entire situation. Also, this is going to touch on some heavy themes. A couple of days ago, it was my nephew's birthday. He turned 2, by the way. So I was helping my mom put up decorations when my twin sister came into the backyard with the birthday boy, his baby brother, and her husband. My mother immediately turned her attention to my baby nephew and used that grandma voice that all grandmothers use. You know what I'm talking about. My nephew ran up the stairs to my brother. I yelled happy birthday to him, and that's when my sister noticed me. What are you doing here? She said in her usual pissy tone. My mom immediately snapped at her, do not start. This day is about my grandson, not the two of you. So zip it, lock it, and put it in your damn pocket. My sister did not dare argue with our mother, so she kept her mouth shut. Fast forward a little bit. I started setting up chairs when my boss came back with the kids. My sister asked what he was doing there, and he said that he wasn't allowed to be around her kids. My boss and my mom reminded her that my boss was paying for the whole thing and that they planned this. He wasn't going to let a little boy suffer because the adults got into a fight. So the party was going well. Everyone was wearing masks and there were only 9 kids and 9 adults. Surprisingly, there wasn't much chaos. My sister left me alone, my boss's younger son didn't try to climb on things like he usually does, my older sister didn't try to be inappropriate with my boss like she usually does, and the twins didn't try to bite anyone. However, the peace soon ended. We sang happy birthday to my nephew, had cake and ice cream, and I noticed my baby nephew was awake. I went over to him and tried to take him out of his car seat. My twin sister asked what I was doing, and I said, "Look, I understand that you're upset with me, but I'm holding my nephew." All of a sudden, she pushed me. My twin sister pushed me hard enough that I fell to the ground, and she happily explained to her baby that TT doesn't get to hold you because she won't give us money. So I was just lying on the ground thinking, is she serious? I got up, took a deep breath, and thought to myself, you're pregnant. Don't be stressed by her stupidity. This is your nephew's birthday. His mom is stupid. Just breathe. I looked around. No one saw it. I reminded myself to tell mom later. All right, we're good. I was walking when I heard, "Did you just push her?" I turned and saw one of my boss's sons. More importantly, I saw it was one of the twins, and my immediate thought was, oh shit. For those who don't know, my boss's twin sons are chaotic little bastards. They will beat you up and not feel guilty about it. They crave violence like sustenance. They are very protective of their family. They act like guard dogs to the point where their oldest brother called them Chihuahua and Pomeranian. So the Chihuahua threw his cake and ice cream at my sister, and I mainly grabbed him because he was about to go for her hair. The Chihuahua was screaming and thrashing about, saying how he was going to get my sister and let me go. I'm going to beat her ass. The Chihuahua is getting very strong and big now, and I can't hold him back by myself anymore, so I called my boss to get his kid. My boss grabbed his kid and tried to calm him down. Everyone was staring and my siblings were coming up, and my mom asked what happened. I told her I would explain later when someone pointed out that I was bleeding. My hand was bleeding and I hadn't realized it, and that was enough for the Chihuahua to spit more venom. See, she's bleeding. It's her fault that Elise's bleeding. She's bleeding because she pushed her. He was screaming this while pointing at my sister. The Chihuahua was swinging his arms and trying to break free from his dad. My mom asked if it was true, but before I could say anything, my boss started screaming at my sister, "Are you crazy?" "Yes, she is." "Did you push a pregnant woman?" "She's pregnant. You know she is." I was trying to calm him down, and I got asked if I was pregnant. I said yes. Then my twin sister started calling me a liar and said that I was just looking for attention. I wasn't trying to yell, so I calmly explained that I was pregnant and that I wasn't going to listen to her bullshit and tried to walk away. But my twin sister, with her evil and sweet-sounding voice, said, "Oh, so chipper. Oh, Diakin butt. I finally learned how to spell it." I yelled at her not to call me that. Then she started to laugh. She won. She got under my skin. My twin was like, "What? You don't like when I call you that?" Then she proceeded to call me that over and over again and started laughing harder as I screamed at her to shut up. She hadn't called me that since 2020, and I don't know why she decided to do it now. Maybe because my boss was there, I don't know. People were yelling, I was crying, and then my boss asked me what that meant. I never told him that my sister knew about what his brother did to me because I was afraid of being a burden. And with my paranoia, I was trying to downplay or rationalize what happened. I started blaming myself for it, and then my sister started making fun of me for it, and that's when the abuse went to the back of my mind. I said in Dutch, "Remember when I told you about what your brother did to me on the family trip?" Well, Diakin butt is a play on words. He thought about it, but my boss had no idea what I was trying to say. So I was like, "Bro, my twin sister is making fun of me for being raped by your brother." My boss was bewildered. That was definitely not something he was expecting me to say. So he just stared at my sister, then back at me, and then said, "Get her." My boss let the Chihuahua loose, and he charged right at my sister. He was out for blood, but my brother-in-law, sister's husband, and my brother grabbed the Chihuahua before he could reach her. My sister was scared, asking how my boss could let that beast go. My mom was yelling the same things. In her defense, she knows how hard the Chihuahua hits. My boss looked at me and asked, "Does my mom know?" I shook my head no, and he sighed and said that we were leaving. I was grabbing the little kids, and my boss was trying to handle the Chihuahua, but he wasn't done. "She hurt my mom. Let me go. I'm going to kick her ass." My sister said that I wasn't their mom and that when my new baby came, I would forget all about them. Well, that hit a nerve, but before I could do anything, Ethan, the middle child, started crying and ran out of the backyard. My boss went after him and I was about to go help him, but my sister accidentally, I don't think she meant to say that out loud, said, "Let the run. Everyone went silent and just stared at her. My sister immediately covered her mouth and started apologizing. To whom? I am not sure. Now, something about me, I don't give a shit what you do to me. I still have that, even though you're hurting me, I will be afraid to hurt you mentality. I don't like hurting people. I got beat into submission, and with my mental breakdown when I was 17, it kind of messed me up mentally as well. But if you hurt someone I love, you better pray to God your legs run fast enough. I saw red. I went up to my sister and slapped her right across the face. I pimp slapped her. I hit her so hard that I knocked her out of her chair. She made my baby cry, and I will never forgive her for that. Everyone was in awe because I was the last person to get violent. The Chihuahua let out a loud "yeah." I told my sister not to talk badly about my kids and that Ethan was smarter than she was. I handed off the little kids to my oldest sister and told her and my brother to put the kids in the car while I went to get the Chihuahua twin. I went into the house and woke up Pomeranian. He was taking a nap. I told him it was time to go and helped him to the car. I went back into the house to clean off my hands and I heard a lot of yelling from the backyard. My sister was crying. My siblings were buckling the youngest in their seats when my boss came back with a sobbing Ethan. He hugged me saying, "Please don't forget about them and I will be good." It broke my heart. Ethan's autistic and for a while now I have become his mom because he wanted a mom who was normal, aka someone who wouldn't discourage his dark-colored skin and who was patient with him. Then I became his and his brother's legal guardian. At first I was just Lee. Now he calls me Miss Mom. The youngest two call me Sissy while the twins, besides the occasional bitch, just started calling me Mom. I explained how I would never leave them. Even though I'm going to have a baby and babies need a lot more care, I will always love them. They're my little dudes. The car ride home was silent except for the Chihuahua exclaiming how I knocked a bitch into next Tuesday. I explained to my fiance what happened. He was pissed for what my sister did and for me forgetting his cake. I love his high ass. I talked to my sister's childhood friends and they asked what the hell happened. I just said that this is what my twin sister is really like when no one's around. They saw her true colors. Eventually, I went back for more cake. Because my fiance wouldn't stop bothering me, and Mom and I talked. I explained how hurt I was, how messed up I became because of my twin sister, how my mom made things worse when she made me forgive her, and how I tried to ask for help, but she talked but didn't listen. I brought up my self-harming and how I wasn't allowed to tell my therapist at the time. My mom said that she was afraid I might get put in a mental hospital, and I said good, maybe I would have gotten some help. My mom apologized. My boss encouraged me to tell her what dick and butt means. My mom was horrified. I cried and asked, why does my sister hate me? My mom doesn't know herself. Also, she's excited for my little baby. My boss and my brother-in-law talked today. He apologized to me for his wife's actions. He didn't know she was like that. I think she's bipolar. One moment she's sweet, the next, you'd be lucky not to get strangled. My boss exclaimed how he was willing to start a college fund for my nephews. My sister overheard that and came in saying how she doesn't need his money from a man who despises and looks down on her family. The boss said, I do not look down on your family. You're struggling and I completely understand that. My family came from nothing for years. We barely scraped by. Sometimes we didn't know when we were going to eat. I know how you feel. I've been in your shoes before and let it be known that I do not despise or look down on your family. I just hate your guts. He was holding that in for years. I'm okay. I'm tired, yes, but I'm okay. We're going on vacation soon before fall comes, just a little beach house that my boss owns. I really like it there, it's nice and quiet. I know I said I was going to write a story about my grandpa, but I'm just going to step away from social media for a while. I don't know why my twin sister is so evil. My boss said it's because she has my dad's blood in her. I don't know how to end this. However, I will say this. Does my twin sister count as an entitled mom? I just want to say that OP is so lucky to have people like the Chihuahua in her circle. I know that he is rather brash and emotional, but to have someone that is so ready to get in a fight to defend you is admirable. The sister is a total piece of shit. Saying nasty things is one thing. Acting physically and then making fun of the fact that OP was sexually assaulted is next level. I truly hope she gets her karma soon. User RoseWolf5562 said, I absolutely cheered when you slapped her so hard that she was knocked out of her chair. You go, girl. Are you okay after she pushed you? Did you go to the doctor to be checked out? She could have hurt you or the baby doing that. To this, OP said the following. I don't know how to feel about that slap. I mean, I feel okay. I don't feel pain besides the usual spinal pain. She gave me one of those playground bully shoves, but I'll ask my boss to make a doctor's appointment tomorrow. Also, how he found out that I was pregnant was sad. My twin sister threw my tablet at my head and told me I'd be a terrible mom because she got mad when I chose my boss instead of her. User Queen Schnoogleberry said, I am so sorry all this happened. It sounds like it would be better for everyone to severely limit their interactions with evil twin. I really hope Bill leaves her ass and takes the kids. Full custody, because she is not going to be anything other than a life ruiner to them. Also, just an FYI, your sister's behavior is not bipolar. Bipolar cycles last weeks to months. If I had to hazard a guess, I might say a cluster B personality disorder, but honestly, I think giving her a diagnosis would just be to give her an excuse to milk for pity. A personal example, my own little brother went through something of a phase that involved arrests. Our sister told him she thought he had an antisocial personality disorder, and each time we brought up a stunt he pulled, he would say, oh, well, I have ASPD, I can't help it. Eventually, I had to pull up the Wikipedia page and confront him with some things and call bullshit. Basically, I asked him if he really felt guilt for cheating on his ex. He admitted he did. I told him outright that ASPD would never feel guilt for that, so that can't be what he has, so stop trying to use it as an excuse. He's doing better now. He'll always be a wild redneck boy, but he has a steady girlfriend, a good job, career ambitions, and even bought an economical vehicle for commuting to work instead of his lifted pickup truck. I still suggest looking up cluster BPDs and how to deal with them because I believe the techniques for dealing with them could just help you in general, diagnosis aside. User Beginning Sun 8355 said, from one twin sister to another, you, my dear, are the one who created this cluster of a day your sister was trying to prevent. And note to self, stop with telling mom what your twin did because honestly, you instigated this. You knew where she stood and what she didn't want, and you chose to disrespect her, her family, and her home. I feel so sad for your sister having you as a twin. I'm sure you have shit on your whole life. It seems like you're just super jealous of her. Maybe learn to respect boundaries. And stop running to your mom to tell her what your sister did. I really hope you have the day you deserve for doing that to your twin sister. Grow up and learn some manners. Your sister does not deserve this from you. Best advice, mind your own damn business. Respect her boundaries. If you don't stop interfering with your sister's life, she will snap, and I'd hate to be you when it does. User Down Under Mom said, your twin is not worth you and your little family's time or effort. Now everyone knows what she is like. I would not be at all surprised if her husband leaves her and gets full custody of their children. How dare she make fun of a little autistic boy? I bet he is a whole lot smarter than she is. I really hope she gets the karmatic justice she deserves. When she does, I hope she realizes that she has only herself to blame. Thank you for looking after little Ethan. With you helping him, he will be able to achieve great things. All I can say is that you have love in your heart, whereas your twin has got all the hate in her heart. Take care of yourselves and make sure to look after yourself and your unborn child. User OK Faithlessness 2205 said, so your sister is pure evil. I'm so sorry that you not only had to go through all this shit, but on top you get mocked by the one person that should more than anyone stand up for you. But I have to ask why you feel entitled to pick up her child when she make it clear to you that you are not welcome. It doesn't matter that it's your nephew. You have no right to pick him up when you know the mother doesn't want you to. She went too far and beyond, and there are no excuses for what she did, but knowing what a psycho she is, you could have avoided this whole thing by not touching her child. People need to stop touching other people's kids. I freaking hate it when someone feels entitled to pick up my children. Then after another 2 weeks or so, OP gave us the most recent and final update. My English is not great and I tried to catch a lot of grammar mistakes, but I definitely missed some. A couple of days ago, my brother-in-law called me and said, hey, your mother is in a lot of pain and she's tired. Can you watch my kids? I have to go to work. I wanted to see my nephews, so I said yes. Recap for those who don't want to click the link. My twin sister, TS, messed me up physically and mentally for years, and I just found that out because she wanted a lot more of my inheritance money than I was originally giving her, and she sold my grandfather's chair. However, everyone found out she was an ass because she decided to push me at her son's birthday party, so she's not talking to me, she's blocked me on everything, and she is blaming me for her actions. However, I've been checking up on her and her husband, and she's losing her shit, but she is not letting me see my nephews until I give her her portion of my inheritance. My nephew spent about 5 hours here. Then my phone rang. I picked it up and my twin sister immediately started yelling at me, "Why do you have my kids?" I told her to calm down, and she started yelling at me more. Why do you have my kids? You know you're not allowed to be around my kids anymore. Mom watches them. They're fine going to mom's. I reminded my sister that our mother is handicapped and cannot chase a toddler around and take care of a 3-month-old baby by herself anymore, which is why I always go over there to help. Well, apparently I'm not allowed to speak to or see my nephews because I won't give her my inheritance money, and she was on her way to pick them up. She hung up and I immediately called my brother-in-law. He said he would meet TS there and try to calm her down. My brother-in-law arrived first, and a few minutes later, TS arrived and started arguing in the driveway. I watched from the upstairs window because I wasn't in the mood to deal with her shit. My fiancé took the kids outside and put them in my brother-in-law's car, then they left. About 5 minutes later, my twin sister called me and explained how I shouldn't talk to her, only to her husband, and that I chose my family when I kicked her out of my life. I was like, what about my nephews? Y'all, I heard the smugness through the phone. Well, if you want to see my kids, I would like that $100K you promised me. No, I want the whole $300K. I deserve it back for all the trouble you caused me. I sat there dumbfounded. I asked, you want all my inheritance now? And my sister said, well, if you want to see your nephews, yeah. She is holding my nephews hostage because I won't give her some of my inheritance. And now she wants all of my money. I just hung up the phone. That noise. My brother-in-law apologized to TS again, and I said, this is not your fault. Stop apologizing. He said hopefully TS and I can be sisters again, but I told him that probably won't be anytime soon. I told my boss what happened when he came home, and he shook his head and said, I'm too old for this shit. However, that is not over. So this morning, Oz, my fiance, fake name, woke me up and explained that we needed to talk. He asked me if I ever slept with Zeke, a friend of my boss, a fake name. I was confused. Oz showed me his phone, and my twin sister, like the scummy bitch she is, sent Oz old screenshots of conversations with me talking about my sexual experience. See, my sister likes to get other people in trouble. She did this with all of our siblings. If TS is in trouble, she would use something you have done something or told her in confidence to get you in trouble just to get the heat off of her. So my twin sister told my fiance about all of the things I did with the caption, she's not so innocent as she seems. I originally told Oz that Zeke was just one of the people that I did something strange, for a little change for. However, the screenshots that my sister sent him explained the truth that Zeke and I were in a 4-month relationship. So me and my twin sisters are dirty bastards. I went into great detail about the relationship, and I understand why Oz was upset. It was supposed to be a one-time thing. Zeke got back with his ex-wife. I felt like he used me, and we never spoke about it again. And I never told Oz about it because it's kind of hard to explain that I was 18 and slept with a damn near 50 yo man. It wasn't healthy for either. He wanted a warmed mouth. I got attached and apologized, but I never really told anyone about it besides my sister and one of my boss's kids. I'm friends with his kids, and the last time I talked with him was when I was playing Phasmophobia with his daughter. We are friends now, but it took me a long time for me to be in the same room as Zeke. Oz and I talked some more and things settled down, but this isn't over. Enter my dad. So I've been getting a lot of calls recently from numbers I don't recognize, and I don't answer them. But this morning I woke up to a phone call. I thought it was one of my friends, so I answered it. I was surprised when an angry Egyptian man started cussing at me. Alize, what did you do? I was like, who is this? Then he yelled at me in Arabic, and I realized it was my dad. He started screaming, saying how I was really hurting my sister, that I was taking food out of his grandchildren's mouths, and that my sister needed that money. I don't respond to anyone talking to me in Arabic. You can only talk to me in English. If you speak Arabic, I will not respond. I don't call myself Egyptian because I try to disconnect myself from my father, and the only time I talk to him is when I check in on him because he's currently dying. So I said, Dad, I'm not going to talk to you if you keep talking to me in Arabic. Speak English. He stopped and talked to me in English. It was quiet, then he started ranting about how I could disrespect my culture, blah blah blah, and I just hung up on him and did not take any more of his calls. I went back to sleep until my boss came in on the phone saying my dad was at our old house screaming at his nephews, who are the new owners. I rolled out of bed and drove to the old house, and when we arrived, my sickly dad and stepmom were yelling and banging on the front door, looking for me. I just rolled down the window and they both charged at the car. I asked my dad what the hell he was doing. They immediately started screaming at me out of breath. "You are an ungrateful child, you're disrespectful. Your sister does everything for you. You've always been jealous of her business, her successful career, her husband, and you're jealous that you're single and that no one will love you because you're fat and ugly." This is typical of them because my twin sister was the favorite among the two of us. I didn't really recognize it until I got older. TS got bikes, more food, and prettier clothes, and my mom was always pissed when dad gave my twin sister things and then gave me nothing. My father's other children took their hatred for my twin sister and directed it at me. The only one I bonded with was my transgender sister. Eventually, I stopped going over there because I was getting sick and tired of being mistreated. Oz rolled up the window and asked what I wanted to do. Call the big guns or call the cops. I was sad, tired, and wanted to go back to sleep. I didn't want my sickly father and stupid stepmom to go to jail. I looked at my dad as my stepmom spit on and banged on the window, then said, "Call the cavalry." Who is the cavalry? Do y'all remember Philip? You know, that 6'8", 300-pound pure muscle, tattooed Muslim man with autism who can crush your head between his hands without even trying? So the man who lives in my boss's old house is Philip, and he came out pissed as hell. My dad and stepmom cowered immediately when they saw him. He stood by the car door and just looked terrifying as usual. My fiance and I got out to talk to my sperm donor. I took a deep breath and calmly asked what they were looking for. My dad, like the stubborn bastard he is, started screaming again, but with one loud shut up from Philip, he immediately stopped. I sighed and told my dad to go home because it was too early for them to be out. My stepmom looked me up and down and called me a whore because I was in my nightgown and not wearing pants. Oz took one look at my stepmom and commented on her mustache. She covered her mouth and I burst out laughing. My dad was about to yell again but stopped and remembered that I was using my guide dog privileges, Philip. My stepmom told Oz that he was rude and my dad asked who he was. I introduced Oz as my fiance. They were shocked. Now, when I say Oz is out of my league, I mean I am Jabba the Hutt and he is Princess Leia. Yeah, that level of out of my league. Maybe it's because he is constantly high or that he's dumb. Oz is willing to settle this low. So if your low-life, fat as hell, unattractive daughter tells you she is marrying this red-headed ex-football player man-child, eyebrows will be raised. My stepmom called me a liar and I just pointed to my engagement ring. Oz extended his hand to my father and said, "Nice to meet you, Dad." My dad just stood there. This man has called me every name under the sun to make sure I knew I was trash and that no man would ever love me. It finally hit him that I am lovable and that I can get a man built like a Greek god, and it pissed him off. See, my dad wanted me to marry a man from his home country to the point where he would try to set up an arranged marriage and try to sell me off to the most disgusting man you ever saw. He started screaming, "You can't marry this man, you can't marry this man, you can't marry this man. I am your father, you have to listen to me." Philip was about to step in, but Oz beat him to it. "Shut up, you two-faced jackass. You're just as and catty as TS. My dad said that Oz shouldn't have called his daughter a bitch, and Oz screamed, "What the f is Alize then? Because you've been calling her out of her name, insulting her this whole time. You are a poor excuse for a man, and God, I hate you. Now you have two options. Stay, and this huge motherfucker gesturing to Philip can make you die quicker, or you could also stay and this dude, pointing to Philip again, can charge you with trespassing, and that person behind you, the cop who lives across the street and was also watching the whole thing, can arrest you. So are you going to piss off?" My stepmom was like, "So you're just going to sit there and let this man insult your father like this?" And Oz said, "He isn't her father. Any man can be a dad, but it takes a real man to be a father." With that, my father let out a loud "ree" and stormed off to the car, dragging his wife with him. After that, I just needed a hug. I didn't cry, so that's good. It was a weird experience, but I needed to do that. I needed to confront my dad. Even though I didn't do the talking, it still felt good to get it off my chest. I thanked the cavalry for helping me, and he told me to pay him back in pizza. Now I am getting phone calls and text messages from relatives I haven't talked to in a long time because my dad went to my Instagram, took one of my photos with Oz, and acted like a proud father on Facebook, saying that he's proud that his lovely daughter is engaged. Thank God he doesn't know I'm pregnant. User FrontWorld205 said, "Personally, I will cut your sister off. She is ruining her nephew's relationship with you. Do not give her any money. Say you give the money away to a charity if your sister asks, or just don't tell her you have it. To be honest, the only person who seems to support you is your transgender sister. You do not own money to any of these people." A deleted user said, "Just cut off your whole family and get a restraining order against your sister. This isn't worth it. If you want to keep in contact with your mom, that's okay, but hold on to the 100K you're giving and buy her things as she needs or give her money when she needs it. If you give it all to her, your family will just pressure her out of it when you're not around. It's protecting it for her. For the other 200K, buy yourself a house. That isn't selfish. You're able to do more good in a stable environment than you are in a toxic one, and that's a huge leg up in life." User CDN Poster said, "Wow, your sister. Cut her off immediately, like change all your numbers, move, etc. And get the heck away from that toxic bitch. When they're 18, then your nephews can hopefully have a relationship with their aunt, assuming your sister hasn't screwed them up too badly." OP said the following under this comment: "Can't move because the last time we did the middle child kind of loss of shit. She doesn't want to talk to me, she hasn't been harassing me, and I don't have contact with the other bastards. Actually, she isn't a bad mom. She is just a to the rest of us. I feel sorry for her husband though, he has to take the brunt of her wrath. My boss is trying to talk to him and trying to keep him motivated because my boss doesn't want my brother-in-law to go through the same shit he went through with his wife." User Duck Rubber Duck said, "Just wanted to say that you're not alone. My mom and her sister are identical twins, and you always hear that twins are supposed to be best friends. They're not always. My mom always hated her twin. She didn't directly say it, but you could feel it. She has also claimed her sister once tried to drown her. I never really believed her or that it was on purpose, until I lived with her for 3 months because I visited the country she lives in. When my mom was 20, she moved to another country and continent for a few years to get away from her sister, and when she got back, her sister moved to the USA, also another country, we're from Europe. My aunt is not a good person. She bullied me, I was 19, kept me isolated, made sure I didn't make any friends, kept me from talking freely to my family, and monitored every conversation I had, manipulated me to the point that I didn't even know what was happening until others pointed it out to me, used me, kicked me out when I couldn't save her marriage, and I was in another country, in the middle of the countryside, no transport to anywhere, no place to go, no money. Then she lied to my mom and said she knew where I was and had everything under control when she had no idea where I was and I had found someone else to be with. Otherwise, I would have killed myself that day. My mom knew because I called her when she went crazy. The fact that she lied and said she knew where I was and had me under control when both I and my mom knew there was a high chance that I could have been lying dead in a ditch at that moment without her knowing it, made me realize that my mother probably didn't lie when she said her sister tried to kill her. I apologize for my comment being this long. I didn't want to take focus from yours. I just got carried away in memories, but I wanted to point out that even identical twins aren't always best friends. I have no idea if you're identical or not, or if anyone has given you any shit about the twin thing. Still, you're 100% in your right to cut people off no matter how close you're connected biologically, and just because you're twins doesn't mean you have to be best friends." User Snow Mountain Bear said, "I would give your sister nothing. If you give her 100K, she'll withhold her children until she gets more. Give her 300K and she'll do the same. While she has the nephews, she'll always have the upper hand. It's your money and do with it what you will, but I'd suggest you'd get more pleasure burning it than gifting it to an ingrate. You cannot win with her. Full stop." This was definitely a wild story, from what started as a simple debacle over an inheritance to OP breaking up from her family. In a way, I'm sort of looking at this entire situation as a blessing in disguise. OP's relationship with not only her sister, but other family members as well, such as her dad, seemed to be very toxic. Now, I am obviously not a huge fan of the way OP and Oz's relationship started with all of the rape stuff, but it does seem that Oz's family is much more protective and respectful of OP than her original family. Perhaps it was better to cut ties to her original family now rather than later.